Okay, let's go ahead and call this meeting to order so we can begin with the flag salute with Supervisor Betsy Dirks.
Ready, begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Can I get an acknowledgement of certificate of posting, please?
Also move.
Get a second?
Second.
Okay. All in favor, say aye.
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 Those opposed? 5-0. Let's go ahead and go to presentations and recognitions. So Supervisor Dirks, can I have you do the proclamation for us, please?
Yes, is there anyone here from the DA's office to accept? Okay. Hi. This is in the matter of our proclamation recognizing April 24th through the 30th as National Crime Victims' Rights Week in San Benito County. The term victim is more than just a label, as it has legal standing and protections that go along with it. Victim service providers, law enforcement officers, attorneys, and other allied professionals can help survivors find their justice by enforcing these rights. Victim service providers can reach more victims through trauma-informed and culturally responsive programs involving victim service prevention professionals, criminal justice officials, medical, mental health providers, and community leaders. So whereas National Crime Victims Week provides an opportunity to give pause, reflect, and recommit to ensuring that accessible and appropriate services are offered to all victims of crime. And whereas the San Benito County District Attorney's Office Victim Witness Assistance Unit has provided major and comprehensive victim/witness services in San Benito County for the past 40 years, and is hereby dedicated to helping crime survivors find their justice by enforcing victims' rights, expanding access to services, and ensuring equity and inclusion for all. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed that the San Benito County Board of Supervisors does hereby proclaim the week of April 24th through the 30th, 2022 as National Crime Victims' Rights Week, and reaffirms this county's commitment to creating a victim service and criminal justice response that assists all crime survivors during National Crime Victims' Rights Week and throughout the year, and to express our sincere gratitude and appreciation for those community members, victim service providers, and criminal justice professionals who are committed to improving our response to all victims of crime so that they may find relevant assistance, support, justice, and peace. Congratulations.
Good morning, Chair Gonzalez and fellow members of the board. This year's theme underscores the importance of access to service and ensuring equity and inclusion. And by enforcing our rights, or victims' rights, we at the DA's office acknowledge the help that we get with, from allied professionals and our staff to work towards a more fair and balanced justice system that encourages respect, dignity, and meaningful participation among those most directly impacted by crime. And I wanted to acknowledge staff, but everyone is in court this morning doing their work. So with that, I'd just like to thank you for taking the time to acknowledge Victims' Rights Week.
Thank you. Okay. So can I get a motion for the proclamation, please?
I'll move to approve as recommended.
Okay, can I get a second?
Second.
Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? 5-0 on that. Let's go ahead and go to department head announcements.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, we have an announcement out of Health and Human Services. We should have Enrique on the line, on the line. He'll be updating you on home key, room key.
Okay, good morning, members of the board and the public. This was to provide you a brief update on the home key application that the county submitted on January the 30th. So home key is a state program that its main goal is to end homelessness and reduce homelessness in the state of California. So the governor made like $12 billion available for homeless across the state. San Benito County submitted an application in the amount of up to $2.75 million for interim housing to build 11 housing units at the Migrant Center. That specific location, we currently have 5 units in place. We're almost done to completing them. So in total, we will have 16 units. But it's exciting to hear from the state. It's been taking them a little longer than I expected to get a confirmation of award, but they did reach out to me about a week ago, letting me know that a decision will be made and an award letter provided to us in July. So we're waiting on that in July. So I do hope that an award is made so we can further expand and provide housing options to our homeless community members.
Thank you.
Thank you, Enrique, for the update. Appreciate that. We do have another announcement out of administration due to conflicting scheduling issues. Item number 5 on regular agenda will be pushed to another meeting date. And that's the master lease agreement with Enterprise Fleet Management. The last item that I have is just I did attend CSAC last week. There was a similar message that was occurring with regards to homelessness and addressing homelessness. The governor spoke at the CSAC event, highlighting the room key, home key programs. Within 5.5 months, they spent a tremendous amount of money, billions of dollars on permanent housing, and basically 6,050 permanent housing for over 8,000 people this last year, and infusing another $5.8 billion. So there's a tremendous amount of work on that side to assist local counties. But he did highlight that there's definitely some issues that they need to work together with both states, the counties, as well as the cities. So I think there was a similar message there. And
Did he indicate any additional funding to solve that problem?
I think it was more logistics and working together. I think was really more the message. They are infusing a tremendous amount of money, billions of dollars overall, but they don't want to be in the same place. They want to be doing the same thing, just putting money into it. They need to address processes and other things. So those are the key highlights, the 30,000-foot level view that was presented. I do know that Graham with CSAC is going to work closely with the state on addressing that. So there'll probably be some work that the Board of Supervisors, the committees will be working on, as well as appointed officials to share our concerns and where we're running up against a brick wall. We'll be discussing that a little bit later today, and really help them understand what our problems are at the ground level.
Good.
So it was good to hear that. It was good to for them to highlight that and to really share what they really want to get done. They want to address homelessness, so they're really focused with that. So that was a good point, and there was a lot of other things, but I just wanted to highlight that was one of the main points that was discussed. So,
Madam Chair, I just had a question, Ray. So is there any way you can clarify like what that means for our county as far as how much funds we've gotten up to that 58 billion?
I would have to come back with Enrique. I think I sent you. I don't have an exact number. I think we're waiting on that. That's one example. Some funding that's coming down the pipe that we're waiting on. So we're waiting on award letters right now. So we don't know specifics. We do have some prior numbers that I'll have Enrique share with you, from past work that we've done. But future numbers, we're still not 100% yet on that.
And then just one follow-up question: is there any conversations relating to addressing our ability to manage the homeless issue, like what the sheriff brought up at the last meeting with qualified immunity, the ability for him to be able to address at least criminal elements there seems to be an immunity for homeless folks that are committing crimes that there's not an addressing. He just can't jump in and do something about it, right? Because of that qualified immunity issue.
Yeah,
Madam Chair, this is on the agenda later, the San Juan Hollister Road thing. It might be more appropriate to discuss then.
Well, it's pertinent right now, but I mean, I just want the question answered. Yeah, just yes
can
or
we s-
no, right? I mean,
so they want to work on that. That's basically what I was sharing with you. They want to work on logistics, addressing some of the hurdles, and that's one of the hurdles that we're confronted with. So the answer would be
Got it.
yes.
thank you.
Yeah.
We can go further
Yeah,
discussion
further
about
about
that
it
item
later.
comes up.
But I just wanted to share what was stated and what was presented at the CSAC event. So. And I believe that's all the announcements we have, Madam Chair.
Okay. So then we have a board announcement. So who would like to go first on that?
I'll go if no one else wants to.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you,
Supervisor
Madam Chair.
Kazmicki.
Yeah, just real quick, I held my first open office hours Friday. I announced recently I'll be holding office hours for the public. If you'd like to come down, I don't expect a rush of people necessarily, but I'm there, and I'll just be doing some work at the old Marshal's office, 445th Street, at the old courthouse, 11 to 2 on each Friday, and then monthly I'll be in San Juan Bautista the first Saturday of the month from 10 to 12 at the sheriff's substation. And then aside from that, I attended the Earth Day celebration in San Juan Bautista this past weekend. It was a really nice event. A lot of community groups came out. Integrated Waste Management of our county did a great job putting that together along with the city of San Juan Bautista. So congratulations to those groups and everyone that took part. And then also just a big congratulations to all the youth artists that took part in the Recology poster contest. So expect to see some new art on the trash trucks driving around soon. Thank you.
Supervisor Hernandez, would you like to go next?
Nothing to report, Madam Chair.
Okay. Supervisor Dirks?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a few reminders about some things coming up. Tomorrow is Denim Day, and that is, let me read it for you specifically. It's Sexual Assault Awareness Month, and so this Day of Action and Awareness is an event in which people are encouraged to wear denim to combat victim blaming and educate others about sexual violence. CSAC is promoting this event as well, and I encourage everyone to wear denim tomorrow in order to support that for women. So just remember, tomorrow, Wednesday, April 27th, is going to be Denim Day. I also just wanted to kind of give a shout out to Integrated Waste for Earth Day in conjunction with the city of San Juan Bautista as well. I was unable to attend the event, but I heard it went really well. So congratulations and thank you for doing that. Just remember, save the date for the fentanyl awareness event that behavioral health is putting forward. It's June 11th, and it'll be on the patio at Veterans Hall, downtown Memorial Building. And there's Special Olympics on Friday here at San Benito High School. I highly encourage everyone to come out and support our athletes. San Benito High School, in conjunction with Gilroy Unified School District, puts that on, and it's really a special event, and I encourage everyone to attend. It starts around 10 o'clock, I believe. Landfill tours are still available by appointment in conjunction with Waste Connections, so if that's something you'd like to do, you can contact the landfill directly, or you can contact me, and I can help you set that up. Also, too, I have a meeting with the Arts Council on Thursday, so I'm excited to hear what they have planned and what they look forward to. That's all.
Supervisor Hernandez, or Tiffany, sorry.
Whichever. Thank you, Madam Chair. A few things. First of all, a couple things that all of us continue to hear from the public is, when is San Justo Reservoir going to get opened up? When is Clear Creek going to get opened up? Both happen to be in my district, and I am continue to work with Jimmy Panetta and his staff, and also the Bureau of Land Management in regards to Clear Creek, in trying to see if we can get some movement in those areas. They've both been closed for a number of years, and it's very frustrating. But anyway, Jimmy Panetta and a fellow congressman from the Valley recently sent a letter to the Bureau of Land Management, the state director, and encouraging her to try to move forward in an administrative action. And on our consent agenda today, we are, I believe, assume we'll be approving a supportive letter to that same BLM director in today's meeting. Also, I just wanted to mention to those who may not have seen it, tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. Is the first of two scoping meetings. This is part of the EIR process for Strata Verde, and it's something it's required and is the first step in getting input from the public. And again, the first meeting is tomorrow morning, 10 a.m. I believe it's here in the chambers, but I think you can go both in person as well as by Zoom. And then there's also a Thursday night meeting at 6 p.m. And I would encourage anyone, it's a very important issue and potential development in our community. I would encourage everyone to get involved and give your input. And you can find more information on it on the county website if you're interested. Also, just a couple other things working on, toward trying to find a long-term water solution for Stonegate as well as Tres Pinos, and maybe there be an opportunity to work together to move in that direction. So working with county staff and the Stonegate water people as well as Tres Pinos Water District on that. And then lastly, and that's it, I'm sorry. That's all I've got. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, since we were last here, I've been rather busy, and I know people ask me, why am I not reporting on what I'm doing? But if you just look at my Facebook, you'll see that I am actually very busy in the community. Since last Tuesday, I had a flight to Chicago, and I attended a conference in Chicago from NALEO, N-A-L-E-O, National Association of Latino elected and appointed officials, and through my membership, the flight and the conference cost nothing to the taxpayers. So I want to make sure that you understand that I am doing this on my own time, and it's costing the taxpayers nothing. And I do anticipate involving myself in more conferences that there could be offering throughout the next couple of years. I think as supervisors, we have a responsibility to become informed and educated so that we can do our job to the maximum, and so that's what I'm doing. I take my job seriously. When I flew back in town at 2 a.m. on Saturday morning, I then slept for a few hours and attended the Earth Day in San Juan. So I was there, not very happy, but I was there. I also met with the Arts Council as well, and I look forward to us supporting what they're doing in the community. But as I said, just follow me on Facebook. You'll see that I'm out and about in the community, very, very active, and so I feel I don't need to share that here, publicly. So B. Gonzalez Ramirez on Facebook, and you're welcome to check it out. Okay, friend me, and I'll go ahead and add you as a friend request. Okay, thank you. Let's go ahead and go on then to public comment.
If you'd like to make a comment in chambers on an item not on the agenda, please fill out a speaker card. On Zoom, you can press *9 on your phone or the raise your hand icon on your screen. Loretta Avina.
Morning, everyone. On February 11th, I sent an email to all of the Board of Supervisors. This email, without my permission and without my knowledge, was then processed as a Public Records Act. This decision was made by Supervisor Gonzalez, who then directed County Council. If I had wanted to process a PRA, I would have done so. I'm very capable of doing a PRA all by myself. Thank you very much. Upon my discovery that my email was processed as a PRA, I was understandably upset. Not because my email was treated as a PRA, but that it was done without consulting me or outright asking for my permission. How dare someone take an email that I wrote and sent only to the BOS and handle it as a completely different manner behind my back. It was such a betrayal of trust from an institution that I am supposed to trust. Such a violation of ethics that for a full day I was left speechless and unsure how to proceed. I took steps to find out who would have done who would have made such an egregious decision. My search led me to discover that it was Board Chair Gonzalez who initially lied to me by stating that it was a technical glitch. Even with my limited technical knowledge, I question that explanation because a PRA requires human touch. What I am not clear on is if other Board of Supervisors were aware of that decision, if they objected or raised red flags, and if so, they were ignored. Ms. Thompson, I am aware that you have denied my PRA request for email exchanges. Regarding my email between you, Supervisor Gonzalez, and CAO Espinoza, you cite client-attorney privilege, and I call that BS. Since I am unable to read all of the emails exchanges between Gonzalez, Thompson, and Espinoza in order to have a whole 360 picture and be able to have full understanding of what really transpired, I am now only left to my gut, the evidence I have at hand, and the fact that I was able to speak with some individuals that have direct knowledge of what really transpired. It has led me to the conclusion that I have come to. Supervisor Gonzalez, you messed up, and County Council is trying to cover up for you. Shame on you. When County Council is trying to cover up for Supervisor Gonzalez and she writes to me, I alone am responsible for the decision to treat your request for information as a PRA. Shame on you again, Ms. Thompson. That is not your job. Based on Supervisor Gonzalez's past behavior not conducive of a chair of the board, such as never knowing where you are at during meetings, accusing Supervisor Kosmicki of white privilege. He is one of the least white privileged people that I know. Performing the sign of the cross while on the dais, very unprofessional, should not be happening. Cutting people off while they speak, including other Board of Supervisors. Being guilty of bullish behavior while on the dais towards other supervisors. There are too many to list. And now this incident with me has proven to me that you are not fit to be chair. I respectfully ask that you step down from chair and be replaced by Supervisor Tiffany.
Thank
I have
you.
lost my trust in this institution,
you.
and that is very
Thank you very
sad.
much for your comments.
Susan Hilden?
Good morning, Board. Madam Chair, thank you for allowing me to speak. I'm up here once again asking the county to come forward with funding for the feral cats in our community. And I will present our last clinic, which was on the 14th of April at Pet Friends. We serviced 32 cats that day, 16 females, 16 males, 11 aborted fetuses, 1 female euthanized. The female that was euthanized had a condition called pyometria, which essentially means her uterus was completely rotting and the cat was dying slowly, and the vet made the decision to end her life kindly while she was on the table asleep. We did 19 locations. 19 locations the cats were trapped at. 15 were in the county, 4 were in the city. The problem isn't getting better, Board. The community needs to step forward. We need help. We're building houses faster than we can blink. Services are needed. So I end this with asking you something. If you were at the ARCO service station late at night and you heard her meow from a kitten that was 2 days old that was abandoned by her mother, probably because she couldn't keep up, her eyes were closed, would you pick her up? Or would you leave her? Or would you call Natalie Day, who is now nursing her as around the clock because the kitten has no mother? Or would you drop her at the Hollister Animal Services in the outdoor facilities? Oh, they're not open anymore. We don't have outdoor facilities to drop animals anymore. Let's build more houses. Let's bring in more population. Let's not have feral cats roaming around. Please help. Please. This is not a city problem. This is a county, city, community. Hollister, come together. We are a community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Natalie Day?
Morning, Madam Chair. I love saying that, Madam Chair. I don't have pictures. You guys are probably grateful. What I do have is a plethora of data that you guys can access. everybody has computers, everybody has phones that you can access anything you want. If you guys want to know what the data is for SNP and the cost of catch and kill as opposed to trap, neuter, release, do some research. The city has all the numbers. You guys, oh, that's right, you guys don't talk to each other. I'm super upset that this is taking so long. Like, the data is there. You guys, this is like the dragging of your feet. That the cats and the animals that are suffering as a result of this ridiculous desire for knowledge to make sure the data is accurate. I'm insulted by that. You think I can come in here like with all these to solve problems to make things worse? The stats are correct. It costs more to catch a cat, house a cat, and kill a cat than it does to just get it, fix it, and release it. It's not rocket science. We don't need an engineer to come and figure it out. It's basic numbers. Call the shelter. Come on, you guys. This is ridiculous. We've been here for 3 years.
Thank you.
On Zoom, you've been unmuted. Please state your name and you have 3 minutes. You've been unmuted. Please state your name and you have 3 minutes.
Good morning. My name is Luis Cardenas. Like many, or maybe even most county residents, over the last few weeks, I've received advertisements in the mail trying to sell me on Strata Verde. They're glossy and slick and in nice colors. I assume they're very expensive and likely the start of a whole new campaign. Here we go again. I'm here today because I was frankly surprised to see the flyers. We've heard almost nothing about Strata Verde since voters rejected the project a year and a half ago. I thought the project was gone. Wasn't our vote in November 2020 on Measure N supposed to be the final decision? Recall that vote wasn't even close. Strata Verde was a slam dunk no. When I checked, I learned that this board actually chose to allow the project to again be processed, even though your own voters said no. Just a few months after our rejection, you refused to stop it. That seems totally wrong to me as a voter. The board put the project on the ballot. You asked us to decide. We did. Then perhaps you didn't like our decision and you allowed it to go for approval through another process. Why the heck did we even vote? Do you work for the voters or the developer? And this board has been oddly quiet about such a big project that I believe many of you have prominently supported. My apologies for being so blunt, but it's time for some transparency with the voters who elected you. What's going on with Strata Verde, and why are you so blatantly ignoring our vote? Thank you.
You've been unmuted. Please state your name and you have 3 minutes.
Can you hear me? Hello? Hello? Hello?
Hear you. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much. Good morning, supervisors. My name is Danny Camacho, and I'm a lifelong resident of Hollister, proud hay baler, and I reside here on the west side. As a lifelong resident of San Benito County, I am proud to be from this city. Even though I might disagree with our local officials sometimes, I stand by our local government because that's how the democracy works. San Benito County has many issues that always need your attention, that are always coming up and must be continually dealt with, from overcrowded schools, housing, water, gangs, all the way through traffic, which we all know about. All these issues must drastically be dealt with head on. But once again, the issue of Strada Verde keeps coming back here. The city of Hollister and San Benito County has spent numerous hours, days, months, and years on this issue. The Board of Supervisors has reviewed the item, conducted many studies on it, sent it to the voters, and from there, the voters loudly said no to Strada Verde. However, here comes the issue again. However you felt about the issue in the past, whether you supported the issue or not, our committee decided it was in the best interest not to move forward with this project for San Benito County. Many of us are unclear why the Board of Supervisors had decided to give this developer a do-over or make Cerda Verde an issue for the voters of Hollister and San Benito County after all of us voted against this proposal. The voters have already gave you direction not to move forward with this project. Please continue with other priorities San Benito County and the city of Hollister has. Thank you very much, Supervisors.
You've been unmuted. Please state your name and you have 3 minutes.
Thank you very much. Good morning, Supervisors. It's going to be a little cooler today, and I'm happy about the sunshine. This is Valerie Eglund with Reach San Benito Parks Foundation. The mission of Reach San Benito Parks Foundation is to support outdoor adventure and health, raise funds, and advocate for more and improved sustainable parks and recreation facilities, bikeways and trails, programs and services, ensuring healthy living for all in our San Benito County community. We were recommended by the first Parks and Rec Commission in their parks plan and moved forward to organize a board and get our 501c3 by 2014. In 2018, the Board of Supervisors approved our first mailing. It was a incentivizing parks card that was delivered to 23,000 households in the county. Both Hollister and San Juan paid for their portion of the print and mail. And we believe now it's the time again to organize another mailing. With COVID and the need for more open space and parks and the development of our regional park, we need to get more advertising out there so that the public knows where the parks are and know how they can participate. So, and we're asking that in the next Board of Supervisors meeting, which I believe is May 9th, that we be put on the agenda. By then we will have complete graphics to show the board to inquire about funding again for this opportunity. So I thank you again and hope to see you in May and appreciate the thought. Thank you.
Elia Salinas.
Good morning, Madam Chair and Board of Supervisors. I'd like to make one complete statement that was made earlier that I could absolutely, and you all were here, Eric Taylor did not state that the homeless have immunity on crime. He never said that. Go back and review the video of what he said. I'm not going to have to clarify exactly what he was talking about, but that immunity on crime was never stated. There's a video that's been put out locally by the mayor. He's put out 2 videos and claiming that San Benito County has built double the houses of the city of Hollister. It's absolutely not true. The facts are that San Benito County in the last 7 years through 2021 has built 880 homes. The city of Hollister has built 1,478 homes. Those are the facts, and the public needs to know about it. Thank you.
Thank you.
No other comments.
Okay, thank you. So we'll go ahead and go to the next item on the agenda, which is the public hearing, the RMA office. Good morning.
Good morning. Michael Kelly, Senior Planner, Resource Management Agency. And let me get...
Can you speak either louder or bring the mic closer to you?
Yes. I will just get this up. First of all, before I go on, I have a letter that the applicant, the appellant, wanted me to pass if I may give this to you. This is basically confirming the agriculture that happens on this property. That's part of the concern here. There are 5 in there, but I can give more if needed. Oh, yeah. Oh, sure. I have some extra copies right here. Yes. And let me see, just a moment. Okay. So I am here to talk about what will be, there we are. I'm here to talk about the temporary mobile homes for agricultural employees at 1740 Santa Ana Road, or Prater Way in this case. This was a project that was heard by the Planning Commission on February 16th and denied by the Planning Commission, and so this is being appealed to the board right now. And on February 16th, the Planning Commission heard this, denied it. The project was to be 3 temporary mobile homes that would be housing agricultural workers and families of those workers to remain for a 3-year term that could be renewed twice for up to 9 years being present there. Now, it was suggested to me that I suggest to you that the appellant speak first before I continue talking about this. So if the board chair would like to follow this, then we can do it.
If that's the way you want to present it, that's fine.
Okay. So the appellant, who is also the applicant and the property owner.
Madam Chair and Supervisors, good morning. Thank you for your time in hearing our appeal today. My name is Rocio Velis Torres. I have a business administration degree from San Jose State University. I'm a director for an accounting firm in the Bay Area, and I am also co-owner of Velis Organic Farm and the 7.12-acre property at 1740 Santana Road with my brother, Ascension Velis Torres. We are coming to you, the Board of Supervisors, asking for your help regarding our appeal of the Planning Commission decision of February 16th that denied our temporary use permit for 3 temporary mobile homes. We are appealing the decision of the Planning Commission as it was biased, lacked objectivity, and there was no reason given for the denial, even though the project was in compliance with and permissible per the ordinances, general plan, and zoning. We are requesting you to reverse the denial and to approve our temporary use permit for 3 mobile homes that would house our family and our farm employees, specifically my father, my brother, a trusted employee, and their respected families. At the Planning Commission, the commissioners seem to base their decision solely on the public comment, which were, for the most part, allegations without substance or evidence. The voting process was rushed. There was first a suggestion to come back in 90 days, but without a reason or indication as to what needed to be resolved in the 90 days. The motion to deny was not explained, or any reason given why they were denying the project that the county staff had recommended for approval. We felt some of the questions showed a lack of understanding about the project, and the final decision did not reflect the county ordinances. To clarify, this will not be a farm labor camp in the typical definition of the word, as some of our neighbors had assumed. It will not house migrant workers or single farm workers. It will house family members who work at the farm and their respective families. We currently own and operate our family's organic vegetable farm at this location, as well as another location that we lease on Fairview Road, 12 acres. Our family has been in the farming business for over 30 years, and most of our employees at the farm are close family members. My brother, his wife and children here, and myself We currently live off the property. Excuse me. Okay. And we have been living and successfully farming at this location, which is the only property that we own for over a year and a half now, with no issues or concerns with the neighbors that we were aware of until we submitted this project for approval. We are requesting, again, for you to reverse the denial and to approve our temporary use permit. That would house my father, who is here. He is our farm foreman and his family. My brother, who is our farm supervisor, and his family. My brother and my father are essential part of our family farming operations, and the farm is our livelihood of our family. Specifically, my brother, being owner and supervisor of the farm, he needs a place close to the farming and needs a place to live with his family, as we are currently sharing the existing home on the property. The project as proposed complies with county ordinances, general plan, and zoning, and it is a permissible and allowed use of our property. Furthermore, the mobile home installation would serve the existing agricultural use of the property, which would remain largely the same. We will continue to farm 5 acres at this property. As such, we are requesting your support in getting our project approved. We understand that there were several comments raised by the neighbors, and we worked with Michael Kelly, senior planner, both in writing and in person at an on-site visit of the property on January 12th to address such concerns. Please note that many of the comments were inaccurate. For the concerns that are valid, such as safety, they have been addressed and documented in the conditions of approval document prepared by Michael Kelly, which we agreed to and are willing to comply with. Additionally, we feel strongly that our project will not hinder the current state of Prater Way, nor impact the neighborhood or region negatively. As mentioned earlier, we have been living and farming at this location for over a year and a half, and there is already commercial traffic from the farm and residential traffic from us living there on Prater Way. By allowing the employees to reside at the farming site, the temporary housing can offset worker transportation along Prater Way. Furthermore, we contribute to maintaining the road, and we pay our fees annually, just as all the other neighbors do. We understand the quality of the road is not the best. However, it is something that needs to be fixed and upgraded with the help of all the neighbors on Prater Way. And we would be willing to participate in such initiative. San Benito County is a farming community. With this in mind, we ask for your support in providing an objective evaluation of our project and your support in approving our temporary use permit for our family and agricultural employees. Thank you for your time and consideration in this matter. And now my brother will like to give you guys a few words. Thank you.
Good morning. Well, I was first time doing this. I'm Ascension Belis. Thank you for giving us the opportunity to talk to you guys. We are clarifying this is not a labor camp, as a lot of people or rumors have been going around. This is for agriculture purposes and for our family. My dad is our mentor. He's teaching us the way to farm and continue farming in Hollister. I am married. I have 4 children, which we are living at the property. I don't know why our neighbors are saying we do not, or how the rumor started. We are here for your support. It's hard as is being a small farm, trying to produce organic and building your business. We got our first property that we purchased, and we're making payments and slowly working to do our best in our job. I ask for your support. This is not a labor camp, one more time. I think our neighbors really misinterpret that. We try to talk to as many as we could. Some were a little hesitant, I understand, but we are part of the community, and we like our community, and we like living a Prater Way. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so this is the property, as you see here. Let's see, there we go. This is the property. You see Prater Way here at the end of, the property at the end of Prater Way, along Santa Ana Road here with Fairview Road off in this location. You see on the property the existing house and accessory buildings, and the 3 temporary mobile homes would go here with agriculture around here, or agriculture already there. Here is a plan to show how the temporary mobile homes would be placed on the site. You see 1, 2, 3 temporary mobile homes there with the drive leading across here. You'll see septic systems off to the side and detention ponds there too. If you like, here is one we can refer back to that's closer up. Again, with the 3 mobile homes shown there. As you heard, the appellant had views on the decision that was made on February 16th, and this is found in the 2 draft resolutions that you have in your packet. The 3 assertions about the what is claimed as the error in the Planning Commission action are these: that the project complies with the general plan and county ordinances, and I'll talk a bit further on the general plan policies, but the zoning code has provision on temporary mobile homes for agricultural workers with a number of rules that would be expected to be followed for this use, and rules that are worked into conditions of approval in the approval version of the resolution that you have. The other assertion is that the applicant agreed to all draft conditions of approval. And third, as was stated, no reason was given for the denial, and the questions and possible conditions were unclear and confusing. When the Planning Commission is going to approve a project, typically it would involve findings and evidence stated in the resolution, and by logical extension, a denial would probably have the same thing. In this case, there was no resolution. It was a rather fast decision made without a request for a resolution from staff. So this could be seen as true. So, as I said, you have 2 resolutions in the packet. One is to reverse the denial by the Planning Commission, and the other is to uphold the denial by the Planning Commission. The one that would reverse the denial and approve the project cites policy that I'll further get into in a moment, supporting agriculture and supporting the availability of housing for special needs groups. It also notes that, as I said, the Planning Commission denied without a resolution with findings and evidence, and the resolution contains conditions of approval that touch on matters such as the 9-year time limit and adequate access to and from the site on Prater Way. The other resolution acknowledges that the county, even with the policy that it has that supports this kind of use, has discretion in how it applies this policy and other rules case by case, site by site. And the resolution also has, it cites general plan policy that expects that road access and infrastructure be adequate for the use. The general plan policies that are mentioned in the resolution drafts are these. In the reversal approve resolution, you'll find citation of these policies that favor availability of housing for underserved or special needs groups such as agricultural workers, such as low-income households, especially gives attention to serving those populations through housing. And it also, the resolution cites these policies that are supportive toward the needs of agriculture, toward agricultural operations, services, agricultural viability, and agricultural flexibility. If you were to cite general plan policies that could be contrary to this, as in the other resolution draft, that it could use these policies that expect adequate service levels and capacity on the roads and other infrastructure. That would be with Prater Way in mind and the condition of Prater Way in mind. Although Prater Way is privately maintained, it is publicly dedicated if the county were to choose eventually to take over maintenance of that road, but for now it is private maintenance. Its upkeep is a matter of private property, like any private property upkeep, pretty much. So we heard public comment in the Planning Commission meeting and in letters preceding the Planning Commission meeting, and these are points that were made in the public comment. Concern about the occupancy of these dwellings, and the applicants talked a little about this, but who will be living in these units? This will be monitored. It's a matter of a rule in the zoning, and it's also in the condition of approval. Annual monitoring of the residents there, annual demonstration of well, the rule says that this housing for agricultural employment requires that the employment be demonstrated, the relationship be demonstrated. It's up to the owner to show this, and so this would be maintained annually. Concern about what's there right now, unpermitted dwellings that were observed. This is a code enforcement matter. It's handled basically as a matter of code enforcement. And also I went there to the site. It looked in order to me. I went and I saw the buildings that are already there, and it looked in order to me. There was one temporary mobile home placed there, more or less parked there, but not in use. It was very obviously not in use, just being stored there. And that is not permitted generally, but this permit currently would address that and resolve that matter. Concern about the feasibility of agriculture on the site after the installation. There would be about 5 acres on site for agriculture to happen there, and there is another site also. Agriculture would be taking place even as these mobile homes would consume some land for the purpose of housing. As I mentioned, off-site agriculture, this would be serving not just this one site, but another property on Fairview Road with workers working on this site and on that site. This is permissible under the rules for temporary mobile homes for agricultural workers. A big concern was the condition of the pipe for water utility for Sunny Slope County Water District service to this property. It, again, is a privately maintained road, so it is a matter of the private property owner's agreement to work together and maintain this piece of private property. And so that would need to be addressed more through that kind of a process more than this temporary use permit kind of a process. Some wanted to see this be, or preferred to see this be reviewed as if it were a subdivision, but that is a different kind of a proposal. It's a long-term, it's a permanent approval. This is a temporary approval, so this is a very different type. There was note of how much investment in permanent features would be part of this. The applicant acknowledges that there is permanent infrastructure that would be there that would serve what is going to be, under the rules, under the condition of approval, only 9 years. The applicant understands this, but it is only 9 years of use that this would allow. And I would point to that for this point also about ensuring the installation be temporary. It's part of the rules, just set already. Concern about traffic, commercial truck traffic. That is a feature of agriculture, and this is agriculture. So you would see that going to and from this site, picking up product, delivering supplies. That would be part of this. Non-agricultural traffic, primarily from the household. That would be true. Household would need to go about its regular activities like any household would, whether it be for traveling to, well, there would be agricultural traffic traveling to the other site, but there would be non-agricultural traffic for daily needs too, just as a matter of these being households like any other. Noise was observed. This could be an issue of permanent or temporary housing, and it's addressed in general by code enforcement. Concern about fire hazard, especially the lack of fire hydrants there, but fire fighting features would be part of this as a matter of conditions of approval, also building code, with storage of water with adequate flow. And then the street address is a bit confusing, given this is 1740 Santa Ana Road, but far off from Santa Ana Road. So a condition of approval is in the resolution to have this be exclusively using a Prater Way address rather than the Santa Ana Road address that's there. So staff recommends adopting the resolution that would reverse the Planning Commission decision, largely on the basis of the predominance of policy favoring the availability of housing for this kind of group, for agricultural workers. As I pointed out earlier, all of the policy that asked the county to make decisions in that direction. So that is staff recommendation, and I can receive questions if you have questions.
Do we have any clarifying questions? If not, we'll go to the public and then we'll come back for deliberations. Okay? No?
Madam Chair, yes, I do.
Okay.
Yeah, several actually.
Okay.
So is it accurate if permanent housing were built, there would be additional requirements related to road work and other infrastructure?
Yes, well, if permanent housing were to be, there are different types of permanent housing. If it were permanent housing in the form of a subdivision, that would require more. If it were permanent housing in the form of perhaps accessory dwelling unit that the state requires, perhaps not. But there would still need to be basic requirements of fire safety.
Perhaps? You said perhaps not?
When I read the state law on the matter, I do not picture that there would be matter like road improvements, except to maintain adequate access for fire apparatus, fire fighting or emergency response to be able to pass through. And that actually applies to this project, that conditions are there for adequate access of that type.
What kind of precedent do we have for this kind of dynamic with this temporary, quote, temporary 9-year?
It's been in county code for, I'm not
What
sure
kind of
how long.
precedent do we have of doing this, going down this road of allowing mobile homes, temporary homes under a temporary designation under the assumption they're going to be there for 9 years?
It's been in county code as long as I have.
I mean, how many
been
times
aware.
have we done it? Have we done it?
It's not something that I get all the time.
I mean, how has it happened before?
It has happened before, yeah. It has happened before.
Do we have examples of that, or, I mean, you seem a little vague on it.
Well, I don't know if that's pertinent to this conversation.
Yes, it is.
I don't have examples that I can point to in mind. There are three types. One is for agricultural housing. One is for other employees like security. Another is for people who have family members who have medical need.
Okay.
It doesn't come up all the time, but it is a tool that has been in the zoning code for some decades.
I know of one instance where somebody was allowed to place a mobile home on their property of their parents, I believe.
Okay.
That's-
Could they come back in 9 years and request a permanency to this or an extension to this?
The
Conditional use
condition of
permit?
approval is there that says that it is to be removed in 2031.
But could they come back in 9 years in some manner and request something, go through a process?
If there is a need demonstrated, there is not a provision to say that it's a one-time only matter.
Okay, okay.
But then that would perhaps raised the question of, is it temporary? So.
Okay,
that would
that's
need
all I
to be
have. Thank
reviewed
you.
At that point in
Thank you.
time.
Any other questions for clarification?
Yeah, just one question. So how do we know about the impacts of the ADU element, since that's fairly new? Right, because that's a whole new dynamic with the ADUs.
Yeah, but this is not an ADU.
I get
But-
that, but you're
So-
saying that relative to, the possibility of an ADU being established, right, that's a new feature within California law. So how do we know to project to address possible ADUs, right? So this is, temporary kind of is a little bit ambiguous, right? Because we don't know what that development, if that'll eventually change into something else, which is, I think, what Supervisor Kosmicki was alluding to. And if it does, what could we foresee with ADU impacts in this kind of a development?
The ADU, this is not compatible, to my understanding, with the ADU law, in that I believe that a prior presentation to the board indicated that they could have one small attached ADU unit and then one larger detached ADU unit, which would be 1,200 or 1,500 square feet. These were both larger than that, and the three were unattached. I note that the board, if it does have some alternatives that if, after the deliberation, then you could request any alternatives as well.
Thank you.
Okay, so if there aren't any further questions, did you? Oh, yes, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Couple follow-up questions. You mentioned that this is I wasn't quite clear. Is it a private road or a county road? I know I know the county doesn't maintain it. And I guess for clarification, how does that, if any, impact the decision? The fact that it is privately maintained, does that impact in any way the decision before us?
It is, as I said, it's a matter of the private property owners working together to maintain what they own, this roadway. What is their responsibility? It is, as I said, a publicly dedicated road. Is on the subdivision map that says it's a publicly dedicated road, but the county just hasn't chosen to take over maintenance of that. So for now, it is a private road to be maintained by the private property owners.
But the fact that it's a privately maintained obviously doesn't preclude this kind of temporary housing.
I do not say it precludes this temporary housing. It does at least have to be minimum standards to be passable, to have, as I said, the emergency access be there. And condition is in there to have it be adequate with adequate surface. Okay, and then a different question.
This is going, the applicant has stated that it's going to be, each of the three homes will be for an individual family. Are there restrictions as far as how many people can live within each of the trailers or temporary homes?
Our housing element cites the measure of having up to one person per room, and by room, it's referring not just to bedrooms, but to any room that's not a kitchen or bathroom. So there would be perhaps a code enforcement matter if it were to be more crowded than that.
I think it would be difficult to have code enforcement. I don't know that off the top of my head, I don't know that you couldn't have like a larger family in a 3-bedroom unit.
Yeah.
But I heard you say that part of the requirement is that it is a single family.
Right, you can't.
I know that some of the concerns that I've heard are that it's going to be, there's going to be multiple families or occupants of each home crammed into these trailers. And that's what I'm hearing, is that it has to be a single family within each trailer. Is that correct?
It is expected to be an employee with demonstrated employment relationship to the owner, and then it's allowed to have a family of that employee.
Okay. And then, as far as what happens at the end of 9 years, the trailers are removed. What happens with the retention ponds, septic tanks? I'm just, how does this unravel after the 9 years?
The temporary mobile homes would be removed. They would have to be removed. The detention ponds might still be there. The owner can fill them or keep them for whatever purposes that the owner prefers. The septic systems can be taken out of service.
And then lastly, you said that there's going to be inspections on a yearly basis. What happens if you find that there are violations? This sets up for a 3-year period and then 2 additional 3-year periods, up to 9 years. But if they are in violation, then would it be correct for me to assume that means that that they could either at the end of the first 3 years be denied for an extension, or even sooner if there was severe violations?
That is possible. Yeah, it could end the temporary use permit, could end the temporary use.
So the county has the ability to end this temporary use if they do not follow through with what the requirements are of the conditions.
Yeah, like use permits in general. The county can look at the conditions and say that's not being satisfied, and then expect it to be fixed, or then have it be revoked if needed.
Okay, thank you.
Go ahead.
Can you please explain a little more fully about the fire access and what's going to be a part of that permit? I know you said it was going to be a condition. Some of the concerns I heard were about emergency access.
Yeah,
and so I want that clearly stated, please.
Yeah, that's right. It's written into the conditions. It says all driveways shall provide a minimum 12-foot traffic lane and unobstructed vertical clearance of 15 feet along the entire length. And then it goes in further detail about having a turnout, and then it talks about surfaces to be capable of supporting an HS-20 and alternate load. So basically, having it be sturdy enough to stand up to the demands of having emergency access vehicles come in.
And currently, what is is it already set up to, facilitate emergency access, or is this an existing issue with the road in general?
The road maintenance is always needing to be. There is, like I said, upkeep. It would need to be brought up to this standard by the time the use begins. The road as it is, the road as it is has perhaps some issues with potholes, or just as you'd imagine an unpaved road to need fixes from time to time. And this would need to be such that it would need to be passable by these emergency vehicles without getting stuck.
You've alluded to the fact that maybe the county would take it over or could take it over. What would the cost be to the county to do that?
Since it has an irrevocable offer of dedication, the county has that option. I'm just not aware of the costs of doing that. That's, I think, beyond the scope of this permit.
Okay. Thank you.
Welcome.
I just had one follow-up question, tagging on to Supervisor Tiffany's question. So with regards to the annual monitoring, by whom would be monitoring that? And then if in fact there were a violation, what would be the consequences?
It is for the applicant to give us the documentation of this demonstrated relationship between owner and employee.
Can you speak louder, please?
Yes, sorry. It would be up to the owner to give this documentation showing that that owner-employee relationship, and it would happen annually. If it doesn't come, then this condition of approval is not being satisfied, and it puts the future of the temporary use in jeopardy.
I understand, but that wasn't my question. Who's going to be who's going to be monitoring and enforcing? Say, for example, we send somebody out and we find a violation. If we approved it, what entity would be doing that monitoring? And then I wanted to know the violation, the consequences if a violation was found.
Yeah, planning staff will expect this documentation be given. If it is not given, typically then it would become a matter of, with any permit we get, we need to do monitoring of conditions of approval. So any of these permits will need to get this kind of review, or the use permit could not perhaps be terminated. And this is the same as that. So we could then perhaps, if we don't have this continued confirmation, bring it to the perhaps the Planning Commission. I guess that's how it would work. Would be brought to the Planning Commission for revocation if it's a matter that cannot be resolved.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
All right, let's go ahead and go to the public then for comment.
If you'd like to make a comment in chambers, please provide a speaker card on Zoom. Press *9 on your phone or the raise your hand icon on your screen. In chambers, Everett Graybed.
Everett Grabiel. I live across the street from the applicants. I've been through this process before. I've done 2 minor subdivisions myself in the county. It's a pretty thorough process. It's a process that I don't think should be usurped through a series of applications for 3 temporary units. There's real standards that have to be adhered to in order to put that many units on one property. While I understand they want agricultural housing isn't necessarily a bad thing. I operate a 160-acre ranch. I have 1 house for that. That's all that's necessary. This is a 7-acre parcel. There's 1 existing mobile home, which I believe is a 3-2, and they're asking for 3 more. That's 4 houses for 7 acres. That's just not necessary for that amount of farmland, even if they're using those units to farm the other 12. It's just entirely too much. It's going to create way too much traffic. It is a burden for our road. And I think it's an end run, like I said, around the subdivision process. If they want to have that many units, apply for a subdivision. Put in the proper improvements. Pave the road. If I were to subdivide my property on that street, I would be asked to do the same thing. I don't think it's difficult to understand everybody's opinion on the road on this project. If you want to have that many units, go through the process like everybody else. Not temporary housing that's going to create a whole lot of problems and not give any solutions that every other minor subdivision would give in order to mitigate all the issues that come with having that much density of housing on 1 7-acre parcel. They're saying that there's going to be about 5 acres left to farm. Maybe. Probably more like 4 when you include the road that runs along the west edge of the property. The areas where the detention ponds and the septic systems will no longer be farmable. So to have 4 houses, a Quonset hut, a barn, and an office in one of the other units, which is essentially a 5th unit, you're talking about 5 units for 7 acres, plus maybe housing all of their other farm workers on one property. It's kind of a de facto labor camp. So It's not stated officially as a labor camp, but it is if you're bringing your labor to other places. And I've only ever seen 2 people at one time work that property on 7 acres. There doesn't need to be 12.
Thank you.
Mike Emerald.
Hi, Mike Amaral. I live directly across the street from the applicants. Everyone knows our situation on Prater Way. I fixed the majority of the leaks, and the infrastructure is horrible. Everyone knows this. As far as any monitoring of anything that can go on, it hasn't been done yet. A complaint was made for the mobile home that was brought on. No red tag, Kelly. So I know that this kind of thing is a burden to the community and the county because it's just impossible to enforce. It's impossible to understand that when we live in our area, it is a home. It is our residences. If they wish to do a business, that's fine. But under the business things, I think that maybe their employees can come in. If you want to house family now, then you get one permanent structure, and of course you get one mother-in-law's quarters, just like we all did, just like Everett said. They don't need additional 3 mobile homes. I disagree with my friend Everett because I don't think there's 4 acres left after you put on 3 mobile homes, perk ponds, and septic systems. I think you're coming down to about 2. So this is just smoke and mirrors to put a labor camp in, whether you want to call it a labor camp. Their family doesn't live on it. And I know personally how hard it is to get emergency vehicles down that road. When my wife had her terrible accident, the ambulances couldn't find us. As a matter of fact, they parked on the Rosia property for at least 5 minutes trying to figure out where anybody was there. And I literally blocked the road so they couldn't get back, and then they helicoptered her, life flighted her out. This is a disruption to our community. These are our homes. I've been there 42 years. And I've never seen anything quite like this. We live quietly, and we're all neighbors, and we get together. Temporary means 9 years. If I borrowed your car for a temporary under the San Benito County guidelines, I get to keep it for 9 years. Like I said, this is just ridiculous, and we have guidelines, and I think fair is fair. And nothing has been done to the illegal mobile home that's on there, no red tag. I'm pretty well talked out on this. I have discussed this till nausea, that this is just a cheap ploy to put in extra housing. And if you look at the report, you'll find out that she was going to actually charge rent on the 3 mobile homes. Now, if their family...
Thank you.
Sorry. Anyway.
Sherry Emerald.
Hello, District Supervisors. My name is Sherry. I live across the road from Rocio, Amaral. We're here to support, thank you. We're here to support the unanimous decision of the Planning Commission to deny the permit for temporary housing. 3 mobile homes, 3 septics, and 3 ponds, taking the available land for income down to about 2, maybe 3 acres. Rocio stated in the last meeting she needed 8 workers to farm the land. 8 to farm 2 acres, charging rent on top of it. That's 2 families per unit. Mike Kelly spoke saying the farm workers deserve to live where they work. How many of us drive to work? We don't get to stay home. So it's not deserved. It's a plus if you get it. I worked on ranches and farms. Nobody supplied. I paid my rent. 3 mobile homes added to that property is a subdivision. And that is 8 to 16 more cars on a single-lane road without implementing the county ordinances, the upgrades that are needed, the emergency egress, the fire hydrants. This is a private road, and we, the people of Prater Way, have maintained it for 40+ years. We're not interested in spending more money to upgrade it so she can backdoor her subdivision on her property under the guise of agriculture worker housing. Now she has gone to the neighbor saying it's a miscommunication. It's really for family. If you look at the video and the transcripts, you'll hear it is for her farm workers. And they're going to bring in other workers from other places to live there. Changing your story doesn't change the fact of what you're really after. And either the ordinances apply to all of us or they don't apply at all. She has a family living there in the main house that was there. She has a family living there in a camper that's there. The unpermitted manufactured home that still is not red tagged or removed, there's no accountability. It's not happening. So 9 years, 3 years, 6 years, it's not happening. The night that she was denied, she went home, her vehicle and up to 4 or 5 other vehicles drove up and down our road at 30 miles an hour. It's posted 10 miles per hour. That happened for a couple more days until we finally sent a text, enough, stop. That week, 3 more carloads of people showed up, sat out across from our driveway. We sent a neighbor out. Are you guys okay? Oh, we're here to buy the property. It's up for sale. They didn't get what they wanted. They said it was for rentals for agriculture workers. They changed it to family. Now she's shown no respect to our neighbors or for the road we live on. Please respect the Planning Commission's vote of no. Keep our quality of life, being there 40 plus years, being more important than her making money on rentals, no matter what's said today. That's the bottom line. Thank you very much for your time, and please respect the wisdom of the Planning Commission.
Thank
That's
you.
my husband's. Thank you.
Gary Frost?
Good morning. Thank you. My name is Gary Frost, and I live at 1738 Santa Ana Road, or 200 Prater Way, which is about 1,000 feet away from the proposed site. I'm here today to express my opposition to the request for the 3 temporary mobile homes to be moved on the site next to the one existing. I do believe that there was a lot of good things said on both sides, good presentation, and I understand why you would want your family to live on site. I would like to say this, though, before I forget. I think one of the main reasons the Planning Commission opposed or denied the request was the emergency access. There's, if there's 4 or 5 residents on this property and there's no way for a fire truck to get there, no way for it to turn around, it's a dead end. It's a very single lane road. I think that was one of their main reasons that they acted the way they did, among many others. And as far as the private property owners maintaining the road, we are working together to try to maintain the road, and we always have worked together. I really don't think there's any opposition to what the farmers are doing now, but to say that there will be no negative impact to the road and that neighborhood if they add 3 more mobile homes and have 4 existing on the property is just ludicrous. Common sense would tell you that the families that come with that and the activity, the services, the garbage trucks, the delivery trucks, what they've been doing is fine. There's been no complaints, but they all live locally, so there's no reason to live on the same ground unless they're just trying to generate collective income for that piece of property. They're claiming that they need this for the family, and it was explained that the sister, the brother, and the parents would live there, but that comes with a whole bunch of other people. So there will be a negative impact, and they're actually counting on using this loophole, if you will, to develop their piece of ground. So I don't know what the ramifications are of that, because that's in the future, but I do know that there are certain policies set up to kind of avoid things like this happening. And like I said, for current conditions, there's no problem. They are using the road, and there's no definite impact on the road other than some more traffic. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time and your service to the city.
Barbara Bezetta.
Good morning. My name's Barbara Bezetta. I've lived on Prater Way for 35 years. It is a gravel road. It's a small road. It's not designed for all these people. It was designed for the number of parcels we have, for the houses that were on it, and then the county allowed us to build one extra per parcel. Now we want to add 3 more onto one. It's not right. It won't work. My husband and I looked into subdividing ours. We have 2.5 acres. And then we would build another house. We have 4 kids. We could have everybody there also. But to do it, we had to improve Prater Way from Santa Ana all the way back. This is a way to get around it. Mr. Kaminsky asked you after 9 years if it would be possible to extend it. And you hemmed and hawed, and you never gave the answer no. There are ways to continue it afterwards. Who's going to keep checking it? The county doesn't have money to send people out to all these properties to keep checking. But you want to add another one that needs to be checked. Who is going to check it? Do we have the money for this? We don't. I don't want to pay more taxes. So I'm asking you, please look at this like if you live there. Would you want this? Is this fair to us that have been here for all these years? And when we bought, we're on the understanding this wasn't going to be the type of area it was. I know times have changed, and I know we need housing, but we don't need this kind of housing in this kind of area on this kind of a road. Your planning commission or your checked into it. They asked them questions. That's why they came to the decision they did. It wasn't pulled out of the air. They stood up here, Planning Commission asked them questions. From their answers, it didn't make sense. I'm asking you, please, listen to your Planning Commission. They've already checked into it. You don't need to waste your time checking more. You've heard our side. Please think about it that way. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jerry Bezetta.
Thank you. Honorable supervisors and staff, my name's Jerry Bezetta. I've lived at 270 Prater Way for 35 years. I'm also a 33-year firefighter, and I retired as a battalion chief with San Jose Fire Department. I was also the city's fire marshal for several years. And so I know about fire codes, I know about building codes, I know about planning processes. So this is listed as 1740 Santa Ana Road, so at least Mr. Kelly was clarifying that, but I don't want you to be misled. This is not a Santa Ana Road issue. This is a Prater Way road issue. This is a private road that we, 13 parcels, so 13 people, we have to maintain this on our own. So with the rules that are available, like Barbara just said, we cannot subdivide our property without improving to a county standard road from all the way down and paying for that ourselves. So now you have somebody coming in who lives at the end of the road and wants to usurp that rule that the building department's been telling us and put on 4 units. They've had an illegal unit on there for a long time. No one's come out and dealt with that from the county. So there's things that they're telling you, and with all due respect to Mr. Kelly, he hasn't been able to answer with definity and authenticity with some of the answers that you have. Some of the things that are also issues, and before I run out of time, if you look at the State Water Resources Control Board, OWTS policy regarding their 4 dwellings, they have a maximum of 1 septic system per 2.5 acres. So they would have 2 septic systems. So even what they're asking for is not legal and not available under that regulation. So, boy, there's so much to say in so short a time, but the bottom line is they have not complied. They have misled
the planning commission, they're trying to mislead you with the family stuff. It isn't family. And if you put a family in there, then you have relatives of the family, which become more family. So 4 mobile homes, 3 bedrooms each, 1,724 square feet. They could have 3 families in each mobile home. That could be another potential 20 to 25 cars on the road when we already have, say, 40 cars on the road with the people that exist there now. So the impact and the costs are going to come back on us. They're only 1/13 of the group. They're going to have to cover the costs. So they're going to have commercial vehicles. They're going to ask us as other owners to cover their costs because we're going to have to do it equally by 13 ways. It's just not fair. It's just not right. And it's not right that they could put those many homes on that parcel, and I go to the building department and they say, no, Mr. Bizzetti, you cannot subdivide your property, even though you've been there 35 years, because I want to build an additional residence for my 4 children. But they'll allow them to do it. Thank you.
On Zoom, you've been unmuted. Please state your name and you have 3 minutes.
Yes, thank you very much. This is Valerie Eglin, Samuel Batista, and former planning commissioner. What was a red flag for me looking at the lot, 3 septic tanks, 3 septic systems. And I think many red flags have been noted by those who have spoken already. And I think that the current planning commission did their due diligence in making their decisions. So just my 2 cents. Thank you.
Ann Hall.
Hi, my name is Ann Hall, and I'm here on behalf of the applicant. I'm a civil engineer, San Benito Engineering, and we help them prepare their site plans. I would like to address a number of points that have come up today, so I'll try and go through them quickly. But first and foremost is having to do with the status of the road. The road is dedicated to the county, has been over several years. It was established in 1908. There were several subdivisions in the 70s, which included additional dedication. So in the back 2/3 of the road, it is 60 feet dedicated to the county, but not accepted. All the properties on the back 2/3 have restrictions on future subdivision, including this property, including the properties across the street. They are not allowed to further subdivide until the road is improved. And the clarification I want to make is this is not a request for subdivision. A request for subdivision has its own sets of rules, like everyone has alluded, and everything they're saying about subdivision is true. This is not a subdivision. This is a use permit for temp mobile homes. Subdivision would reduce the ability to farm the property. The intent is to keep farming. If someday somebody wanted to come in for a subdivision, they have to go through this process all again, just like anybody else would. In the meantime, temporary mobile homes are permitted, ADUs are permitted, secondary dwellings, if justified, are permitted. Those under county ordinance do not automatically require road improvements. But it is a privately maintained road. They are participatory in the maintenance of that road. It is very minimally maintained and has been for, like I said, probably the mid-70s. I have a lot of information on the road system, but this meeting is not all about that. But I do want to clarify, we're not arguing that the road is in bad shape. It is privately maintained, but it is publicly dedicated. But that is why the addresses are Santa Ana Road and not Prater Way, because Santa Ana is the closest public road. As far as the fire department access, Prater Way, as it exists, has no fire department turnaround. It has no turnouts, and it has no turnaround at the end. This property is at the end as part of this project. Once you drive onto the property, we are providing a fire department turnaround. So this project will have a fire department turnaround, which is more than you can say for the actual Prater Way, the private road. The plans have been reviewed by the fire department, and we provide the ability to get to these homes and turn around. So let's see. The ability, so there's been a lot of reference to the mobile home, the illegal mobile home that's on the property. The mobile home that's on the property is one of the mobile homes under this application.
I don't know as representative if she's considered a public comment or as part of the appellant process. So I need a ruling before I can allow her to continue.
You could ask her to finish the clarification on the illegal,
I'm seeing a shaking the head,
Yeah.
yes, so, yes.
Yeah.
Continue then, please, Ms. Hall.
The mobile home that is on the property is in two pieces. They're physically separated. It is one of the mobile homes that would be placed there if this use permit gets approved. They purchased it prior to fully realizing the process, but have been going through the process since they were informed what they needed to do to get a mobile home. So this doesn't make 4 mobile homes. This is one of the 3.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry, you had your opportunity, sorry.
No, oh.
I understand, but you've already spoken, and I'm not gonna have a conversation this way. You've had your
Elias-
opportunity.
Elias Salinas?
Thank you. Everyone has the American dream to own property. Apparently, they've done this. This was their dream. They have property, they're farming it, they're living in it. And then we have the entire state of California has a shortage of homes. We know that. We have a housing shortage. They have found a way, and Ann Hall is highly respectable in this community. She is not going to bring before you anything that is not legal and is not by policy, and it is the recommendation of the planning department, the RMA department, that approved this. What we have here is not in my backyard. I keep hearing in a derogatory form that it is farm workers. So what? What if it is farm workers that are going to be your neighbors? I am the proud product of migrant farm workers. I worked out in the fields when I was a kid and through high school. I am very proud of that. I lived in homes that are undescribable, that you would be, and I don't care that my floors were dirt, but I had a house. My parents provided a house for me because the farmer, the rancher themselves had chicken coops, and they allowed you to stay there. I grew up here in Hollister. When I came here, there's barracks on San Felipe Road, dirt floors. That's where I lived when I was a child here in San Benito County. These folks have the opportunity to live in a home that is legal by the state of California and by all policies that allow them to be here and to have a home in San Benito County. This is an emotional decision for you. If you're going by policy, then it must be a yes. I was there for the Planning Commission meeting, and I too spoke in favor of this housing because we have a shortage. And I know where I came from, and I know where I live now, and I'm very proud of where I came from. Must give these people the same opportunity. They're a family, and each one has the father has children, and that child has children, and they have the ability to all live together. And I do not appreciate the stereotyping that I heard earlier, that there are 3-bedroom mobile homes and that would turn into 20-something people. That's just stereotyping a farm worker. And I'm very offended by that, and I hope that you all make the right decision. Thank you.
Thank you.
No other comments.
Okay, so we'll bring it back to the board for deliberations. And so who would like to go first? I see
I'll go.
Supervisor
That's
Kuzmicki
fine.
ready to go. Thank you.
The head always kind of comes over this way, and that's totally fine. I'm good with it. A couple of things. The 9-year max, you know, you can do this as a temporary situation, renew it a few times. First of all, it's 9 years to me is not really temporary, so that's something that, you know, I think needs to be looked at. But then it just leaving the door, it's just a logical door to me that there's a likelihood they'll come back after 9 years. I don't see, you know, why they wouldn't and request some sort of permanency or extension. And I do agree, you know, this is an end around. This is an end around from requirements that come with more traditional housing through the subdivision process. The process is there for a reason, and I do see this as a loophole or an end around, however you want to term it. I don't like the idea of, quote, temporary nature that exempts the owners from the improvements, because that's what's something that I've been harping on since I've been on this board. It's not about necessarily too much housing or too many people. For a lot of times, our biggest problem here is infrastructure, and that we always put the cart before the horse, and we don't have a plan for infrastructure. And in this case, it's just undeniable. It's glaring to me. They're getting around that, so that I have a problem with that. And I will say, you know, we need a plan for farm worker housing. We need a strong, bold, serious plan for farm worker housing. And I really encourage the Housing Advisory Committee that's taking up the Affordable Housing Ordinance and other issues, you know, to take on farm worker housing. And I would actually suggest, and maybe it's a future agenda item later, that the board have an open discussion about farm worker housing in particular, and give direction on a broader plan on farm worker housing, because we have to have a plan, a real bold plan for larger scale farm worker housing. And this to me is more just, again, it's just reactionary. And frankly, it's not good planning. I just don't see how you can look at this and come away thinking this is good planning, what we're doing here with the 3 temporary homes, the septic tanks, the lack of the road improvements. It's just not. And I don't see how you can make an argument that this is somehow good planning. And that's, again, that's the problem in this community. We've had, planning in this community has, and it's not the planning staff, it's the policy. We just have not had a format for good planning in this community, and this is a really a shining example of that. And so the infrastructure I mentioned already, and then I will say I'm frustrated that we are not that we're not red tagging an illegal unit on the property. I don't understand why we keep doing this, that we use discretion. I don't understand the discretion that we're using. I've had issues in my own district where I've asked for things to be looked into, and I've kind of gotten the runaround on it. We have to follow our rules. We have to. I just don't understand why, if there's a long-term, clearly illegal unit on the property, that we're not going out there and communicating and eventually, you know, red tagging. We can go out and maybe have a conversation. If they don't cooperate, send them a letter. If they don't cooperate, go through a process. But let's not ignore our own laws, please. And again, I would like to see a future discussion. I'll gladly bring it up at the end of the meeting for more formality on farm worker housing and how we really need to get serious about it. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Hernandez?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I think first I want to start by saying I really want to see the farm succeed. I really, really do. I think farming is important to our community. We're an agricultural community. There's a lot of impacts against agricultural, and I see that as a growing issue statewide. You know, farming is small farming especially is shrinking. It's going away, and it's dangerous, I think, to the essence of what makes San Benito County, I think, a prosperous nation. You know, I was doing a little homework. It's like farming within the 100-mile circle of our region literally feeds the world, which is amazing, right? We're ag productive. It's just amazing soil in our county. So I do want to see you guys succeed. I struggle a little bit with some of the stuff, when I agree with, to a certain extent, with some of the stuff that Supervisor Kosmicki was mentioning, that it just seems, and I'm seeing this more, like density is starting to become a big focus of the state, to increase density, which has its impacts. And I hear this push for, we need to just put houses everywhere, but there's not enough conversations about addressing impacts. And all I heard was ambiguous responses as far as how to address those impacts. The reality is that that road is something that the county should be responsible for, and it sounds like we're not paying for it. So that puts us in a position that I need more clarity for sure on liability, right? What does that mean, that if the impacts increase and then there's issues, possible accident? So, you know, I just, my biggest recommendation is for the two parties to keep talking and come up with a solution. You know, good neighbors or good fences make good neighbors, right? There's got to be a level of sovereignty or respect for both parties, right? The need for farming to grow, but just the same for the impacts of the homes to be addressed, right? If they're paying for it, I don't think that's fair that the impacts increase and all we're hearing is maybe it's gonna get addressed. We don't know how it's gonna get addressed, but approve this now and we'll address it later. I've had enough things come before our board where those things aren't being addressed, right? We've kicked the can down the road. And that's part and parcel with the issues with housing developments as a whole, right? Hey, you need to increase housing now and we'll deal with the impacts later. And that's just becoming a bigger and bigger issue. So I just feel like there needs to be clear defining lines that are a lot less ambiguous, a lot clearer. What does that mean for the county taking over that responsibility of paying for that property if we do approve this? And, you know, with all due respect, subdivision or no subdivision, the laws of the state, I think, are getting more convoluted and confusing because when it comes down to it, the initial intent of these laws as it applies to subdivisions were more intent on a clear process, right? Respecting the element of even addressing nuisance, right? There's all these possible issues that are going to arise. And we can say yes, but we're not going to have clarity for sure today, I think, on those issues. We're actually possibly opening up a powder keg of issues because we didn't do our prudence today and just waited to address the issues tomorrow. So I would like to see this come back in a possible, some changed format where these issues are being addressed so that it allows the farm to succeed, but just the same, it addresses the impacts of the neighbors that are going to have these issues. Those are my honest sentiments, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Supervisor Dirks? Okay.
Sure. Thank you, Madam Chair. This is a tough one. First of all, I don't agree with some of the comments that were made earlier, as well as I don't agree with Supervisor Kuzmicki in regards to this being an end around or a loophole. This is residential rural zoning. We may or may not agree with the way the general plan is laid out, but the reality is that this application is consistent with the general plan. And furthermore, you know, we are an ag community, and there is no question a shortage of housing, and so on that basis, it's hard for me to say that this is something we shouldn't be seriously looking at. And I don't see this as an end around. Again, this is within the general plan, within the zoning. This is very specifically allowed for. Whether we as a board agree with that or not, that's something for us to look at maybe down the road. But again, this is allowed under the current conditions of the general plan. With that being said, I mean, there's no question that I can understand the concerns. I don't see this as a so-called farm labor camp. It's very specific to 3 families, 3 trailers. And as long as the county does due diligence and their due diligence and ensure that the applicants are following that, then it's not going to be a bunch of families crammed in each of these trailers. I am concerned about the 9 years. I think I would agree that 9 years to me, is not temporary. And again, I would suggest that there needs to be, I know it's been stated that it has to be an annual evaluation of the situation. Frankly, I would like to see, and I don't know whether this would be possible, I'd like to see if this were to be approved, to approve it for a 1-year period and then potentially extend it to the full 3 years and beyond, as if things are followed and in compliance. I'd also like to see, going to the road situation, if this were approved and 3 additional families are on this site, I believe then those 3 families, and I'm not clear on this, but those 3 families should be contributing toward maintenance of the road. So not just, in other words, one contribution that for that entire parcel, but 4 if you have 3, and that seems to me that would be fair. So again, I understand the concerns, but again, in my mind, this is something that's allowed under our general plan. As a community, we should be supportive of ag and our farm workers. And there's a situation we're talking about 3 families that are working both that property as well as additional property, and I think we should be supportive. However, we need to be very careful that that they do follow the requirements under the permit. And like I said, I for one would be more comfortable if it was a much shorter period of time, and then there's an opportunity for evaluation to see if it should be extended. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Dirks?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this issue is in my district, and so all of you out there, either for or against this issue, are my neighbors and are my constituents. So this is something that I've had to listen to different points of view. And as we can see, even up here, we have supervisors that are, looking at each of these issues, and all things are very valid. And I agree with all the supervisors who have spoken so far. For me, ag is a big deal in my district, and I grew up in Salinas, and I, spent some time also in Ferndale, and so this is a real issue for me and friends that I've had growing up as well, and I'm really committed to making sure that we have migrant housing, and I appreciate Supervisor Kosmicki wanting to bring this up, and I will definitely second that at the end of the day, so that we are taking a look at that very specifically, closely. Can we please get some clarification on the road? Because for me, it still isn't clear. Who is financially responsible for making those improvements? And at what point would they be able to put temporary housing on that property based on the road? Because from what, Mr. Kelly, from what I think I heard from you, they can't, it's a part of the condition use permit. So who's paying for that? Is that all of the neighbors, or is that them? What's going on there?
If now is the right time to answer that question,
please.
then that is something to be demonstrated before the housing may be lived in. It would be up to the applicant to show that it's been done. If it's not done, then the housing is not permitted.
So they have to pay for it.
Joel, can you go ahead, come get legal to chime in on that, please?
Okay, so the condition of approval includes a turnaround for emergency vehicles. That would be the responsibility of the applicant. It's on the applicant's property. The shared cost of the full length of Prater Way is shared between the property owners who all benefit from that. What the allocation between them is up to a private agreement. And if that were not resolved, then either the county or the court could assist the property owners in providing for the appropriate allocation of those costs.
So
provision of the civil code that deals with maintenance of a shared right-of-way, and that would apply in this case.
Okay, because we did hear from other other neighbors saying that perhaps in the future, they might want to subdivide, and so then whatever precedent is put forward, as Supervisor Tiffany recommended, you know, perhaps it's because there's more families living there, there's more of a shared cost, then they could do that if they had like an ADU or a junior ADU on that property. Would that, I mean, I guess it would depend on the agreement. Now we're speculating.
The accessory dwelling provisions of state law do not require additional infrastructure improvements. And that would apply anywhere in any single-family or residential area of the county or of either of the two cities. So accessory dwellings is a separate topic. Subdivision, minor subdivision, or lot splits, there's a provision under a new state law allowing for splits of residential lots. Only applies in a designated urban area, and we investigated whether or not that would apply to this area, and it does not. There's a map that's prepared by the Census Bureau that cuts across the property in question, and so it's not included in an urbanized area and would not be eligible for a future lot split under recent changes in state law. What could happen in 9 years is entirely speculative, but the process of having successive conditional use permits of 3 years each or 1 year to begin with and is a process that would allow for continuous monitoring and compliance and revocation of the permit so that it could not continue for 9 years if there was a violation of the conditions of approval.
Okay, thank you, Joel. I really appreciate that.
You're welcome.
Madam Chair,
I would like to
go ahead.
Say my say first. First of all, what I did is I spoke with both parties. I wanted to get both sides. I also took a drive out to the property because I wanted to see exactly who and how was going to be impacted. And I would agree that road is a poorly maintained road, and I think the bigger issue is for the county, and I would hope that my supervisor would support me, is that we bring this issue for the road specifically back to address and find out what exactly happened, because it sounds like it was deferred multiple times from other Board of Supervisors where the road was not taken care of and addressed. So I think we need to see how many other roads in the county might be in this situation. So that conversation aside, putting that aside, that the road is not an issue for this one, it is for those that live there, but it isn't for us in terms of deliberations. So I put myself in the shoes of the Amarals and seeing the change of what their view and their front property might look like in terms of the change, the view, and so forth. And I sympathize. I heard one of the public comments, saying about, NIMBYism and not in my backyard. And so I heard that also. But I also listened to all of my fellow supervisors, and you guys raised some really great concerns. I like the fact that we're going to be addressing the farm worker housing at the, on the HAC committee. I like the fact that Supervisor Hernandez would like to bring this back for a later vote, but I don't think we have the liberty to do that right now. I really appreciate what you said, Supervisor Tiffany, regarding the various concerns that you raised. And I think there might be two questions in front of us. One, are we going to approve it or not? And then if it gets approved, maybe looking at the time frame that you wanted to limit it to the 9 years. So I'm just kind of throwing that out there right now. But farming and farm workers, it's a conditional use permit that's allowed in the property. And as Ms. Salinas said, if we're looking at purely a legalistic standpoint, we have to say yes. If we're looking at an emotional aspect, then again, we have to look at the two sides and decide what side we want to fall on. And so I would support this to reverse the Planning Commission decision and then a separate vote to look at the timing in terms of the 9 years. Supervisor Hernandez wanted to make a comment, and then I'll come back to you. Yes. And so there's no motion on the table right now, okay? No motion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I'll just make some couple quick points, and I think Joel pretty much just clarified my honest sentiments that the reality is the ADU element's so new, it I would say disregards or disrespects our initial general plan, right? It didn't foresee that, right? So if basically what Joel said, right, correct me if I'm wrong, Joel, impacts are not part of the conversation, right, when it comes to ADUs. Even though impacts will increase, right, because that obviously means you're putting an ADU unit, there's more people going to be there, but there is no sentiment to respect, ultimately the impacts or address these impacts. So ultimately my point is it's further dividing our communities. It's just, at the end of the day, these state laws are doing nothing but it's trying to put a square peg in a round hole, and I think it's damaging I would love to see our communities work together on these issues. Personally, I'm not a big government guy. I would rather have the community solve these problems for themselves rather than us dictate to them what they have to do.
Would
ahead,
you like
Joel.
me to address that question? First of
Wasn't a
all,
question, it was a
the
statement.
issue of ADUs is not before you today. We are talking about a temporary use permit under an existing ordinance allowing an application for temporary use permits for agricultural workers, and that's of long standing.
Yeah,
It's
that's-
a local ordinance, not a state one.
It's irrelevent, Joel. Yeah, it's
I'm sorry,
irrelevant. My point is it still impacts. I'm hearing nothing but plethoras of just, you're giving me these high level, very, very legal statements that have nothing to do with addressing the issue that we have inside of our chambers. Has nothing to do with addressing it. It's just,
that's fine.
You're creating a lane where this is acceptable. I get it, and that's kind of the general sentiment from what I'm hearing. But my biggest issue is that I'm going to see that it's going to divide our neighbors, and that's what I don't want to see. And that's what I don't hear resolved here today.
And I don't think we're going to have a resolution that's going to make both sides happy, no matter what we decide.
If they work together, we can, Madam Chair.
Supervisor Dirks wanted to go ahead and comment.
So Supervisor Hernandez, you basically took the words right out of my mouth. We are neighbors, and we need to find a compromise that works for everyone. And so I really want us to not just throw the baby out with the bathwater on this. I think we really need to find a solution, if at all possible, and I want to make further effort in finding that solution. I've talked a lot in the last 6 months about community, and that means a lot to me. So I really do feel like we need to do something. Is there within the policies that we have in place? Supervisor Tiffany recommended maybe like a 1-year review to see. I also still have a question about the temporary piece of it and what is the long-term plan? I imagine what I think their long-term plan could be, but I'm speculating. Maybe the hope, they said they're doing the farm, they're trying to, have money to do more and grow more. I've said from the dais that I believe there should be growth in business in this county, and that includes our agricultural business as well as industrial. And so that it's really important to me. Do we have to approve 3 units? Can we approve 1? Can we approve 2? Where can we find some sort of compromise here? So that I don't want both parties to feel that they're, it needs to be a win-win. This is the art of negotiation, right? And we're a community. We need to be united. There's so much divisiveness that we have. I don't want this to be a dividing factor for our neighbors.
The board has wide discretion.
Well, then that's why I was going to say that it's really a multi-tiered vote in that, one, are we going to do it with the conditions, and then what are those conditions? So I think we probably should get a feel to see who's supportive of looking at it and adding conditions to it, because that would be the conversation.
Madam Chair, also just as a final, if we can, after after thorough conversation with the board, allow both sides to share a couple thoughts, just, because we threw out a lot of ideas. We're
One
obviously
party,
trying to simplify the
clarify
process.
too. I'm sorry, could I clarify?
Yes, hold on. If we're going to go ahead and go with Supervisor Hernandez's comment, then one comment from each side, just one. And I'm going to go ahead and designate the Amaral, since they were the ones that I spoke with, as the people to come up to counter. And then whether it be Rocio or Ms. Hall, whoever would like to address the counter as we deliberate. Go ahead.
Madam Chair, I'd like to also have the ability, depending on the comment from the applicant, to ask a few questions as well.
Yes.
That might help inform us on potential additional conditions.
And Madam Chair, just to throw out there some other potential conditions. One, limit it strictly to either 1 year or 3 years and cut it off there and no extensions. Two, because I don't know why we're doing the extensions if it's really temporary housing. And then two, I thought Valerie Eglin's point about the 3 septic systems was valid. Why do you need 3 septic systems? If this is all one family, I don't understand that unless you're planning at some point to use those properties for other tenants.
I think that was county requirement.
Yeah, well, the County Division of Environmental Health reviewed this, and other departments reviewed this for their own sort of technical understanding. On the matter of environmental health, the environmental health looked at this and considered it adequate and appropriate under the rules that they need to follow.
But it's not required. You're just saying it's
For-
adequate according to them.
Well, for 3 households, actually, this level of septic system is required. It does need adequate
Required?
septic capacity. Each household needs adequate septic capacity, and this is what is proposed to satisfy.
But could
that.
one septic tank satisfy the 3?
I could come back and find out. for you.
Okay. And then also, I think the idea of limiting it to 1 home as opposed to 3 homes, if we're going to go down that road, makes more sense to me than 3. I have a problem with that. Just throwing that out there. Thank you. I'm done.
Okay. So then, would we like to hear from?
Yeah. And the board does have the wide discretion about to have direct staff, to continue at direct staff to bring back answers to any questions that you have regarding the road, cost of road improvements, the septic issue. The board does have also discretion to reduce the number of houses that are approved. So if we get direction from the board, we'd recommend that you provide us direction, and then we'd bring back a revised resolution implementing whatever direction that the board wanted, or if you want us to do further work and bring that back to the board, that's acceptable as well.
So then there isn't an issue of timeliness where we have to decide today if we went the route of Supervisor Hernandez, give the opportunity to some sort of work through, heard from the 2 different parties, and then suggested a alternative, where it's not the 3 houses, it's not a no, it's not a yes, it's not the 3 houses, it's not the 9 years automatically, but we would be able to designate the terms.
Yeah, and I'll defer to Joel on the timeliness, but I think it's more important that the board gets the answer right, that the way that you would like it, instead of making a decision if you're not ready
I
to
would
make
love
that
to make
decision today.
both sides happy, is what I really would love to do, and I don't see that as being able to do it, but I want to entertain some suggestions.
I would
So-
love to have a meeting personally, Madam Chair, with both parties so I can get informed by them, because I have a feeling I'm missing something, and I'd like to be able to talk to them.
Well, I did my due diligence. Even though I was in Chicago, I talked to the parties. I'm just saying. So where did Joel go? So, sorry about that, couldn't see you there. So,
Today is the day for a hearing on the appeal. If the board wishes to consider a continuance of the hearing for further proceedings and more information, the board has discretion to do that, although I would ask for the applicant's consent to that continuance request.
We're still waiting to hear
yes,
from them also.
yes, we are, right. Okay, so then, can we hear then from the applicant? Abraham, did you have something you wanted to say? I'm sorry, Mr. Prado.
Madam Chair, members of the board, thank you. I just had some clarification, if I may, regarding the process for the evaluation, the yearly evaluation, if this is a proper time to address.
Oh,
or
please do, because we need all the facts
Sure.
before we can make a decision.
Sure,
Thank you.
very well. So I was contemplating a little bit with my colleague Ariel. We're looking at the code, and so for temporary use permits, essentially the evaluation of these to make sure that all of the requirements of the resolutions are being met are analyzed by the RMA, and it's mainly the responsibility of the director of the RMA. And it's evaluated, and if they're followed, then it can proceed. If the conditions are not followed, then we provide a compliance order to the applicant, basically indicating that they have certain amount of time to be able to address these issues and to address them to be compliant to the RMA standards and to the provisions that were approved by the board. If they are not met by the certain time that is provided, then the RMA director has the ability to revoke that use permit. The applicant does have the ability to appeal it to a hearing officer, and then the hearing officer will then provide the decision. At that point, the applicant can also appeal that decision to the Planning Commission, and if the Planning Commission also decides that that the temporary use permit should cease, then the applicant has one more time to apply for an appeal to the Board of Supervisors, and that would be the final determination. So that's for the clarification on the evaluation. Also, Supervisor Kuzmicki, you had a question earlier on in regards to precedents. So we had RMA staff. Great. We checked in with RMA staff in our office, and they were able to provide that there has been 6 temporary use permits for mobile homes in the past 3 years. So there has been some precedents. I cannot give you, unfortunately, information regarding monitoring of that, and we haven't had very close discussions on this since I've been recently aboard RMA, but my understanding is that there has been a lot of turnover on staff and also not enough staff, but thanks to the Board of Supervisors, we are now having more staff that are on board, and we are interviewing right now, and we should have more planners on board, and so that way we would be able to have a good solid team in regards to the responsibilities, especially for this aspect in regards to monitoring in a yearly basis, if that is the requirement of the board. And also supervisors, the fire chief was in attendance at the beginning via Zoom, but then he had to go to an inspection. He did inform us, though, that just like Joe indicated, that the fire requirements would be that there would be a turnaround, which it is provided as Engineer Anhel indicated, and that the mobile homes are sprinklered as well. So that would be part of the conditions for the requirement of the temporary mobile homes. And so, yeah, I just wanted to address the supervisors to inform you.
Just for clarity, the 6 is, do we know if that included like 3 on one site, or are we talking about 6 on 6 sites?
The 6, the information that was given to us was that it was 6 separate applications.
Sure, so 1 on each.
6 applications, you didn't
6 applications,
specify.
yeah, we don't.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so if
Okay,
there was
just
one on
curious.
each.
Thank
Sure.
you. Yep.
You're very welcome, Supervisor.
Just clarification further.
Yes.
My understanding is that, given that there's 7 acres, you're allowed to have one temporary housing or per acre. Is that correct? And so that's why 3 + 1, the 4, that's allowed. And you said there's 6 applications. It would depend, I guess, on the amount of acreage
Yes.
as to how many units I would gather.
Yes, and on this particular matter, Supervisor Tiffany, and discussing with Senior Planner Michael Kelly, the zoning would allow for, if allowed for a subdivision, would allow for 1 unit per acre, but then that would trigger the entire subdivision process and the improvements and so forth and so
And
forth.
we're not talking about a subdivision right
That is
now.
correct. That is correct.
But
Madam Chair.
but since this isn't a subdivision, it does allow for it's within the
Zoning rights.
the zoning for the 3.
That is correct. The zoning rights and the general plan policy that was provided by Senior Planner Michael Kelly of all the housing and goals for the farm worker housing. That is correct.
Are you? This may be a difficult question to answer, but given the turnover, and I understand the comments that were made by the public about concern about the county following through, I think that's a legitimate question that is raised. Do you feel confident that the county can in fact do the proper, whatever we decide, if we do decide to go forward, the proper inspections, compliance, addressing compliance issues. In other words, if this were to go forward, that the county will follow through and ensure that the applicants stay within, the restrictions of the use permit.
Thank you for that question, Supervisor Tiffany. In my 3 weeks here and meeting with Steve and meeting with Joel and meeting with Ariel and the team, Michael, we feel that right now we have a good team. We have interviewed for another planner. Currently, we have a senior planner, principal planner, and an assistant planner. We have thanks to the Board of Supervisors, the ability to hire 2 more planners. And so with that, we would be, I think, very well equipped to be able to monitor the provisions of the temporary use permits. And also, thankfully, we do have the ability to, thanks to you, have 1 more code enforcement on board, so we can have 2. And then also, thanks to you, we are in the process of hiring a second building inspector and also a building official. So I think that within the next few weeks, we will be at that capacity to where we would be able to have a more robust team to be able to monitor a little bit closer all of these items.
Okay. Can we hear from the parties then? Okay. So I'm not sure who would like to go first.
Thank you, everyone, for your comments. I think as a lot of the supervisors mentioned, specifically Supervisor Hernandez and Supervisor Dirks, right? We are all neighbors. We are all part of a neighborhood. And we're also, trying to do the right thing, right? We acknowledge the concerns that the neighbors brought up, right? We are also part of the community. We are also neighbors. I first would like to address the question about the septic tanks. It is a requirement per the Environmental Health Department. The other option to that is a larger septic tank that could ultimately have sufficient capacity for all the 3 mobile homes. So it is a requirement. We are just complying with it. I'd like to clear that up. Second thing would be, this is a 3-year permit. I know we've been talking about a 9-year permit, but this is a 3-year permit that needs to go through this process again to be able to be renewed twice more. So I just wanted to make sure that that's clear, right? If you guys approve this here today, it is a 3-year permit that you would be approving with an annual inspection, and it can be renewed up to 2 times, but that would have to go through this whole process again. Keeping in mind that we are still a farm and that the employees living in the properties are still employed, right? I have here a copy, and this was provided to the county, that shows our employees, 6 employees with my father and my brother on the roster. You can see here, I have it here for you available, so you can take a look at that. The other thing I'd like to mention is there was mention about the existing mobile home on the property. Yes, we didn't know that the process was going to take this long, honestly. We did, however, register it with the county, with the assessor's office. I have the paperwork here for it. The mobile home is registered with the assessor's office, and we have been paying taxes on it. So it's not like it's there illegally. We have done the paperwork for it. There's nobody living there. It's in 2 pieces, and we are going through the county process, the process that was put into place by all of us here and all the predecessors, right, to try to get their approvals legitimately, right? We ask that you help with the process. And the last thing I'd like to address here is this project is for 3 temporary mobile homes. However, we understand the neighborhood concerns about the road and the infrastructure. As such, we are willing to be flexible and to compromise, and we would consider an approval for 2 temporary mobile homes that would house ultimately my father and my brother. We would be okay with that, trying to make sure that we compromise and address for everybody. So again, thank you for your time. We really appreciate it, and we appreciate your support.
Yes, hold on, we might have some questions for you. Go ahead.
I'm sorry, did you have any objections if the board decided to continue it to a later date?
No, we do not have any objections to continuous.
Thank you, Madam Chair. A couple follow-up questions. And I know that maybe I don't know how this would be enforced, but would you be willing to voluntarily contribute toward the road proportionate to the number of houses you have, whether it be the 3+1 or the 2+1, in terms of the maintenance of the road?
Sure. Thank you, Supervisor Tiffany, for your question. The way it works right now is we have a neighborhood association, so the contribution is $100 annually per each of the properties. We would be willing to ultimately, right, if all the neighbors got together and said, there's a lot of houses on there that have, or a lot of properties, that have 1 or 2 or maybe 3 houses, right? So I think we can certainly do that, right? If we're gonna do it per house, then we determine, right, if this property has 1 house, this property has 4 or 3, whatever the number may be, then we can contribute proportionately. We would be okay with that.
And then another question, I know this has been raised by some of the people opposing this, the implication being that, and I've talked to both sides as well, that this is kind of an end around to make money on these. Now, again, under the ordinance, my understanding is there's no requirement for it to be so-called affordable housing, but can you, at least voluntarily let us know kind of what you have in mind in terms of the rent? Are you looking to make a profit on the rent? Maybe speak to that a little bit.
Sure. Thank you. I appreciate the question. So ultimately, this is a family, right? So we are not interested in making a profit. So it will only include basically the cost to cover the utilities and the services. That would be the extent of it.
Okay. And then my last question, I know you said this is for a 3-year permit.
Yes.
With an inspection after 1 year. What would and I don't even know whether this could be conditioned this way, what would your feeling be if we were to approve less than a 3-year period, and that, you have to go through this process after 1 year, after 2 years, instead of 3 years? I'm just curious your thoughts about that.
Sure. I think that's a valid question. I think honestly from a cost-benefit perspective, right? We are talking, you're putting in a new septic, you're putting in a new home, right? I don't know that it would be beneficial to do it for 1 year, right? The cost that you would be doing for then taking everything away, I don't think it would be beneficial, and it would be a hardship, right, to be able to do that, right? You put something in for 1 year, and then you have to take it out, right? I think that's why the law is noted as is, right, for 3 years, which I think 3 years, apologies for that. 3 years is a feasible and reasonable period of time, right? Where you have 3 years, so you have an annual inspection every single year, again, proving that you're still a farm, that the employees are still employed at the farm, right? And then after that, after the 3 years, you would still go through this process, right? So I think 3 years is reasonable. 1 year, unfortunately, I don't think, to try to put everything in there and take it out, I don't think it would be feasible.
But it would be your understanding that there would be even if we approved it for 3 years, it would be an annual inspection. So if you were not in compliance, you potentially would lose that permit after a year.
That is correct.
2 years.
Yes, we understand that, but we are planning to be in compliance.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you.
Did you have a question? Betsy, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I have a question, and it regards some comments that I made prior to this as well. Since it is a temporary use permit, what are your long-term plans? I mean, I'm asking you to kind of like look into a crystal ball, I suppose, but all of us kind of plan, things out. So what do you guys have planned?
Sure. I think in the short term, right, we're looking to get this approved for the 3-year period, right? Obviously, if there is an opportunity to do the renewal and go through the process again to get this renewed once, we can certainly do so. Depending, obviously, we like our farm, right? It's our family business. It's our livelihood of our family. We are trying to grow our business. Subdivision is not something that we're considering at this point, just because we want to keep the property to be able to continue farming, right? If you're splitting the property, then that doesn't allow you that capability to continue to farm. So the plan is to continue to lease a bigger area to continue to farm there. And then hopefully by then, right, we're able to afford another property to live there.
Madam Chair, quick question. Would you be willing to agree to remove the possibility for a renewal after 3 years? It's 3 years, that's it?
Well, I think if we're following the general plan, the ordinances, and the zoning, if we're meeting all the requirements, right, there's no reason why we shouldn't be, why we would or should be prevented from reapplying, right?
Would you be willing for that to be part of an agreement?
I don't think so, no, because if we're meeting the requirements, then we should be allowed, right, as per written general plan.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
Yeah, and it's more of a comment, and I understand your sentiments, Supervisor Kozmic, but it's a business, yeah, and so as a business, they want to be as successful as they can, which they want to be there as long as they can to be profitable and to manage their business. So I'm not so worried about the 3-year extension. Obviously, it's incumbent upon us as a county to, at that point, make sure that we're doing the inspections, which is part of the issue with addressing the staffing, which, you know, from what Abraham mentioned, is we're trying to get to the staffing levels that we need to be able to address the inspections. At the end of the day, it just gets back to the reality. I believe that this solution needs to be solved by our community, not by us, because we're going to end up putting ourselves in a position where resource management is going to get tougher and tougher as costs and inflation. We're dealing with a lot of impacts because of the different things. Bottom line is I would like to see this continuance and us to resolve this issue as a community rather than us dictate the rules. I think we might get good information about how to apply this so that both parties are satisfied. That's my honest recommendation, Madam Chair.
Okay. Okay, so thank you. We'll go ahead and hear from Mr. Amaral then.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. After talking with everybody over there, those are the majority of our road neighbors. What we would like to see is our road taken care of. I would like to see our road paved. In order to do that, I have to tell you that we're going to have to fix the water lines. They asked me not to say that, but I just don't see any other way is if we fix our water lines, pave the road. And we would agree to one mobile home, the one that is on there with the new permits to it already. It's the green one, and then the permanent one, giving them a total of 2 mobile homes. We want their farm to make it. We want their business to thrive. And it is not their sole income. I mean, Rosia works for an IT firm, and good for her. But I don't want to paint the picture that they are solely dependent on this this organic farm. But we want it. We like to look at it. We really do. What we don't like to look at is 3 mobile homes and perk ponds. For good business, I would say you need more land to grow so you can have more produce, so you can go sell it and make more money. But by putting 3 mobile homes on, you cut your land use down to 2 acres. I don't know how that could be cost productive. That's the most terrible business plan I ever heard. Having said that, we would agree if you wanted to pave the road and add 1 more mobile home, and we would shoot for a 1-year permit and see how it goes. That would be 2 total mobile homes, and go from there. I want to tell you that I appreciate everything you guys are doing, and you're trying to make this a community thing, some sort of compromise. We all live together. I really like the family. I do. I don't like what they're doing because I don't think it's cost effective for anybody on the properties to have that much traffic and disruption in their lives. But I think they've been managing quite well the way it is personally, and they've been getting it done, and good for them. So 3 mobile homes doesn't really seem necessary in our views only. So you have our stand on it.
Okay, so hold one moment. Let's see if we have any questions from the supervisors. Go ahead, Supervisor Tiffany.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you and I appreciate your willingness to try to compromise to work out a solution on both sides. Just to be absolutely clear, when you said 2 mobile homes, you're talking about the one that's already on there that's split, that's really, but you are talking about 2 mobile homes as opposed to 3.
We're not talking about, you know what, and they told me to say it a certain way, and I deviated off of it.
I want to be
Sorry.
clear.
I am not a good public speaker.
So go ahead and reiterate what they told you to say.
Here's the gist of it, and thank you for not laughing too loud. We have an existing mobile home already, Bud Vanetti's home, and the other one that was brought on, that's the second one. So at the end of the day, on that piece of property, there would be a total of 2. One, the existing, and 1 new one, and that's it. Does that make sense now?
So if I'm clear, then 1 additional one as opposed to 3 additional ones.
Yes, sir.
And the applicant said you would be willing to look at 2 additional ones instead of 3. So there's a little bit of we're moving in the right direction,
Yes,
but there's a
yes, we
difference there. Okay, thank you. Just wanted to clarify that.
Okay.
Anyone else? Okay.
Mr. Kelly, I have a clarifying question. Who's living in the existing mobile home unit that is occupied?
The existing, well, what I know of what's on the site is the permanent house that's there and 1 parked temporary mobile home that's not in use. So
Can we ask the applicant who's living there currently? Because I know that was a question that was raised. Can you, for the record, because everything's recorded, sorry.
So currently, it's my brother, his wife, his kids, and myself are sharing the existing home. That's why the request to have another home for my brother and his family so they can have their space, and then for my father and my mom that are going to live in the other one.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Go ahead, continue.
So we're talking, I'm not going to talk about the children because they can't drive, but so we're talking about how many adults on the property if we do approve the 2 mobile homes?
Yes, so since my brother, his wife, and myself are currently living there, so that's already 3. So you're not going to bring in any more, right? We're just going to be split into 2 homes. That's all it's going to be. So you're bringing in 2 more drivers, my mom and my dad. That would be it.
Okay.
And my mom and my dad work at the farm, so they drive into the property already. So instead of coming in to the property to work and then go back home, then they're going to be, there. Obviously, they're going to go if they need to go out for shopping or whatever and come back. But ultimately, it can offset the traffic.
And then you do lease the 12 acres off of Fairview as well?
That is correct. We're currently leasing the 12-acre property there.
Okay, thank you for that clarification.
While you're standing up there, clarification, because I've heard back and forth with whether it be 3 or 2 or 1 for that matter, but how many acres would you be farming the way you've got it laid out? I've heard 2 acres, and I've heard 4 acres, 5 acres. What do you based on the layout, what are you saying you should be able to farm?
Yes, so based on the layout of the plans and as they have been submitted to the county, we worked with Ann Hall to ultimately minimize, right, the space that's taken over by the actual homes, right? Because our main business is farming. Right, so if you look at the plan, Michael, I don't know if you can bring it up for everybody, but if you really look at it, it gives you 5 acres to continue to farm at that property. So the homes, including the existing home, is only taking up 2 acres. We still have 5 acres to farm. If you take a look at all around, we can still farm 5 acres, plus the additional 12 acres we have on Fairview Road.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Okay. So we can finish with questions from both parties? Okay. Mr. Amaral, you wanted to make a comment?
I would just like to comment that, being across the street, I see who comes and goes quite a bit. And I'm retired, so I'm there a lot. I don't believe Rosia lives on the property. She has an address off Southside Road and a home on Live Oak. So for her to say that they're occupying, I don't think is truthful, that they're living there with everybody.
Can you respond to that? Because that causes me some concerns.
No, we do live there. We moved in about a year and a half ago. Obviously, a lot of the neighbors can attest to that. We do have a mailing address. My brother has his mailing address at 1740 Santana Road. We also have a P.O. box. We get most of our mail there. And to clarify, the Live Oak address is my parents'. So that used to be my old address. I used to live with my parents when I moved back from San Jose.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
All right. Thank you, both of you.
Thank you.
All right, so we'll bring it back to the board. There's a few ideas and suggestions on the table. What is the will of the board?
I'll make a recommendation for continuance. It sounds like we're heading in the right direction. Finalizing kind of the I would say the details by basically advisory from the two parties, right? So we'd have a final decision.
I agree with that. Can I second it then?
Yes.
Okay. But I want to make one comment.
Go, it's, you,
okay.
You have
Was asking
you
for
have the floor.
clarification.
Yeah.
What is the ask, Barbara? I would
Don't
say
have
to
a
the
date and
next
time?
board meeting.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
That way we don't have to renotice. So that would be, what was it, May 10th
So
at 9 a.m.?
yeah, recommendation for a continuance for the next. What is the date?
So is this a continuance of the hearing or just to
The
bring
public
the item?
hearing. Yeah, it'll be the public
May
hearing.
10th.
Right.
9 a.m.
Madam
May
Chair, for
10th, 9 a.m.
clarification.
Can I ask a question? Do we need to give you, I know there's several things you're gonna look at, but do we need to give you further guidance? Because as far as what's gonna come back to us, because what I'm hearing is that, there's a couple of things. One is potentially looking at, instead of 3 mobile homes, 2 mobile homes, or possibly 1 mobile home, although, so there would have to be a decision made there. I'm also hearing that it's not realistic, and I can appreciate this, that from a business standpoint, cost standpoint, doesn't make sense to have this a 1-year permit.
Right.
I think that for us to realistically look at this, it's gonna have to be a 3-year permit, potentially extensions, extending or not, but then the annual inspection. But anyway, that's my thought. I don't think it's gonna do us any good to come back and just look at 1 year, because that's probably not realistic.
And I just want to make a comment. I understand that this is about a hearing about a conditional use permit. However, the road issue has been brought up and kind of brought into the issue. And I think it can help us solve some of this and get both parties in the same place. So I'd like to see the road issue addressed as well.
And that
Is
was
that
my
possible?
clarifying too. Who's going to pay for the road? I mean, we're talking about repaving
Yes.
the road, right? Not just paying $100 a year, which is nothing. Paving a road is very expensive, I got to
Very.
tell you. So if you're willing to pay for the road, that's, that's something that really needs to be considered. I think that's what probably really needs to happen here. They talked about.
But that road agreement does not pertain to this item that we're looking at right now. It's a significant issue for me, but I'm not expecting the appellants to solve that problem. It's an ongoing one, and I think we as a county have to bring it back and have a
That's what I'm
conversation
saying.
to
It's
see
not,
how many.
it's not our road though,
No,
so why would we?
Well, it's been deeded to us, whether we accept it or not.
No, they have to pay for it. It's a private.
That's why we need to have the conversations, and we need to see what the county understands,
So
what
now we're
legally we're
talking about the
responsible.
county paying for the road, or?
Oh, no.
Oh, okay.
No, I want a full.
should.
No, I want a full understanding of how. Well, hold on, we're diverging
Yeah,
here.
we're diverging
The road
big
is a
time.
whole nother issue, but we still have to look at it because there's I'm sure there's other situations in the county that are similar to this. And so I just don't want to be another supervisor that kicks it down the road for another supervisor
Give it a
board to have
date
to deal
certain.
with. And in 3 years, potentially, we may not all be sitting here. It might be 5 different people sitting up here. And so I don't want to kick it down to another board in 3 years. I want to make sure it's addressed already. So going back to what's coming back on the agenda for May 10th. So can you clarify what we're doing so that we're all on the same page? Because we all have differing opinions of what it should look like when it comes back to us.
Perhaps discussing with both parties.
Yes.
Discussing with both parties some sort of compromise on the number of homes that would be provided.
So it sounds like 3 mobile homes is not in the discussion. It's 1 or 2 at this point. Is that a consensus? Not 3 mobile homes, but maybe 1 or 2?
It's one less for sure.
Yeah,
Oh,
because there's the one existing.
well, we're not even talking about the existing one. I'm just talking about the permit right now is for 3 mobile homes to be erected.
I think
There
we're getting
is-
to the weeds.
Hold on, there is one that's in pieces that's there at the site, and that would be one of the 3. So I'm not even talking about the pieces or the one that's illegally sitting there. I'm just saying about what we are talking about granting. And I'm talking about existing, just what are we granting? It sounds like we don't want to give 3 because that would not be great for the neighborhood. It sounds like Supervisor Krasmicki wants to grant 1. There's a possibility of granting 2. I'm in favor of granting 2. So when you bring it back to us, Barbara, can you give us the choices of 1 mobile home versus 2 mobile homes coming back to us? And then we had a discussion here about the duration. I personally think 3 years at a minimum. What's the consensus for the 3 years at a minimum? So at least 3 years at a minimum. I know Supervisor Kosmicki wanted to talk about ending it at the end of the first 3 years. Is that something that we can do looking at the county code? Or does the appellant automatically have that entitlement to extend it? And again, that has to be approved in 3 years. But I don't want to do anything that's going to violate the law or policy on our behalf.
Okay.
So whatever you have to do to bring that back to us.
And then discussion of the road. So, okay,
Yes.
I think that those are some major, main points that we can
Can we
work
get all
on.
the concerns?
Yeah, and Madam Chair, I think realistically, the road has to be a separate issue.
Yes.
Because I don't think, as we know, roads are such a huge problem in our county, but I do think we would like to hear as a board what would be involved in dealing with that road. I know there's ways to deal with it. A chip seal as opposed to, just full repaving. I'm assuming that Mr. Amaral was thinking in terms of the county paying for the road. No? You would be paying for the road? No, sir. So you were thinking in terms of the county paying for the road?
No.
Correct?
Yeah.
Okay, well, at any rate, but not the entire neighborhood paying for the road. Okay. But anyway, we'd like to hear what's involved with the road, but I frankly think that's gonna have to be a separate issue.
Yes.
Separate issue for us to look at.
It does have to be. I've heard there's 2 addresses for people. It's a safety issue for me as well, in getting people there. And so it's really bizarre. And quite frankly, we need to get that worked out. If nothing else happens out of this, we need to get their addresses to work correctly. I'm sure Amazon has a problem as well. Okay.
Yes, okay. All right. So then you have the direction and we're
Right, we need a motion. I think it was already motion and second, but let me
Haven't
confirm.
voted yet?
And
All
did we vote on that?
So
Let me
we'll
make
just-
sure. Do you have a motion and a second?
Okay, so let's go ahead. We had our deliberation, so all in favor of that motion, say aye.
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 Those
Aye.
opposed? You have a 5-0 on that. Okay, thank you. All right. Now, I'm looking at the timeliness. It's almost lunchtime, but we needed to get a couple of items done before lunch, so
It's not gonna happen.
we're not gonna hear 5, so let's go ahead and go to item 4.
Item 4.
Item 4, let's go to
Madam
item
Chair.
4,
Yeah.
and then we'll backtrack item 3, if there's time. Thank you all for,
Joel?
I would imagine that county council, would you set up some sort of meeting so we can hear from the parties that the neighbors are asking for that conversation?
Okay.
Yeah, okay.
Yes. Yeah. RMA can set that
Okay,
up.
so RMA will set it up, okay?
Are you okay with me just running out?
Oh, you gotta do what you gotta do. Here.
All right, Madam Chair, in light of timing, I know we have a few items that we really gotta be
get to as soon as possible. I'd like to invite up Michelle Rubalcaba with Nelson Merksimer. She's
This is
a
the first time we're seeing you in person. Hello.
senior counsel, and she'll be providing an update. We were planning to have an update during the special meeting, and she's able to come today in person and present the item to your board. So we'll discuss lobbying, kind of where we're standing with financially, what we're looking at on our ask. So, Michelle?
Great. Thank you so much.
You know, Madam Chair, can we ask for everyone to excuse?
So for those of you who have already, your issue has been heard, can you go ahead and talk in the lobby? Supervisor Hernandez? Sorry about that. Okay, go ahead.
Thank you so much. Good morning, supervisors. It's a pleasure to be with you today. My name is Michelle Rubalcaba. I am senior counsel at Nielsen Merksimer, and I am your legislative advocate in Sacramento, California. It is my honor to represent the county before the California State Legislature. I have a quick presentation that I kind of want to roll through. I don't want to spend too much time on it. I really would like to have a conversation and discussion with you on priorities and what I'm doing in Sacramento on behalf of the county. But just to kind of set up the framework, I am your state advocate, so I know obviously federal law impacts a lot on what the county does, but that is not my jurisdiction. If there are federal laws or federal programs, that's not me, that's someone else. But anything having to do with the state of California, and even in some respects, if there is collaboration between the federal and state government, then that would still be me as well. Just a quick makeup of our California legislature. As you know, we have 120 members, 40 in the Senate, 80 in the Assembly. Right now, we are currently represented by Senator Ana Caballero in Senate District 12, and then Assembly Member Robert Rivas. As all of you have read, I'm sure the California redistricting process concluded earlier this year, created a little bit of chaos with some of the sitting elected members. And so moving forward, we will be represented by Senator John Laird, and no longer Senator Ana Caballero. A general overview of the legislative process. Obviously, one of my key tasks for you is to monitor legislation and how it may impact the county, and to engage senators and assembly members to bring the county's voice to Sacramento when we want to either amend a bill, support a bill, oppose a bill. They start off the process, both houses, the Senate and the Assembly, will have Senate bills and Assembly bills. They do the exact same process on a parallel track, and then they meet in the middle and then do it all over again in a second house. Really quick, this is, I'm sure if you've ever gone to Sacramento, it's a diagram that we show of the process. It's a little bit convoluted, but it is very cyclical. Again, the California legislative process runs on a 2-year cycle. We are finishing up the second year of our session, and so the session will end at the end of August, and in 2023 we will begin a brand new legislative cycle. So all bills that do not make it out of the legislature this year are dead. They're gone. We don't have to deal with them next year unless they're reintroduced.
Do they have to?
So I think that it is August 31st, but I can double check with you. I know that the first House deadline, so all Senate bills have to be out of the Senate by May 7th. All Assembly bills have to be out of the Assembly by May 7th. And then we keep the process going through the summer. They have about a month break in July. They call it the summer recess. And then we come back in the middle of July and go through August. So we're in about the middle of the process right now.
Got it.
County of San Benito positions on state legislation. I do work very closely with Ray and his staff, and I do want to commend Ray and his staff. They've been very, very open and available to me. We have open dialogue quite frequently. We are looking to create, and this is something that perhaps your feedback would be appreciated here, creating a like a legislative committee, so that there is a lead person on legislation that I could speak to about, a bill was amended, what do we think, having someone be my point person that then kind of feeds that information to specific department heads to get the subject matter expertise that we would need to inform the advocate. Part of my tasks for you also is to engage in the California state budget process. This is one of those key things on trying to make sure that we can always be at the table for when there are funds that are being distributed to counties and regions. So to have a voice at the table that specifically represents San Benito County is also one of my key tasks in Sacramento. The budget bill is kind of a different bill. It kind of gets going, and this is typically, it usually gets going around, March and goes through the end of June 15th is when it needs to be adopted. Because of COVID, there have been a lot of early actions taken on the budget cycle that it was not usual. This year, we also had some early actions from the governor on homelessness, COVID response still. So that's not typical of the process. Usually the budget process gets going later than the legislative process and ends much earlier than the legislative process.
Madam Chair, so for clarity, Michelle, and is that because of the state of emergency, the executive orders basically bypassing the typical budget process?
Right, so within the governor's discretion, he's able to execute on the budget in what he's calling early actions. But the typical process is you have the governor's Jan 10 budget bill, which is a proposal of the state budget. And then that goes through the subcommittee budget processes. So there's like between 4 and 6 subcommittees, and they break them out into different policy committees, and they vet the governor's proposed budget. Then in May, when we have all of our tax receipts in, the governor's office produces what's called the May revise, and that needs to come out by May 15th. And that is a more accurate fiscal representation of the state's finances. And then the Assembly Committee and the Senate Committee come together, what's called Conference Committee, and they kind of hash out like what the Senate budget priorities are going to be, what the Assembly priorities are going to be, and they give one bill back to the governor. So it's kind of a negotiation of sorts.
That's really good stuff. I can't type that fast.
Oh,
so
yeah.
I don't know if we can maybe get that for the record through an email. I don't care, but that was really good information you just shared.
Absolutely. If Ray just sends me a quick email right now, so it's in my inbox, it just says budget memo, I will get that to his team.
Please, thank you.
I just went through this right now, the typical budget timeline with the Jan 10 and ending with the May revision. And the policy committee's San Benito update. Okay, so in 2021, we were able to secure $750,000 for the Riverview Regional Park. That was in collaboration with Assemblymember Robert Rivas. We worked very well with his office. He's had some transition in his office. Back then, there was a gentleman by the name of Spencer Jones who was his chief of staff. Steve O'Mara is his new chief of staff, and so we've engaged Steve. For 2022, we worked with Ray, and I came and spent the whole day here a few months ago, and I met with all of the key department heads, and we talked about priorities and where, maybe some budget asks might be helpful. So we did submit some budget requests to Senator Ana Caballero and to Assemblymember Robert Rivas. We also submitted a request to Senator John Laird. And this was kind of strategic. So Senator Caballero, because of redistricting, will no longer be representing San Benito County. She is going to have a new district, and so she's focusing on making sure that her new constituents get to know her. Senator John Laird is doing the same. So he's excited to be representing San Benito County. He wants to work with us, and so for this budget cycle, we're going to be working with Assemblymember Robert Rivas and Senator John Laird on our requests. And so we have 2 simultaneous requests that go through the budget process, and the hope is that one of them, if not both of them, make it to the end to the conference committee, and we have 3 specific park requests in those letters. The other thing that I do is I engage on legislation that could impact the county operations. And so some of these bills are just on, and we can send this slide deck to you, all of you. I sent it to the team, and so if you want this so that you can have
Yes,
it and
thank you.
read it,
Yeah.
I think that that will be helpful so that we don't spend too much time on this. But these are bills that, for instance, AB 1953, a lot of these positions are taken in tandem and in consideration with CSAC and RCRC. I work very closely with both of those statewide associations to make sure that we are aligned. There will be situations, and this is not unusual, where the County of San Benito will take a different position from one of those statewide associations if it directly impacts our region and our county operations. Right now, some of these, just so that you can see, having to do with Assemblymember Manshine, he's wanting to make sure that all publicly owned buildings put in an accessible water refill station. That doesn't make sense for everybody. You know, it doesn't take it. It's kind of, we do engage on one size fits all kind of legislation. We, as the County of San Benito, are trying to make sure that everyone in Sacramento understands that the one size fits all legislation does not work for everybody. We are in a very unique position. Our resources are limited. Our constituencies are different. And so when you try and put kind of this, you know, across all boards type of legislation, it doesn't work for anybody. So that's kind of the conversations that I have a lot on your behalf. Some of these also, for instance, have to do with liability and making sure that we don't increase our liability. Assemblymember Holden is trying to increase oversight over daycare camps and putting that onus on counties. It is not the best place to put that onus, and we are having very vigorous conversations with Assemblymember Holden, understanding that he's wanting to protect children, and we agree with that policy, but not the way he's trying to implement it. And so having conversations on potential amendments are ongoing on that particular bill. That was just a very small example of what I do. I really was hoping that being here in person, I do enjoy, you know, zooming in every now and then, but to have you guys face to face to kind of discuss as we're going forward in 2022, we're almost halfway done, right? But looking forward to 2023 and beyond, where as your advocate would you like me to prioritize my time? Obviously, there are over 2,000 bills in the Assembly, and not all of them impact the county, but hundreds and hundreds do. So there does need to be a prioritization of where I should be spending my time and resources. And so to have that conversation, and I passed around my business card, it has my email and it has my cell phone number. I am always available to you if you hear something when you're out in your district, or if you're talking to a department head, if you want to have a conversation about, hey, there's this problem that cropped up. Is there a state law that references this? Should there be a state law that references this? I know that as part of this item, there is moving forward a 2023 potential sponsored legislation that we want to look at. And I think that those kind of conversations are very useful with enough lead time for me to go and have, you know, and to get myself up to speed on particular issues. So I'm here for questions and comments that you may have for me. I will typically, it is unusual for me to be here this time of year. I'm in what's called the legislative, you know, storm. There's meetings happening left and right. Typically, when I will come and be before you will be at the end of session. So like around November, I will do a wrap up of what happened in the legislative session and in the budget and what we were able to secure. And we'll talk about it looking backwards. And then we'll also set up for 2023 and looking forward. So I will come back again in November, and that will be my normal kind of time frame that I will come. But because we kind of got going with COVID and everything, I wanted to make sure I made a trip down.
Madam Chair, yeah,
Supervisor Tiffany has a comment too, but you
go ahead. I'll let Bob go first.
And I'm going to be taking notes, so
Before
if
Beauty,
I'm looking
sorry.
down, it's because
Thanks,
I'm taking
Peter.
notes.
A couple questions. So Michelle, I know that we as a county sent a letter to Assembly Member Rivas's and Senator Caballero's office recently, a couple months ago, that laid out our ask, big ask. I gather that that's part of what you've been, it got into county facilities, certainly the library, homeless, parks. I think those were the three areas in particular. So I'm assuming that those are part of the marching orders that you have. And so I'm curious, where we might stand on that. And then just coinciding with that, I'm heading up this evening up to an RCRC meeting, and I know RCRC is constantly working with rural counties to ensure that it's everyone's concern is there's so much money out there, but we're going to miss out. That's what every county's worried about, and RCRC I know is working to try to prevent that from happening. How do you work in concert with whether it be RCRC or maybe CSAC? And we just want money.
Right. No, I agree with you, and I appreciate your comment. And I do want to manage expectations today. So there is a stated $70 billion surplus. Now, when you say that number, it seems just ridiculous to be able to, that it's a surplus, first of all, right? But I know that CSAC and RCRC continue to say, like, hey, let's make sure we're at the table, and we absolutely have to be at the table, and we are at the table. However, what I want to manage is Governor Newsom has a lot of ideas on how he wants to spend that $70 billion. So $70 billion is not available to be distributed statewide. It's going to be taken up a lot by some of his projects like care courts and homelessness and room key and all of those things. What I know for a fact, and this comes straight from the legislators, is, for instance, the Senate has, through leadership, told every single senator, you are going to get 4 asks, and those 4 asks will total no more than $35 million. So each senator has $35 million as a blank check. They have to then prioritize all the asks that they're getting from their cities and their counties and their school districts, and they have to prioritize. Now, I do know some senators that are being very creative. So they're saying, I have a park request that totals $10 million. And in that, there's maybe like 4 or 5 parks, right, from different cities that are like a $1 million, $2 million ask. But it's a park ask. So all the money's going to go to parks, but it'll go to like 4 or 5 different asks. Then they'll have, like an infrastructure ask, and that'll be another like $10 million, and it will be like different infrastructure projects, right? So they're trying to be creative in how they pull the money. But I want you all to understand $70 billion is not open for everybody. So it is limited. They are capped. They are being responsible. The Assembly is very similar. I don't know what the cap is in the Assembly. I've asked around and no one will tell me. But I'm assuming it's going to be maybe a little bit less than 35 because their districts are smaller. So if the Senate has a 35 million, the Assembly cap is going to be a little bit smaller than that. But I do know that Assembly members are kind of taking the same tact as the senators, where they're trying to be creative with the money that they have. So because of that, some of our initial asks, when we were, right in January, when we were seeing these huge numbers, some of our asks were very, very large. And they would have taken one senator's full pot of money. So that wasn't going to work, right? They want to help us, but they're not going to give one constituency all of their budget allocation. So then we took a second look at our request, and we kind of honed it down to these 3 specific park asks that all range between like $3 and $9 million. So I think that we are in a better position for that to be allocated than some of our larger asks. How I work with RCRC and CSAC is that I give them a copy of our letter and I tell them, this is where San Benito is, and if we can get regional support for that, or if we can get your statewide support for what we're asking for, then help us write a letter to support our ask. So that's how I work with those statewide associations.
So just follow up, you mentioned the parks. Is that where the focus is right now for for San Benito County, the parks as opposed to, let's say, the homeless or the library, for example?
Yes, the tiny homes and the public library ask were of such a large amount that other members were not comfortable moving them because it would take too much of a percentage of what's allocated to them.
So you're trying to focus on where you think we actually have a chance to get some money. And just, you mentioned this already, but given the fact that we're in this transitionary period, and for senators, you're working really with Senator Laird as opposed to Senator Caballero on these asks, because he's the one that's going to be focused on San Benito County, not Senator Caballero any longer.
Right. Senator Caballero is looking forward to her new district, and as is Senator Laird, which means that we are now within Senator Laird's. He wants to be helpful to us. He wants to ingratiate himself with our constituencies. He wants to be able to go into his election saying, look what I did for San Benito County.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. And I first wanted to thank Ray and staff for bringing this, for getting Michelle on board. I know in the beginning, or for a while, it's been kind of testy with trying to consider someone that would advocate for us at the state. But I think it's been well spent, and I love the fact that Michelle challenged us and said, test me, and I'll prove to you I can get things done. So I think it's amazing what I'm hearing. I do agree that it's a good idea to have some kind of a legislative committee. I think, I personally don't think necessarily me or Bob should be on it, just because we're not going to be here. I think it opens up the door for the other three to get involved. But anyways, when it comes to the ask, so you said the $70 billion surplus required to, is that required to be spent by the governor? Like, basically, this is extra money that has to go back to the state as a whole?
So that's the current surplus, and we'll have the real number in May, right? So like in a couple of weeks, the May revise is going to come out with what the actual money is, and it will be in that sphere. We are going to hit what's called the GAN limit. This is like this archaic rule, and I've been trying to drill down and really understand it because it does impact a lot of my clients. And basically what happens is there is so much money in the state budget that they cannot spend. They have to kind of spend down, and the only two options for the state of California will be for education, give back like Prop 98, or infrastructure projects. So a portion of that will have to be spent either on education or infrastructure projects. That decision is made by the legislature. Now, as San Benito County, I know the infrastructure is very important to us.
Yes.
And so where our support will lie will be in telling our legislative delegates, if you're making a decision, our preference is for infrastructure projects. And that's going to be considered, right? They'll have other constituencies, maybe telling them to do education, but that decision has not been made yet. I am moderating those conversations. I am engaging on those conversations on behalf of the county. And once a decision has been made, I will relay that back to you.
Yeah. Thank you. So, and it just brought up a good point. I mean, that's why we need an advocate, but it just makes me think, I mean, to a certain extent, part of your job is getting into the heads of these legislators to understand their sentiment, right? What's driving them, and even just the philosophy. I know, I was definitely, it was eye-opening sitting on the Mobility Partnership Committee, which is a regional committee, right? It involves Santa Clara, and part of the sentiment was from the legislature was that, technically having more cars on the road, as an example, is not good for climate change, right, as they stated. So therefore, we're not necessarily prioritizing fixing roads, right? And that in and of itself is counterintuitive to us as a community, because roads, especially the widening of 25, creates opportunities for commercial development, which is revenue generation, which ultimately helps us be able to address other resource management issues. So my point is how are we going to get to the place where there's going to be a priority on small rural counties like ours that are, and I get it, ultimately the politics requires them to consider the bigger population centers, because that's where their voters are, right? That's the accountability component. Small rural communities, I feel like by default, are in a tougher position to try to get that ask to really prioritize in our community.
And I think that that's a great comment, and I love the self-awareness of that. And that's where RCRC and CSAC come in, right? Like, you have to kind of band your voice together with like-minded counties, because what happens is LA County is the big elephant in every single room that it walks into. It comes with over 20 legislative members, right? We have 2 legislative members. They have 20 votes, we have 2 votes. They suck up all the air in any room. So in order to combat kind of that big county, small county mentality, you have to coalesce and you have to build coalitions with like-minded counties and other community organizations, right? They care, ultimately, they will care about smaller counties when we can kind of lift our voice up together. If I go in, and I do, right? Obviously, Assemblymember Rivas cares a lot about San Benito County, but does, Senator Skinner, who's the budget chair, she's in Contra Costa County. I have to make her care. I have to bring other people with me. I have to make her understand, like, your constituents have resources that our constituents do not. There's an equity issue here. Like, let's discuss that. So those are the conversations that I'm constantly having in that big, small conversation.
Yeah, my final, and I love that. So my final comments and thoughts, just as one board member, is if there is a way to address at least giving us more flexibility with these policies, like unfunded mandates that ultimately put pressure on a community when it comes, if unfunded mandates are okay for a large county because they have extra funds and resources, then fine. But there should be a carve out applying to small rural counties. I think this could be RCRC's opportunity to take that up and say, if you're not going to give us the monies that we need to implement your laws, then at least give us the flexibility to not have to adhere to those laws that ultimately put a lot of pressure on us to really have staff do more with less, right? There's got to be an ability for us to be able to have a stronger level of local control.
No, I appreciate that, and unfunded mandates is a topic that is being raised with CSAC and RCRC. There is actually a letter that's been sent around, and so I was going to, I don't have the final copy yet, but as soon as I do, I'll send it to Ray. He'll take a look at it, and if it's something that we agree with, we'll put our logo on, and we'll start advocating with those other advocates as well.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
So you mentioned the library issue, and I know we were pursuing this $10 million grant. Is that what you were referencing when you said we're moving on from?
No, grants are totally different from, grants
okay.
are totally different from the budget process. And I appreciate hearing that you guys are moving on a grant, because I know that, I sat down with your county librarian and I understand the dire need.
Yeah, great. And then, so is it clear with the Senator Laird Caballero dynamic, is it clear whether Senator Laird has moved on from the parts of his district that are going to be redistricted? Because if he's still representing them, which I understand Senator Caballero has chosen not to represent this county in her final year, we are still getting shortchanged because he still has all these communities that he has to sort of appease.
So I've never been in this position, but as an elected official, I think that decisions sometimes are made that do not benefit all constituencies, and that is the personal decision that Senator Caballero has made. I ran up the hill as hard and fast as I could, and I was told that my chances would be best elsewhere. And so I went to Senator Laird. He was very open to us. I feel very good about the collaboration that we're starting to develop with him. So I do feel like the county, while still, you would have had to compete with Senator Caballero anyway, right? The competition is still there. I don't know that Senator Laird is walking away from his current constituencies. I do know that he has brought us into his fold.
Okay, thank you.
And I think that's synonymous with what you and I, Supervisor Kuzmic, are dealing with, where your district is now expanded into District 5, and now mine has expanded into District.
I think ours is immediate, so.
Well, it happened already, but it won't take effect until 2024. So we kind of had the same double standard. District 1 and 3 and 4 happened immediately because of the elections, but for you and I, it kind of won't really trigger until 2024.
I'm just asking if we're getting shortchanged, basically. If Senator Laird is still representing the district.
I hear what you're saying, but I respect Ana Caballero and everything that she's done for us in the past, so I would not want to go on the record that we're feeling shortchanged by her.
And I don't think you're being shortchanged, because the only thing I would have been able to deliver would be one Senate ask and one Assembly ask, which is what I'm still delivering. It's just coming from a different senator. Because we only have 2 legislative members.
Madam Chair, I do think that, and I know what the proper opportunity would be, but maybe just us individually, but based on what you're saying, we definitely need to develop a relationship sooner than later with Senator Laird. I don't know if there'd be an opportunity to invite him to come before the board or meet with us. But I mean, we all have a good relationship or had a good relationship with Senator Caballero. I mean, she's been a good advocate for the county. It's unfortunate the redistricting, what's going on, but we need to obviously embrace Senator Laird and move forward.
And in the meeting that I had with him, he did actually offer that up. He said, I would love to meet the board, the supervisors, and so we will work on that to get that done. And just so you know, I think that I think Senator Laird is in a safer seat than Senator Caballero has ever been, right? So Senator Caballero was always having to make sure that she kind of straddled the fence a little bit. Senator Laird is in a safer seat, and so he's able to kind of push the envelope a little bit more on behalf of his constituencies. I don't know if that helps or not.
Yeah, so and just to add to that, we'll make sure that we schedule the time. I've already had meetings internally with staff to reach out, to meet staff, just to get familiar with them and to meet the senator, but also bringing him to a board meeting and presenting.
I just thank you for being on board. I remember last year when you brought to us the Riverview Park funding. It was like, yes, she earned her keep, and you just thank you. So your reputation pretty much preceded you, and I look forward to moving forward with you.
And yes. I continue, and I really do hope to continue to bring success and wins to the county. I think I'm very hopeful, and please consider me a partner in whatever you're doing in your districts. It helps me be a better advocate if you guys tell me what's happening locally. This conversation this morning was very helpful to me, just to understand kind of what you're spending your time on, and just thinking back, like now I know, obviously this is in the past, but like all that ADU legislation that was happening, right? Like we could have had that conversation about like impacts, et cetera, and like, additional infrastructure for those ADUs to be approved. All of these conversations help me be a better advocate when I'm in Sacramento.
Okay. All right.
Are we making, we were just asking questions. We haven't gone to the public either yet,
public
but
comment.
I had a
Yeah,
couple
we haven't
comments because
yet.
the agenda item actually mentioned something that I wanted to comment on, which was the tax sharing agreement aspect. I just want to make sure we're all on the same page with that.
And that was my part of this. It's a very brief proposed legislation. I know we wouldn't want to take away from the other priorities. I know that it's a necessary and good change to the Brown Act. It's up to the board whether you pursue it at this point. I know it's too late for this legislative year, but this would be for a future legislative year if the board wanted to propose that to RCRC, anybody, or if you don't, that's fine. It's just thought.
Do we want to, board?
Madam Chair, I'll just say that we just heard that we get one legislative ask from our senator and our assembly member. I think this is a complete waste of time. This is something that's not going to affect our county for at least 10 years. And that's aside from the argument of whether closed session is appropriate or not for tax sharing agreements. I know it was a 3-2 vote, but I was on the committee that helped to negotiate that tax sharing agreement. I think it was a clean process. And again, I would hate for us to use up our very, very limited political capital on something that will have zero impact on our community for a very long time. Thank you.
Tiffany?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, in terms of turning to either Assemblymember Rivas or Senator Laird, I would agree that it's not something that we should be focused on and shouldn't use our political capital. Mike, I guess just a question I have is, because I do think the change makes sense. Is this something that that's been on the radar for other counties? And is this something that RCRC realistically would take up, whether it be now or down the road?
So I think one of the great things about, having ideas like this that maybe we can't expend our own political capital is the relationships that I have in Sacramento to be able to put it forward to RCRC and CSAC and say, like, this is an idea that San Benito County has brought up. We don't want to be lead on it. We want you to be lead on it, but we will support you. And so then it's their political capital that's being used. But either way, this is something that couldn't happen until the beginning of 2023. We have bypassed all of the legislative deadlines. But if it's something that the county feels like it's worthwhile, then I would just have a conversation with RCRC or CSAC and be like, I'm bringing you this legislative idea, which the county would like for you to consider and would like for you to be the lead on, and then consider my efforts as supplemental.
So just follow up. As a RCRC board member, probably doesn't make sense to me to even raise this issue at this point at the RCRC meeting.
Not
the
right
right
now.
timing
I think
for
right. It's
one
not the
thing.
right timing. I think after the legislative season, so what's called the interim, anytime from September to November is the perfect time.
But if I may, Madam Chair, but I would probably encourage us, because there are many other issues, and I know I had a meeting with Michelle at CSAC and went down a laundry list of issues that we would probably like to see RCRC or CSAC or one of our representatives carry, because as you can see that we're burdened with unfunded mandates, cost increasing. There's a lot of things that impact us that I think we would like to see possibly focus on this next year. But we can bring those items and we can discuss that openly with the board.
Right, and I gather there's a little bit of political capital you can use with RCRC as well. I mean, you can't go and say, so this may be quite a ways down the list relative to other things that, whether it be unfunded mandates that, Peter's discussed or other things.
Right. I think my only point would be I have certain political capital, RCRC and CSAC have certain political capital, but we can always go to them with prioritized policy decisions on behalf of the county and kind of, balance that out. So, but Ray is right. There are a plethora of issues that I think you might prioritize higher than this once we have that conversation.
And Madam Chair, just to the tip of the iceberg that I jotted, Highway 25, I know that's a long shot expansion, high-speed rail, pedestrian, bicycle safety, wildfire safety, library expansion, parks, affordable housing, broadband, the list goes on and on. This would be like not even on my top 100, honestly. So I just think, I don't want you spending a moment talking to anybody on this. I want you focused on the issues that are important to this community,
yes.
right now. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you for that. Okay. So then, let's go ahead and go to public comment then, please.
If you'd like to make a comment in chambers, please provide a speaker card. On Zoom, you can press *9 or the raise your hand icon on your screen. Elia Salinas.
Nice way to keep me quiet. Anyway, so I wasn't going to speak, but I am going to speak because broadband is one of the most important issues in San Benito County, especially in South County, in Aromas. With regards to what was stated earlier, that the tax sharing agreement was a great idea, I personally don't think so, and you should have included the fire department, you should have included the sheriff's department. So that is an issue that needs to be brought up, and we need to discuss that because that was left up to 2 individuals, in my opinion. However, you had it with 2 individuals from the city. The city has, the city's taken advantage of that, and we've lost. 75-25 is not fair. Had you included the shareholders, the sheriff's department, the fire department, then we'd be talking a different issue. So that's really important. So I think that you need to go back and consider that with regards to these meetings and these ad hoc committees with the Brown Act is really important because we need to include more people in those meetings. I'm not the only one who has spoken about that before. And I'm not saying because people love to go out there and say, you guys are doing deals behind closed doors. That's not what's happening. But you're making decisions that you're not including the shareholders. And it is important to listen to everybody when it comes to it and not just those at the table that you decide who are going to make the decisions for the entire county. And thank you, Ms. Rubalcaba. I really do appreciate the work that you're doing. And I did say, $750,000 last year was actually not enough. And I know that it was laid in when it was asked because Watsonville got 8 million or Salinas got 7 million or whatever it was. And I go, even if they could have given us 1 million each, we would have gotten more money. And I do appreciate, I know that the work that you're doing out there, but the way I look at it, and Ana Caballero, she's left us. She's concentrating on something else. Although currently she does represent she knows what it is that we need because she knows us best than anybody, than Laird. But we need to start over again, and we have Ms. Rubalcaba to go out there and represent us. But you, as individual supervisors, must continue to make your own direct contact with those in Sacramento to help push what it is that we need here. Thank you.
Thank you.
On Zoom, you've been unmuted. Please state your name and you have 3 minutes.
Hello, Celeste Bocanegra here. I would like to thank Ms. Michelle Rubalcaba for all the information she provided. She did mention about the legislative committee, and she would like to have a point person. Maybe I misunderstood that, but that's what I'm getting from her information. And I do have a question. I'm not sure if she can provide an answer afterwards. If it's possible to have maybe a citizens committee. I know individuals that would be very active in maybe helping our community, maybe by getting involved with maybe making phone calls or emails. There's a lot of people in our community that do care about getting more funding maybe for our roads. So even someone that can be under each board member that they assigned, it's just an idea that I'm throwing out there just because I know there are public citizens in our county that will love to be active, being out there in Sacramento and trying to get involved for our community, representing Hollister. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
You've been unmuted. Please state your name and you have 3 minutes.
Yes, thank you. This is Valerie Eglund outside of San Juan. And I find it just so invigorating to have listened to this advocate, I forget the word, lobbyist, I think she is. That $750,000 was wonderful for the county. And I agree that it could have been more. And I believe Robert Rivas admitted he would have liked to have gotten more too, but they're kind of steps and different heavyweight items, big things, a little difficult to navigate around. And definitely San Benito County needs an advocate in Sacramento. It's not a penny lost to anything. And I love the last speaker talking about advocacy within the community, getting feedback, talking to people, trying to bring forth more involvement within the community that can feed the advocacy and bring us what we need. So thank you very much. That was a wonderful presentation.
No other comments.
Thank you. Okay.
Yeah, no, thank you so much. And I will just say, Michelle came in at the 12th hour last year. I mean, it was just last minute, Hail Mary pass, and with a few minutes to go, and she knocked it out of the park, I think. I mean, for the amount of money that we paid last year and what we made was, it was amazing. So thank you. Appreciate all the work, and she is working hard. I seen her working for us this last week, so appreciate everything you do.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thanks for having me, and I will be back in November, but please feel free to access me through Ray and his staff or, directly through my cell phone or email.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Madam Chair, so we have, it would probably be good to go to closed session now.
Okay.
And we'll gauge the other items after, because Burke has to leave at 1. So
Okay, let's
yeah.
go ahead and read it into the record, and then we'll go to public comment.
Closed sessions, conference with labor negotiators, agency designated representatives Burke Dunphy, Michael McDougall, Ray Espinoza, Barbara Thompson, Gabriel Orozco, and Elvia Barocio. And 8 employee organizations are Institutions Association, Law Enforcement Management, Management Employees Group, SCAU Local 521, Deputy Sheriff's Association, Confidential Management, Confidential Employees, Appointed Department Heads, Unrepresented Employees, SCAU Local 2015, pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6.
Okay.
If you'd like to make a comment on Zoom, please press star 9 on your phone or the raise your hand icon on your screen. No comments.
Okay, so then we are going to take how long? Half an hour. So at 1 o'clock then we'll resume? Okay, thank you. Number 3.
We're going to go ahead and close session. If you don't
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, go ahead.
There was no reportable action.
Okay. All right. But now we're at item
Now we're at item number 3. Thank you, Madam. Number 2. Thank you, Madam Chair. So your board had requested staff to work on moving forward with a cultural study and doing it as quickly as we can. So staff reached out to Sloan Sakai, Young, and Wong, and brought in Maria Hurtado, and she started the initial work on this, addressing the scope, the actual scope of work. So I want to appreciate and tell her thanks for all the work she's done, and we have her on the line right now. Maria, would you like to go ahead and start the presentation?
Yes, thank you, Ray, and good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the board. As Ray mentioned, I'm Maria Hurtado, consultant for Sloan Sakai, Young, and Wong, and it's a pleasure to present to you today. The purpose of this presentation is to first share with the board the findings and themes that emerged during our calls regarding potential elements to include in an organizational study, and then to present some options for what a scope of work would entail in preparation for a RFP release. During today's presentation, I will provide a brief background, describe the interview process, and present the themes and options for the board's consideration before turning it back to the board for discussion and direction. Next slide, please. To put this presentation in context, a few weeks ago, the board requested that the CAO complete an organizational culture study. And given that this type of study can take several different directions, I met with each board member via Zoom to better understand the board's collective understanding of what an organizational culture study should include, to understand the board's desired outcomes, and based on that, identify themes that emerge from those conversations to help staff better define a scope of work before releasing an RFP. And also to make sure we didn't miss the mark with the collective board's intent. Next slide, please. Next slide. And over the course of the first 2 weeks of April, I spoke with each board member, including the CAO and the county council, to learn more about the issues the board wanted to address. Next slide. The focus of those calls was to learn more about what triggered the board's desire for this type of study, and at the conclusion of the study, what information the board hoped to learn and what the board's desired outcomes were to get out of this work. Next slide. The board shared really some great and key observations about the organization that caused the board to pause and determine that some of these concerns may be worth examining further in order to positively impact the organizational culture. And some of these concerns related to noticeable shifts with the employees. Some board members were concerned about the staff turnover rate, particularly in key positions in certain parts of the organization. And they also wanted to learn more about the employee retention and attraction challenges the county is currently facing. Specifically, the staff turnover and transition occurring in behavioral health, the Health and Human Services Agency transition, and RMA were of specific concern, as these 3 departments include critical service areas. Others wanted to learn more about where the employees are related to employee morale and employee satisfaction. And also related to that, they wanted to explore staff training and professional development opportunities, as well as to ensure that the county had a strong performance evaluation system at all levels of the organization, and as well as consistent hiring processes and practices. With regard, can you go back, please? Thank you. With regard to the board itself, some board members expressed the desire to have some time set aside in a future meeting or a workshop or a retreat to clarify roles, particularly between the board and the CAO, and others wanted to have an agreed upon communication protocol among the board and between the board and the CAO, which they thought would really be beneficial, especially given that the board is still in transition. You have some new members, you might have other members coming on board, and they thought this exercise would be helpful. They also identified a need, identified a need to have a shared vision and values. There was a strong desire for board goal setting and prioritization, given that there's a multitude of priorities facing the county, such as housing, homelessness, and other community needs. And the county, could benefit with having a well-defined plan that the board can agree to address, those community issues. Others expressed a desire to have some leadership development training, not only for the board, like board governance training and leadership development, but also for the executive team. The overwhelming commonality among all board members, I must say, was the board's desire to create an employer of choice organization, meaning where candidates want to come to work for the County of San Benito and where employees who already work here have job satisfaction and they want to stay. And there was a strong desire to work together at all levels of the organization to better understand what being an employer of choice would entail. Next slide. Some board members did acknowledge, after having this conversation, that there are some key factors that, need to be at least identified and acknowledged that do contribute to some of these issues. Namely, of course, the pandemic, and I know some were tired of blaming it on the pandemic, but others did say that the pandemic, you can't underestimate the role it has had on the organization, on the way, operational changes need to have been made, and obviously on the impact on employees. Workload demands combined with limited resources was a consideration. I mentioned before, a relatively new board in some cases, the staff turnover in key positions, and there was also, though, an acknowledgement that there are some opportunities before you that will help with some of these concerns, including the hiring of the new HR manager, the opportunity you have before you to hire a new behavioral health director, as well as some of the RMA restructure that is currently planned or underway. I do want to say that these post-COVID talent challenges are challenges that other communities are also facing, as we're all becoming more aware of, quote unquote, the great resignation sweeping the nation that folks are talking about. In fact, I was reading an article where the Mission Square Research Institute in just last year in 2021 did a survey stating that state and local government employees, 52% were considering leaving their government agencies in the next 12 months. And there was a recognition that talent is mobile right now. It is a candidate's market out there. The fact that the board and the CAO are proactively addressing this phenomenon is really commendable. Next slide. So after all those concerns and desires were expressed, some of the key themes that emerged from these expressed concerns are these 9 that are listed on this slide. Strategic planning, goal setting and prioritization, board governance, leadership development and expectations, from the board level to the CAO to the department heads, role clarification between the board and the CAO's role, establishing clear communication protocols so that there aren't any misunderstandings. Again, between the board, the CAO, the department heads, how do you communicate with each other? And when the new HR manager comes on board, it will be a good opportunity to have that person help address some of the employee-related themes that emerged, which include understanding employee satisfaction, developing employee retention and attraction programs, ensuring the performance evaluation system is in place. And if there is one in place, how do you make sure it works? And also evaluating some of the hiring practices. Next slide. Next slide. I put this slide up here because before we go into the options, I thought this particular slide really summed up what most of the board members shared in one way or another, and that it accurately reflects how organizational culture change occurs over time. That positively impacting organizational culture does not rest on any one single person. It is in the shared behaviors and values and experiences through the norms and expectations that is exhibited by everyone throughout the organization. So I thought I'd just kind of sum up that part of the presentation with this quote that I thought was said by most of the board members in one way or another. Next slide, please. You'll see the 9 themes in the previous slide that I mentioned to you throughout the rest of the presentation, but they're laid out in various options for the board to consider. This particular slide provides an approach to the themes shared by the board and how they're organized in the options that follow. Some of these themes fall under the purview of at the board level and include things like strategic planning, board governance, leadership, those kinds of things. Other themes fall under the purview at the CAO level and include some of the employee-related themes like developing an employee retention and attraction program and these kinds of things. And in some cases, there will be a collaborative approach between the board and the CAO to ensure everyone's on the same page and understands the intent of the board that can then be communicated and cascaded down into the organization. Next slide. So we're going to get into options now. So option 1 prioritizes, and the reason, we wanted to give you an array of options so that you can then have a discussion around which direction you want to go. Option 1 prioritizes board level leadership with a focus on board level work, which includes things like strategic planning, goal setting, and prioritization, establishing board leadership expectations and training on board governance, and having the board work with the CAO on leadership expectations for the organization, which can include the CAO level work and can be included in an annual performance evaluation as an example. Next slide. Now, to accomplish some of this work, a potential scope of work to elicit assistance could include a firm to help with the county strategic planning process, including goal setting and prioritization, potentially a facilitated board discussion to establish board leadership expectations, board governance training. You could do a series if that was the board's desire, facilitating and establishing a process for CAO performance, which would include some of the leadership expectations and priority projects and that kind of thing, and other board related work. Next slide, please. Option 2 prioritizes executive level work to positively impact organizational culture. And some of the themes that fall under this area would be the CAO working with the department heads on leadership development and expectations, establishing a performance evaluation process for department heads and managers. The CAO, in collaboration, as I mentioned before, with the new HR manager, could develop employee retention and attraction strategy, evaluate the hiring practices, and potentially conduct an employee satisfaction survey. Next slide. And to accomplish this work, a potential scope of work could include developing, some of the things that I mentioned previously, And the scope of work obviously would be expounded upon, but it could include executive coaching, leadership development, developing managers, and developing a staff training plan as well. Slide 18. Now, option 3 is a phased approach that takes into account culture change strategies at all levels of the organization over time, and begins with the board and the CAO, the department heads and managers, and the rest of the organization. Next slide. And the reason we did this option is because, as you know, doing a full study, as you might expect, can take a lot of time, and some board members, didn't want to take a lot of time doing a lengthy study, and it also can be quite expensive. And so, this phased approach allows you to do it in phases. So next slide. We're going to go into this a little bit more. But for option 3, these are the kinds of scope of work items that could be included in an RFP, some of which we've mentioned before. So I'm not going to go into specific detail on these, but option 3 would include some of these. Next slide, please. And so, for example, on phase 1 with the board and CAO work, you see the types of things that could be included in this work, beginning with the top leadership, role clarification, strategic planning, board governance, leadership development and expectations, communication protocol, and performance evaluation, a facilitated one with the board and the CAO. The next phase could include some of this other work, and so on. And the next slide will cover it a little bit better. So these are the 3 options for consideration. I think what I'd like to just recommend is that before we move on, can you go to the next slide? Before I turn it back, Madam Chair, to you and the board for discussion, I'm happy to answer any questions. I just wanted to finish by saying that once the board discusses the options and determines what they would like to do, the next step would be for staff to take that direction and write an RFP, including a schedule of when all of this work would take place, including when we would release the RFP, what the proposed review time is, award of the contract, which would come back to the board, and then when the work begins. And then we would release the RFP, do a proposal and selection, and then bring the professional services agreement back to the board for approval. That concludes my presentation, and I'm happy to answer any questions, and I'll turn it back to you, Madam Chair.
Historically here in San Benito County, we've had a slow to no response for some of the RFPs that we put out, whether it be for the contract for the new public defender or, our PIO. We don't get a good response. Is your firm, your agency, a possibility to conduct the survey for us and do the cultural study in the event we don't have anyone responding to our RFP?
Mike, I know Mike McDougall's on. Is he around? I'm going to turn it over to him, because originally we were brought in just to review. I mean, we can certainly do it, but we would just want to, we just wanted to help facilitate this process. And Mike has some ideas on a number of different firms who can do these studies, which he would share the RFP with. But I'll turn it over to Mike to see if he has anything additional to ask.
Direct to your question, it is if the RFP was not able to net you an appropriate consultant, if that work could then fall back to us. I think the answer is yes. But I think our first effort should be to try to find an organizational firm who specializes in exactly the kinds of elements that Maria's identified through her scope study with you.
Okay, and that would be the best case scenario, but we just know historically, San Diego County doesn't get a lot of responses, and so I just want to make sure we have a plan B in the event.
And I think we've been to Plan B
Yeah.
for more than just a study.
Yeah, maybe
as you
C,
can see
maybe
by
C
evidence of me being here
in many
today.
cases.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you. Any other questions or concerns? No? Okay, questions for clarification, sorry. Okay, so let's go ahead and go to public comment, and then we'll come back for concerns or addressing the discussion.
If you'd like to make a comment in chambers, please provide a speaker card. On Zoom, press *9 on your phone or the raise your hand icon on your screen. No comments.
Okay, so it's back at us. Supervisor Dirks, can I start with you since this was your suggestion and I seconded that?
Yeah, thank you. I mean, the tiered approach seems like a good idea. I'm of the mindset, and I guess I'd want to see the timeline of everything too. I do want an employee satisfaction survey done at some point, but I think it begs the question a little bit. If we start with option one, maybe I should have asked this question. I guess my concern is that, let's say we start with board leadership, which I think is where we need to start and have a huge focus on. And then we move down to executive leadership. At that point, would the employee satisfaction survey be done? Because I'm wondering if we implement some of these things, if we see a trickle-down effect, and then that kind of changes a little bit. I want to make sure it's as effective as possible and that we're not just kind of spinning our wheels. I don't know if you have experience with this, Mr. McDougall or Maria.
Well, I think that that one of the things that you want to be careful about when you're going out for professional services contracts such as this is try not to prescribe the process to the consultant. I think Maria's presentation contemplated the employee satisfaction survey being something that would happen somewhere, I think, in phase 3, if I recall.
Okay.
I don't know that we would write the RFP and tell the consultants exactly where we want to do that. I think we would leave it up to them in their design of the process. We might suggest that there be phases to it, and we might suggest that these are elements that we'd like to see, but I think we'd want to leave it open to see what those professionals would come back with to where they think the appropriate place for an employee satisfaction survey would be.
Okay, that makes sense to me.
Supervisor Kozmicki?
Am I next?
Yes. I just saw you reaching for your mic.
Oh, I'm always reaching for that thing. So there's a lot here, first of all, and I always support efforts to improve culture, and I think we've pinpointed a few areas here where I think we can maybe start with. I don't know if we want to delve into this massive endeavor of a culture study that's going to really suck a lot out of everybody when we've got, so many pressing priorities. And I'm a little concerned about the time and the resources here. So I think we should probably use some discretion as far as pinpointing which of these areas are maybe the priorities, looking at those and maybe coming back at some point to some of the other ones, as opposed to just delving into this giant, endeavor where, what we get out of it might not be what we were necessarily expecting. I think, improving the performance evaluation system certainly makes sense. I think leadership development, establish communication protocols from the board on down, and I think those are three of the big ones. And ultimately, I think we have to also balance the reality that we're in this current environment, that it was mentioned during the presentation that turnover is not necessarily a reflection of our particular workplace being this terrible place to work. Turnover is happening throughout the nation and the state. And yes, we may have some instances where the turnover should open our eyes as far as looking at how we can improve our culture here, but I don't necessarily think that turnover in this day, right now, today, is a sign that the county is, not being managed well. And I do want to say publicly, yes, we can improve, but I also, my experience with our CAO is that he's done a great job of leading this county, and particularly through some very tumultuous times. And I don't want this to become sort of a politicized endeavor where, we get sidetracked on maybe some people may have certain views of certain people, and it becomes almost like a witch hunt of sorts. I want to address the employee workplace issues, and I think we can, and I think that means better performance evaluations, communicating with our employees, doing the survey, as Supervisor Dirks mentioned, of our employees to open up those lines of communication and find out what areas can we improve on in the county to improve your experience working here. And, in the end, we have to work on revenue generation. Let's be real honest, because we don't pay as well as some of the surrounding communities. So that's just an inherent sort of morale issue that you're going to have in a small county where, we just don't have the money to necessarily pay at the levels of Santa Cruz and Monterey. So I think we should probably just use some discretion. I don't support necessarily doing a full-blown, huge, big study, because I'm just very concerned about us not getting a lot done in the next few years. I'm very concerned about that. And we got to get working on these roads. We got to get working on homelessness and a lot of issues that I want to make sure that we address. At the same time, our employees are at the heart of that. So I get that. The employees are really the heart of this community. They're the engine that makes it run. And so we should work with our employees, find some areas to improve our culture. And I will say also, it comes back to us. Let's not forget that culture starts at the top. And if we're communicating a certain way, we all have to look ourselves in the mirror and say, how can we all improve? And I try to do that all the time. That's self-reflection. I'm not perfect personally. I screw up here on the dais. I think all of us do. And so it really starts with us. And I think that should be really the first point. How can we improve as a board? How can we improve as leaders in a way that improves our culture and improves our management and from the top down? So I think I said enough. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Tiffany?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I really pretty much agree with everything Supervisor Kuzmicki said. Number one, I think that doing some kind of a cultural study does make sense, but I certainly don't want to, and I wrote it down here in my notes, I don't want this to be a witch hunt. I was in business for over 30 years, and periodically, or Ford or whoever, they would have these, kind of a cultural kind of a thing that they would encourage you to do. But I can tell you it's a very delicate balance that you have to strike, because frankly, if you look for dirt, you will find dirt. And if you have to be very careful that you don't in the process stir up and make matters worse. So you have to be very, very careful. Do we have issues? No doubt we do. Although I do think, as has already been said, a lot has to do with, COVID and all the issues that, that we're seeing and why other people are seeing people leave. There's been a lot of pressure on our staff. It's shorthanded. We don't pay enough. Our health benefits aren't good enough. So those all, impact things. With that being said, I do think, there is a role that we can look at to help matters. The areas that Supervisor Kuzmicki touched on, I agree with. Most importantly, I very strongly feel it starts with us up here, the board. we talk about leadership. The leadership starts with us, and so I think we can do better as a board. We've made some strides in some areas, but I think too often we haven't shown proper leadership, and I'm talking about all of us up here. And so I think it starts with us, and then goes from there. The CAO and the department heads. And so I think that's really critical. I do think it makes sense to look at what our role is. I think most of us are very new to the board, extremely new. And I think we need to have a little bit better clarification as how we interact with the staff, with the CAO, with each other. What is our role? Our role probably should be more policy-driven and not so, sometimes we get a little bit too much into the weeds. I think we're all guilty of that. I'm guilty of calling people about potholes. I know that. So I think it's got to start there. Making sure we have the right processes in place for performance reviews, for retention programs, that kind of a thing. I think in this kind of, the timing is good because we're about ready to hire a new HR person, and I think that is an area that person should play an important role. It shouldn't be, the board shouldn't be getting down and working out the performance review. The HR person should be working to get that put together, and then obviously we're gonna respond to that. I am very, Supervisor Kuzmicki mentioned this as well. I'm really concerned, and I don't want this to be dragged out and be a major distraction. We've got essentially 8 months left in the year. There's 2 of us up here that have 8 months left up, at the board level. And I know that I would like to see us get a lot done in this next 8 months, and I know for the rest of you, you'd like to see a lot get done over the next coming years. And we do have limited time, and we got to make sure this doesn't get dragged out, become a major distraction. So I think that's really critical, is that we focus on what we want to, what are the priorities of this study, and then maybe as things unfold, no doubt there will be some things we see come up that we need to maybe a little bit more laser focus get into, and we can do that. And then the last comment I would make is that because, as I just said, at the minimum, 2 of us will no longer be on this board. Hopefully the other 3 of you will, but you're going to have at least 2 new members next year. So I think whatever we do, we got to make sure that it's something that is obviously down in writing, best practices, et cetera, so that new people coming in are going to gain the benefit of whatever we learn, particularly as the role of the board. And that would be a very important part of the new board members' training right from the get-go. So anyway, those are my comments.
Supervisor Hernandez?
I'll keep it brief for the sake of not being redundant. I agree with the 2 supervisors. I just want to get stuff done. Role clarification. I think best practices for the board. There's definitely some education that I think needs to happen for all of us to understand the departments better. Employee feedback, I agree with. I think that's a good thing to do, right, as far as the culture goes, and an evaluation system as a reference point for the sake of ongoing, evaluations of department heads. That's an internal issue. But outside of that, I agree with the 2 supervisors. 8 months, we got a lot of work to do. I want to make this as brief and as focused as possible and minimize time and maximize ultimately the bigger priorities. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay. And not to disagree with the gentleman here on the dais, I think the women see it a little bit differently, and that we're not trying to micromanage. We're just trying to make sure that San Benito County as an entity is a happy place to be. And for whatever reason, we've had departures after departures. And so I fully believe that this cultural study is warranted, and not only warranted, but necessary. And so the only thing I did see missing here is there is no addressing the county council staff. That I only see the board and the CAO, and from our organizational structure, it's the board, then the CAO and county council in tandem in terms of equal responsibility. So I would like to see county council to be included in this progression and not omitted. So everywhere you have CAO/county council.
Historically, county councils have been handled as departments in a study of this nature.
Okay. All right. Well, from my understanding, both county council and CAO have equal status here at our San Benito County organization.
In the sense that they're the two department heads that you appoint, yes.
Okay. Okay. And I'm looking at the option. Option 2 doesn't do enough. Option 2 just covers mostly the employee evaluation aspect. And I think if we're going to be going with one of these, either 1 or 3 are going to be the best options to lean toward. And I says, and with all due respect to my male counterparts, we really do have to look at what has happened. And it's not finger pointing or a blame game or micromanaging. It's just understanding that there is an issue, and whatever that issue is, we have to see how we can fix it. But I would opt for option number 1 or 3 with these 3 options. Yes, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think, regardless of, I think we need to be careful regardless of gender, I think that everyone's, bringing up points. For me, it's about the people who run our county. I can't remember which supervisor said that, but in any case, I totally agree with that. And I think one of the points that Maria made is that, yes, we're in the pandemic and, but we're kind of entering into this new work style situation where people are reevaluating the way in which they choose the job that they want to be in. So I do think it's important. I think that we're, as Maria said, that we're kind of addressing this issue. The timing just seemed to kind of coalesce really well, I think. And so I just want to make sure that we are looking at that. I understand about limited time. I honestly do. I mean, I might have very limited time as well. And so I want to get things done. But at the same time, if we don't have the people to get those things done, we're not going to get anything done. So if we can keep our people here and cut down on turnover, we're going to get things done faster because we're going to have more people to do them. So it's a kind of a short-term, long-term kind of situation. And, I feel like we need to weigh that. However, I do hear kind of a sentiment going around that we need to start at the beginning, at the top, so to speak. And option 1 looks like a really good idea. I just want to make sure with option 1, because we've all talked about it, that if we choose to go that route, that we do include the employee evaluation then in the piece of that. I firmly believe that leadership starts at the top, that we do all need to look at the way we're interacting with each other, how we're talking about the county in public, how we're talking about our staff and employees in public, and behind closed doors for that matter as well. We need to make sure that our high value is placed on our employees, and nobody's perfect and people make mistakes, and we need to make sure that we allow for that, but at the same time that we model good leadership as well and good communication. And so I think it's really important that we start there and at least work our way down, maybe with the option of extending the scope if it feels like it's being effective, not taking up too much staff time. I mean, it's this balance, right, that we're trying to achieve. We want to get things done, but we need people to do them to get them done. So to me, it's kind of a cyclical cycle that we're in, and we need to kind of address both things simultaneously. And so if we can prioritize our resources to be able to do that, I think that would be really great. To Supervisor Kosmicki's point as well, Yes, Ray, I believe that you've been doing a great job. We have had a really hard time the last 2 years in the county. A lot of this has been, out of your hands. It happened to you, not because of you. And so I want to make that point as well. But at the same time, just as we're all kind of keeping, ourselves in accountability, all of us want to grow and continue to be better. And I think you have conversations I've had with you. You have no problem, looking at that and addressing that, and making all of our department heads to be to the best of their leadership ability as well. So I appreciate that as well. But I do think that we need to make a start and make moves. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, we do have the leadership training in June, correct?
Yes, I believe it's June 8th and the 21st. So that is kind of a separate thing that we move forward with, yeah. But it's tied, it's hand in hand in a way.
Okay, all right. So, and then the other piece that I just want to make a point about too is the new leadership that will be coming in, whether it's 2 or 3 people, regardless of the situation. I do believe that we need to have some sort of onboarding process so we don't get stuck in the same cycle I could see where you continually every 2 years you have to redo this or whatever the case is. So if there's an onboarding process that we could talk to the leadership people about in June, so that makes it easier for new supervisors, I think that'd be good too.
I think the idea was to extend the invitation to the candidates, all the candidates for supervisor. So if they wanted to partake in the June 8th and June 21st dates, that they can. So they would have onboarded themselves, in the process.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
May I suggest that we maybe look at doing a hybrid of these options? Because I don't necessarily think one option has the precise, elements that we're necessarily looking for. For instance, option 1 has strategic planning. I mean, we do that every year at the retreat. And we have a strategic plan. I know it was a prior board that put it together, but we could potentially tweak that a little bit. I don't necessarily think paying a consultant to work with us on a strategic plan is a good use of our time or money. I feel like, board leadership, governance, like I said before, the having a systematic, a system for performance evaluation certainly is something that we want to do, an employee satisfaction survey. Facilitating, establishing process for CAO performance evaluation, that's just singling out the CAO, and I'm just not on board with that. I feel like, if we work on all these other areas and work with the CAO on our expectations with the CAO, I certainly think having a clear discussion about our expectations is fine, but to get into going out for RFP for some of this stuff seems like I don't feel like it's the best use of our time or money. I do also wonder, can some of this be done by the new HR manager, or is that out of the scope of expectation for, to throw too much at that person? For instance, the performance evaluation, is that something that they could bring to the table as maybe a first or second, third big job to do?
And let me just elaborate on that. We have employee evaluations throughout the county. I'm constantly doing evaluations for staff that report to me, the same with the department heads, as well as other supervisors. There has obviously been turnover. There needs to be education when it comes to drafting proper evaluations for employees, and sometimes that gets lost. So that's something that I've have talked to Henny about, to make sure that we do get the proper training for employees that need to evaluate employees, and then making sure that they do it properly. That's really important. And yeah, the one thing I think, just to highlight, the one thing I think for both county council, myself, and the ag commissioner, I don't think there's ever been an evaluation like all the other employees in the county. I can tell you, as long as I've been here, I haven't had a written evaluation. So I think that's a valid point. I think it was brought up at the last time we met, that's great. That way it's on paper, and I know what I need to work on. There's about 1,000 things that happen from the time we meet till today, as an example, that I'm working on. So I think having something drafted is important. and maybe mirroring what we do for the entire county. But that's a side point. I'll invite up our Mike to add, maybe elaborate further.
Our mic guy?
Yes, there is a performance evaluation system in place, but as Ray mentioned, I think there could be an assessment as to whether or not it's the right evaluation system to be using in today's environment, and whether or not, and how compliant folks are to it. There are consulting firms that specialize in designing those more modern evaluation systems. There's also consulting firms that specialize in facilitating 360 evaluations, for lack of a better term, between the executives, their staff, the board, the CAO. So there's another level of that. I think that you're direct to your question, Supervisor, regarding the new HR manager. Yes, that's certainly something that the new HR manager can devote some time to. However, I can tell you from experience, you have a very busy HR environment here. And you have a very small staff of HR people to help you deal with that environment. And my sense is that your new HR manager, as she gets her feet on the ground, will not be in a position from a staffing perspective to take on a huge project to revamp a performance evaluation system or the like. Just my opinion.
Yes, go ahead.
Madam Chair, yeah. I was going to comment that as part of the presentation, it was on slide 10, it has potential opportunities for when the new HR manager comes on board, at employee satisfaction, employee retention, attraction, performance evaluation system, and hiring price evaluation. So even in the presentation, it foresaw the possibility the HR manager gets involved in that. Although I'm mindful of what Mike just said, we can't just suddenly dump a whole ton on that new person. But maybe, she can certainly play an important role in that.
Yeah, absolutely, and to the degree to which you can provide her some support in that regard would be helpful as well.
Yeah.
And that's something that could be crafted into potentially an RFP for some firm to help her and be available to her. I might also just say one point about employee satisfaction surveys. It's important that if you're going to do an employee satisfaction survey, that you be prepared to respond to that survey. The easiest thing in the world to do is an employee satisfaction survey. The hardest thing in the world to do is to respond appropriately to all the things you're going to learn in that employee satisfaction survey. And I will tell you from experience, to the extent that you do one of those surveys and you do not respond, you will make your situation worse than you are today.
So don't ask if you don't want to find out.
Be prepared to commit the resources to
Yes.
address it.
And I think
time.
that's-
That in and of itself. is
Yeah, I
a-
think that's a good point. That's why I'm saying you have to be very careful. I did want to say, as far as performance evaluation, I think part of this came about because, those of us are really very new when we did the, performance evaluation for both Ray and Barbara. I think we felt like we really weren't fully prepared. I mean, at least that's how I felt. And so I think there is a need to get a real, at least at that, for those two positions, as well as our, once we have a new ag commissioner on board as our other direct report, we should have a very specific process in writing. How do we handle those performance evaluation? Should there be, at the 6-month thing, kind of a revisit? How are you doing against, objectives that are set up, that kind of a thing. So I think that is, I'm not trying to pick on, the CAO, but or the county council, but I think that's partly where some of this is coming from. And I think that would be a very positive thing for us, as well as, an overview of the whole thing. But I think, Mike, the comment you just made about the employee satisfaction, again, and I don't know what the right balance is, but you have to be very careful. You have to, and that's, that's my experience in business too, is you got to be very careful. Don't ask if you don't want to find out. And if you find out, you better deal with it. Otherwise, you're going to just make people more unhappy. So, thank you.
I want to address to something that Supervisor Tiffany just said, and it was, about having some structure in place. I want to ask you a question because I know you've come from Santa Cruz County. Do other counties have evaluations? How does that work?
Yeah, Santa Cruz County might not be the best example because I think they sort of did what you've been doing until recently. But yes, there are cities and counties that have regular systems that they've developed, particularly for their city manager, city attorney, those that report direct to them. In some cases, facilitated performance evaluation processes. In some cases, just as Supervisor Tiffany pointed out, just being prepared for what that means and what your responsibilities are in that regard.
Okay, thank you. Because some of conversation that we've also had has been around succession and making sure that when we do have turnover, that we have people in place who will be able to, take over once people retire and things of that nature, or move out of the state as they will. And so I think it's important too then for succession purposes that we do have some practices that are in place and processes so that people below also have an opportunity to move into roles higher than where they're currently at. And they understand and know what it is that they're doing and getting into as well. So.
Madam Chair, briefly. And just overall, to me, it's a simple way of putting it, but how do we make work more enjoyable? That's really, to me, that has to be the ultimate goal for our employees. How do we make it more enjoyable? How do we make it an environment where they're inspired on a daily basis to do good work for the community? And so whatever that entails, that should be part of everything that we do on this endeavor going forward for me. And I think of simple little things, maybe I'm old school a little bit, but office parties and recognitions and things like that. I think we can do a better job of those sorts of things. Maybe we have different programs to, like I say, to recognize the employees, to reward the employees. Maybe that's something we got to negotiate over these days. I don't know, but those are some of the things that I think are missing from the environment that I saw in a traditional work environment where I came from. So thank you very much.
Let's go ahead and go to public comment.
If you'd like to make a comment in chambers, please provide a speaker card. On Zoom, you can press *9 or the raise your hand icon on your screen. You've been unmuted. Please state your name and you have 3 minutes.
Hello, my name is Celeste Bocanegra. So I just wanted to comment. Obviously, this is a long process. There's more to it, but within the past 2 years, because of COVID, one thing I must say that being forced to vaccinate probably didn't help much. I know our fire department was there fighting for their rights, and other people from other departments had to leave because unfortunately they didn't want to get vaccinated. So that was probably one issue. I'm not going to say it's the whole issue, but that didn't help. And working in the past for our county, I did work in the probation department. And one thing that I did observe was more than not, it was the supervisor positions. They need to go through training. Not everyone is fit to be a supervisor. So I'm not going to point out one individual specifically, but supervisors do need training. So I think that's maybe an option there. Thank you.
You've been unmuted. Please state your name and you have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. Rob Bernowski here. As somebody that gets involved in distressed companies, and with the caveat, distress can mean, typical business problems, or they're growing so fast they can't keep up with themselves. But regardless, employees are always at the cornerstone of a successful entity. But I would really encourage you guys to take the supervisors and staff to take this in baby steps. If you try to do everything at once, my experience has been, you will fail. But if you start either within one of your entities, within your big entity of entities, or just a department, see how it goes, what feedback were you able to change the culture in that one part of it, learn from that, and then move on to the other? Because again, I've just been, as an observer of companies and entities for years and years. If we all do the big rah rah, we're going to do it company wide, going to do it right away. It just doesn't work that well. So the other thing, since I have some more time here, is to remind you that we are all equal people, or everybody that makes up your entity, you're all equal. And just extending a thank you at the end of every time you see someone or every meeting, no matter what their level, and letting them know that even though one person, might have more responsibility than the other, everybody is rowing in the same direction and for the same cause. So when you supervisors get up from the dais, thank all the employees that are in the room there working with you to make this a successful meeting. Personal thanks goes far more than even a pay raise in a lot of cases. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you.
No other comments.
So we'll bring it back to the board. What is the wish of the board regarding the presentation, the options, and what do you like to see move forward?
Madam Chair, I had some final thoughts. These are just what I'm thinking. I mean, I don't know if, I know there's 3 different recommendations. I'd like to keep it simple. I do agree with the public speaker. As far as HR related, right, we're gonna have the director. 2 main points stood out to me: performance evaluation for the appointed positions, right, just for the sake of a standard and reference point, and then feedback from the employees. If we go down that road, then we need to, I think, we need to have an assessment of what that means as far as resource management, right? I'd hate to say, yes, let's do the evaluation, and then realize we don't have the bandwidth right now to do it, right? So we should probably take that step first. Outside of that, I do agree, especially with the transition of the board members, through the strategic plan process, where we have certain elements, or maybe even a board retreat separate from that, something to the effect of role clarification, best practices, board governance, and ultimately education, right? Because there's so many elements to each department legally, right? Funding wise, there's all these pieces that reference the impacts on an employee. So there needs to be an education on these different departments. And then the last thing, which I do agree with Supervisor Dirks, mentioning the succession planning. That's always been a desired goal from the strategic plan side. How that, and I know Ray actually mentioned recently that he's looking to bring that forward, but what does that mean for us as far as retention and attraction? And part of the succession planning, even for retention and attraction purposes, we have some kind of, just as an idea, right? I'm not gonna get into the weeds too much, but something to the effect of a localized benefit, whether it's workforce housing or something like that, right? But that's separate point for a separate conversation. I think just when it comes to the cultural element, just those 2 main points, but first we need to find out what the resources is gonna be necessary for that employee feedback, or that cultural study from the employee base. That's all I have, Madam Chair.
Supervisor Tiffany?
Yeah, I might suggest, and all you guys can chime in. I use guys as well.
That's why.
You ladies and gentlemen can chime in, but I think to what Supervisor Kosmicki said earlier, maybe a little bit of a hybrid, going, not getting too broad initially, but, I can see, I'm looking under option 1, establishing board leadership expectations, training board governance. Some of this is already going to take place with our leadership. CAO, and I would add, county council leadership expectations, performance evaluation, and then, just looking in option 2, some of the things that catch my eye are things like, and again, in collaboration with their new HR manager, looking at the employee retention, attraction, and hiring process, and that kind of a thing. I, for now, would leave alone the employee satisfaction survey. That is as we talked about, I think a very delicate thing we need to make sure we're comfortable with before we go forward. And maybe there's other ways to, as Supervisor Kosmicki said, there are other things you can do that are going to probably make some improvements without having to ask the questions. There are certain things that generally are successful in improving just morale by doing simple things. But anyway, that would be my thought, is that we kind of take a few of the things from option 1 and 2, and then that's where we start, and then go from there if we decide to go further.
I agree with what Supervisor Tiffany just said as well. And then taking into account that we're going to have a new HR person come on board, it'll give them some time if we're working on first, options 1 and 2 to some degree in doing that. I do want to say too, I also, I want to make this point about the strategic plan. I have no interest in redoing a strategic plan at this time. It's been done. It's usually very lengthy. And, but what I do feel like, and what I know we've talked about from the dais, is making sure that the 5 of us have some goals that we want to achieve. And it goes to what Supervisor Kosmicki said, and I call it the why. Like, why am I here? What am I doing? And if we all have goals and then everyone knows what those goals are, then it's easier for people who come in on a daily basis, no matter what position they're in, to be like, okay, this is my purpose, this is why I'm here, and this is how I'm contributing to the overall piece of the process. And so I agree with doing phase 1 and 2. I don't want the employee satisfaction off the table, though. I would like to see that happen at some point. It doesn't have to be right now in conjunction with everything else. But I would like the opportunity to be able to bring that back when the new HR person has been in the position for some time, so that they'll have some time to get acclimated. And maybe then too, we'll see some of the improvements that have been made. I like the idea of, like, the office party or recognition. I'm really hoping, I've been talking with Ray a little bit about the communications director position, and one of the big things I made a comment on, because it's part of my background, is internal public relations and how we're addressing different issues that way. And that is something that a PIO would do, or a communications director would do. They'd make sure that different departments have recognition policies in place, and that we're publicly recognizing, like an employee of the month kind of situation or something along those lines. In any case, that being said, I would be willing to stay the employee satisfaction survey until we have a little more bandwidth and a little more time, as long as we were putting in some of those, giving directives to the different departments to make sure that we're doing some things to have employee recognition of some kind, because that doesn't cost any money. And so I would like to see that happen. And maybe it's happening in some departments, and so maybe we look at some successes that way and then making sure it's replicated. I don't know. Anyway, so all that to say, options 1 and 2, the same elements that Supervisor Tiffany pulled out would be the same ones I'd be in agreement with as well.
And actually, if we look at the slideshow, page number 19, the phased approach is actually exactly what you said. If you all wanted to remove the strategic planning bullet out of the phase 1, it's exactly what you all summarized. And then it doesn't leave out the employee satisfaction. That would be at the very, very, very end. Can we get slide number 19 back up there, please? Okay, so if we look at all the bullets, the role clarification, board governance, leadership, which we're already doing, communication protocols, which we mentioned, in performance evaluation, where it says board/CAO/county council, that would, encompass both the county council and the CAO's office. Then we have under phase 2, where you're looking at clarification in terms of performance evaluations within the departments. And then phase 3 would then be looking at the retention and attractions. So that option 3 kind of covers all of what you had suggested. If you want to edit and remove the strategic planning component, where it sounds like nobody wants to repeat that, but it looks like that summarizes what we're looking for.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I think option three pretty much encompasses most of that.
Yes, and that is option 3.
But we were taking out employee satisfaction.
Some of you
Or
wanted to, but
Supervisor Dirks.
Supervisor Dirks wanted to delay it. I want to make sure we include it, and if it's a delayed process, that's fine too. And that's what option 3 does as phase 3.
I would agree with bringing that back for consideration later, Madam Chair.
Yeah, and I think, and of course it is says phases, so, because again, I'm concerned about, I mean, it all sounds great. I just don't want to see this get dragged out too long. I understand what Supervisor Dirk said is, yeah, you do have to have the people to get things done. I agree with that. But anyway, if it's in phases, then we're not trying to do it all at once. And you know,
And I don't know how long the first phase is going to
and
last.
as we go through the first phase, which is really starts with us, and you know, and how we work with the CAO and the county council, I think in particular, you know, it may evolve as far as how we want to go forward.
And
from
Madam
there.
Chair, the more I'm seeing this, and you know, I'm seeing the potential for what I feared when I started talking, and that we get all these layers involved. And again, I have to reemphasize, we got a lot of issues to address, and I feel like I don't feel like I'm ready to support any particular option in some full force way. I just don't feel like going through all these steps. I'm not even clear what communication protocols, so the consultant would theoretically come back and say, this is how you're supposed to communicate better? Are we gonna get coaching? Are we gonna go through seminars? That's a lot to me, and I'm just very, very concerned. I gotta be really honest. You know, that this is going to take away from us working on issues that affect the community. And yes, I believe we do need to work on improving our employee morale, but that's why I said earlier, pick 2 or 3 or pick a few of the big items, start with those. I don't want to go through phases and options at this point. I just feel like we kind of circle back to exactly what at least I was trying to express at the beginning that I feared we were doing. And how much staff time is this going to take? How much of our time is this going to take?
Yeah. Can you answer?
address it? Because I just feel with the RFP, they would be doing the work. We would be doing the implementation once there was a finding, but.
It would have to be part of the process.
Yeah, they would be designing a system for you all to utilize. So it would take a lot of your time to help them understand what systems might work for you. And then, of course, you'd have to use those systems once designed. And it might include many of the things that Supervisor Kaminsky mentioned. Yeah. It's a significant effort.
I think we need to put the effort into it.
And that's why we bring it to you.
I think it's necessary.
So the roads get put off and homelessness and all that then, or?
That's your opinion. Right now, we're not talking about roads and homeless. We're talking about this issue.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
Yeah, I would have to agree with Supervisor Kazmiki. I think it's getting a little complicated. When I mentioned the strategic plan, just so you know, Supervisor Dirks, isn't to bring it back to start it all over again. It's already created. It's a reference point. The reality is every agenda item should be attached to one of the goals, right? So the purpose of the strategic plan is to say, this is the way that we're headed. This is the direction we're heading. Everything that we're doing should be applicable to that strategic plan. And that by default gives us focus. That's the main point of me bringing up the street. And that's why I believe this got attached to this document, right? Because there's a little bit of redundancy if we try to create a new path that actually already got started through the strategic plan process. That was my main point. But in general, yeah, I think this is too much. I agree. I don't think I want to go down this road.
I just don't want to sit here a year later and have the same situation that we have currently. And if it's broken, it needs to be fixed. And maybe you all don't agree that it's broken. I see that it's broken, that it needs some sort of repair, some sort of fix.
Well,
and I don't have the answer. I just very much support this cultural study in some shape, form, or manner.
Can you
Madam
explain?
Chair?
Can you
I heard a voice.
can you explain,
Well-
Chair? What do you mean by it's broken? Like, what is specifically is broken?
I make myself available to comments and concerns in the committee, and as Supervisor Tiffany made a comment, if you look for stuff, you're gonna find stuff. Now, that's not the word that we used when he and I spoke, but I'm finding stuff. I'm finding irregularities. I'm finding differential treatment. I'm finding preferential treatment. I'm finding inconsistencies. And it's not just in one department. We have many employees out there, and that people have come to me and shared their dissatisfaction the way this county manages. And I'm just gonna leave that word manages in quotation marks, whether it's the CAO, whether it's the county council, whether it's us as supervisors, whether it's their department head, their intermediate supervisor, whatever it is, there's employees with issues the way they're being managed. And if we don't look at it from this fashion, then we're gonna sit here for another year and have the same status quo. And I don't wanna sit and have the same status quo. I see we have issues that have to be resolved. And you guys keep saying the leadership starts with us. Well, darn it, let's do something about it to fix it and make it right.
Madam Chair, if I may, Maria is still on the line.
Yes.
She has some comments.
Oh, she was probably the who said yes.
She's been listening and trying to take it in because it is her ultimate responsibility to try to capture a scope that you can all agree to if we're moving forward at all with this.
Madam Chair, may I address the board? Okay. Madam Chair, one thing I was going to suggest, because I'm trying to kind of understand everyone's desire. I think what I'm hearing is that you would like definitely option one, or if you're looking at the phased approach, on that page you mentioned, I'm looking at phase one, the work that will be done with the board and the CAO level. Yeah, that first phase. What I'm hearing is that the majority of the supervisors are okay with this, with a modified version where the strategic plan, goal setting, prioritization, you don't want that to be a full-blown thing because you already have a strategic plan. You might want to have just a meeting to revisit those and make sure that all of the community priority needs that a couple of the supervisors mentioned, like homelessness and housing and the roads, that they're included there and captured there. And if there's any tweaks to be made, you can do them without having to redo the whole thing. So it's like a modified version of a full-blown strategic plan. It's just really revisiting the priorities. And then on the communications protocols, what I'm hearing is, we could clarify what that is. I can give you examples of it's not what was shared with me were manageable, doable things. Communication protocol was in the context of, should the board be contacting staff? Should we be going through the CAO? Should the CAO allow the board to go beyond the department heads, or should they go to the department heads? And it's just, if some of these issues are creating some concern or misunderstanding, that is just having a conversation around what should the communication protocol be between the board, the CAO, and the department heads. And it could be a simple, facilitated meeting, so it's not a full-blown thing. So again, what I'm hearing, the other thing I'm hearing is that the majority of the board agrees that they would like to do some work starting at the top with the board level. But there are some elements on phase 2 and 3 that you want to incorporate into this part of the scope of work. What you could do is when you get a facility, because if you notice, phase 2 and 3 really fall under the CAO's responsibility. So one thing you could do is when you do a facilitated performance evaluation for the CAO, where you outline his goals in writing for the next year so that he knows what he's being evaluated on. Same thing goes with the CAO, but that you could say, in the performance evaluation, here are some goals we want you to attain in this next year, which is we want you to do an employee satisfaction survey. We want you to come up with an employee retention and attraction plan. We want you to do a written evaluation performance for department heads. So you could incorporate what you want from some of these other two phases into the CAO's performance evaluation, and that way you are focusing on just phase one, but you're including under his review those kinds of things, which you're clarifying for him what's important to you as it relates to the organizational culture. I hope that's helpful so that it doesn't feel so like it's a lot.
So,
Madam Chair.
Yes.
I think maybe picking a few of these things with the communication issues with a facilitator would be fine. And then we have performance evaluations. And I don't really know if there's really anything else that jumps out. Fixing our performance evaluation system seems to be a pretty important thing that we all agree on, to start off at least. Again, I'm very concerned we're going to get really bogged down in this, and it's going to become, the entire focus of what we're doing. And but I would be fine with a facilitator to discuss communication, board governance, how we communicate with department heads, just so we're all on the same page. And then moving ahead on the performance evaluation reform. And also, having a conversation about some other ways that we can just improve workplace environment, and whether it's gatherings or doing the barbecue again, or, a recognition program, like I said earlier. But other than that, I think that's about where I'm capped out. Thanks.
Yeah, and I would be fine with that. I mean, essentially, the items of phase one without the strategic planning, I mean, maybe we do, as Maria just said, revisit the goals. I don't want to go through a process. It's just, we all know pretty much what our goals are, but maybe we just, get them down in writing or whatever. But we can always revisit these other things down the road, but I would be in support of what Supervisor Kuzmicki suggested. I think that's where it starts, and I think that's a good start. And if we don't go any further other than that, I think it will still be a good thing for the county, and it will address the areas that I have that are of the greatest concern, which, is the top level, and then, CAO, county council, and how we interact and what our roles are. So anyway, I would be in support of that approach.
So do you have enough direction from us? Because
I don't even know.
Well, is that a first and a second? I think that's what
I don't even know what we decided.
I'll make
on.
a motion. I'll make a
we
motion.
haven't really
Yeah.
decided. Yes, go ahead.
The motion would be to go out, hire an facilitator, come in for a special meeting, discuss those main communication topics that we outlined within all these options and phases, instead of going through initially all these phases and options, and coming away with that with clear expectations on these areas, moving ahead on performance evaluation, a systematic performance evaluation reform, so that we have consistency in our performance evaluations. The expectations are clear when you're going to get them. It's very clear what the performance evaluation says and how the process works with the performance evaluations. And
That's a long agenda item.
that's separate. I'm just saying,
Okay.
bring on a facilitator, work on the communication expectations separately from that.
And that's for appointed positions, correct?
What's that?
All for appointed positions?
The board communications, board governance, expectations of CAO, how we communicate with department heads, how we communicate with other staff members, how we communicate with one another. And then second from that, have basically a project would be to, change how we do our performance evaluations so that it's more consistent. So that may or may not include a consultant. I don't know whether we would need to hire somebody for that or not. It sounds like maybe we do want to bring somebody on to assist our new HR manager if that's too big of a task.
Can I
off
ask
the
a
bat.
question? Maria, what Supervisor Kuzmicki suggested, can we go the route of bringing in what'd you say, consultant? A facilitator, I'm sorry, a facilitator?
Yes.
To achieve
Yes, for what he's talking about, yes. And then a consultant to help the HR manager with the restructuring of the performance evaluations for department heads. And did you mention the board appointed officers as well? You want to have a facilitated conversation?
Oh, yes, of course. I think that's all
Yes.
under the same umbrella.
Yes.
Well, because technically we have an evaluation process for everybody except for the appointed positions, to clarify.
We do, but it's
Right.
just not as structured.
Right.
Okay.
And just to clarify, the performance evaluation would be a performance expectation you put in the CAO's evaluation because he's responsible for the department head evaluations. So you would be holding him accountable through that process. Does
Yes,
that
ma'am.
capture it?
Okay, so we have a motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second that.
So we have a first and a second. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
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 Those opposed? So we have a 5-0. So we have direction, right? Okay. All right. Thank you, Maria. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
We're racing along.
Well, we had a lot of conversation to have. So I take it we're out at item number 3 then? Oh my God, it's 2:35 PM and we're at item
Is
number 3.
Burke on the line? Is Burke on the line?
Sir, chugging along here.
Okay, if not, we're gonna move on. We'll move on to item number
6.
6. Melinda Casillas?
Yes, I did. Yes.
Microphone, can you click on the button, the microphone? On the mic?
Oh,
Thank
okay.
you, thank you.
So there's been comments and concerns from the board level regarding the business license tax program. And so I thought, I don't think that we've actually had a presentation on what the program, how the program is run. And it's in the tax collector's office. So a little background on Measure H. It was approved by the voters in November of 2018 for businesses located or doing business in the unincorporated area of the county. I'll get into it, but I think that could be a little bit of a challenge that we're facing. It became effective for July 2019, which I didn't take office until January of 2019, so I didn't have a lot of time to put this into place. So I looked at kind of an evaluation of our staff workload, and I researched various options. Do we do it in-house? Do we contract it out? I was very familiar with HDL, having worked in the county admin office. So that was one of the options that I looked at. And so ultimately I chose HDL to manage the business license program. So we started that in May of 2019 to be effective July 2019, and HDL's contract ends this June 2022. In order to get started, we sent databases to HDL. We sent our unsecured tax roll, which contains businesses both in the county and out of the county and in the unincorporated area. And then we also worked with the clerk's office to get the fictitious business name statement filed. And we sent all that information to HDL so that they could get started on businesses that were operating in the county. And then we also put together some informational flyers that were available in my office for people that came in and asked questions. And then also we gave them to the clerk's office for people that come in and file fictitious business name statements. And then we gave them to RMA in the building department for people that come in and ask for permits, that they're going to do some improvements to their house or a development. So we have business license terminology. There are 6 categories, Class A through Class E. And then we have those that are exempt, agriculture and charitable nonprofit organizations. They pay $4 for the SB 1186 program, which is a disability and access and education program. And that fee, part of that fee is sent to the state quarterly. So Class A is retail, Class B is hotel and entertainment, food services, Class C is professional, Class D is kind of temporary services, and then Class E is mining. And each of those have a charge for the average number of employees that are working for that business. And that's verified through EDD report, payroll quarterly reports. HDL also asks these businesses, when they apply for a business license, to provide those statements so that they know how much to charge per employee.
May I ask a question on the Class B, the hotel, motel rentals and so forth? Okay, is that a self-reporting kind of a situation, or is that where you know all of the hotels and bed and breakfasts and so forth that are in operating business in town?
So I'm going to kind of get to that, but HDL, they do a lot of research with people that are businesses that report sales tax, their sales and use tax, that they pay sales tax. And then they also research newspaper publications and also social medias like Yelp. And so they gather a list that they annually send out to those businesses that they've compiled on that list to say, you know, we think you're out of compliance.
Okay, and you said you might get to this later, but if we don't, keep in mind, I have some questions about Airbnb, and I think we've discussed this at a previous board, but how about dude ranches? Are they paying their fair share in the county?
Who was that?
Dude ranches, you know, where you go out and have the cowboy experience and spending a night at a ranch. Is that considered subject to a TOT tax?
Yes, yes.
Okay, but is that self-reporting, or is that part of the business practice where they already submit it?
So we have TOT and we have business license. You have to get a business
Yeah, it's
license.
TOT, separate. We're talking business license.
Okay.
tax right now.
All right, I withdraw my question. Thank you.
Okay. So there were some statistics I thought you might be interested in. So as of February 2022, we have approximately 500 business licenses that have been issued for 2020, for starting in July 2021 to June of 2022. So as you can see, most of our, of the 500, about 400 of them are Class A businesses, a little bit of Class B, little Class C. We're going to be getting Class D, and Class E doesn't show up on here because it's very small. There's only, I think, maybe 6 quarries. And then we have the exempt, which are agriculture and charitable nonprofits. Of the 500 that are that have those business license, 400 of them have addresses that are located in the county, and 100 of them have addresses, it's their main operating office, that are out of the county. They're anywhere from Monterey to Florida. And then we also have 112 business license that are classified as contractors or subcontractors. 68 of those are located out of the county. Again, their main address for their main office is out of the county. And then we have 44 that are that have addresses located in San Benito County. So why did we choose HDL? Again, as I said, I was very familiar with HDL because I worked with them when I was in the administration office. We have been doing business with them for many years related to sales and use tax, where they report, they review and analyze sales taxes up and down, sales tax use reported to the Franchise Tax Board of who's paying sales taxes for businesses. And so how much should San Benito County be getting out of that sales tax? That's been reported to San Benito County. And then they also research other counties, especially northern counties, to see that should we have been getting that tax instead of San Francisco County. I worked with them on the Panoche Valley solar project, and then also when we were debating on how to put together a cannabis project, they helped us with that project also. So what do they charge? They charge $14 for each what we call renewal, referral, and a business that the county directs towards to HDL. And they annually send renewal letters. It's time to renew your business license for the next year. They also charge what they call a discovery fee of 35% of the revenue collected. This is again where HDL compiles lists of businesses that they think are out of compliance. And they send annually around about this time of the year, they send compliance letters to all those businesses that they think could be out of compliance, that they need a business license that they don't have. And then they also file quarterly and annual reports to the DSA, which is the $4 collected under the Disability Access and Education Program. And then they also maintain a database of all the business license. We get that report every quarter. And then also RMA recently has requested a link, a portal to their database so that they can check when somebody comes in and asks for a permit, that they can check and see if they have a business license in the county or not.
Madam Chair, quick question. So just to be clear, HCL charges, if it's just a normal renewal, people are, sending their business license every year, it's $14.
Right.
And then 35% only applies to someone who's not in compliance. And then is it 35% of what's collected in that given year? And then if they get back on compliance, then it's the $14?
Right, correct.
Okay, all right, thank you.
And so a business license is $118 plus the per employee charge. So to the county, we get back roughly $144 per business license, kind of an average, because if HDL has determined that you should have had a business license last year and that you didn't get a business license, they will charge you for the current year and the prior year, and they will also charge late fees on that period of time that you did not have a business license.
Madam Chair, can I ask a
Yes.
question too? Because it's regarding this slide. Where is HDL located?
So HDL actually has offices kind of all over California. The compliance team that we work with, they're located Northern Bay area.
Okay.
And then, so it's kind of moved around. And then the renewal team has been more, I want to say, in the valley. But HDL transitions their people various times, especially due to in COVID times. So it could vary where we deal with their different teams, and also where their contract team comes out of too.
Okay, so I had a constituent ask me why she has to make her check out to Madera County. That she said she doesn't make it out to San Benito County. Is that correct or no?
I have to double check on that. I thought
Okay.
they made it out to San Benito County.
Okay. Maybe, I wonder if maybe there was some confusion about where it gets sent. And maybe would it be sent, because you mentioned the valley, would it be sent?
It could be. It could be
Okay.
sent to Northern California, or it could be sent to the valley, depending on where they have their, I think their renewal team might be more in the valley.
Okay.
So for example, we have the city parking meter person. So when county employees get a parking ticket, it's made out to the city of Hollister, but it's sent to Santa Ana, California. So
Okay.
HCL kind of operates in the same way.
Okay, I just wanted it for transparency purposes, that people understand why maybe they're sending it out of the county for a county business license. So that's basically the extent.
So could
And
it be
the
the bill?
telephone number would be the same.
Is it because of the billing process? It's sent to wherever HCL is?
Right, where they're located. And the same with the telephone number. If you, there's a telephone number on the renewal letters and also in the compliance letters. That's not necessarily a San Benito County telephone number. We do get a lot of questions for companies that think, is this just a scam or a joke? So I have tried to put the compliance letter to have San Benito County logo and San Benito County, kind of like my letter from the tax collector, signed by me. There was a little confusion last year. HDL felt that they were doing a good job by changing that letter, and not my letter in particular, but changing their compliance letters. And so it didn't have my information on there, so we got a lot of calls last year. Had a long conversation with HDL. No, you send out my letter. So I've sent my letter again this year to them. So when they send out the compliance letters, it should have my information and my explanation of what Measure H is about.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
So as I said, it's in the business license program is in the tax collector's office. So I wanted to give you a little bit of information on our other jobs that we do in the tax collector's office. So mainly we are property tax collections. Currently this year we have about $144 million to be collected on both what we consider current tax bills and delinquent tax bills. Supplementals, which are, we've had a lot of supplemental bills this year because every time there's a change in ownership, a lot of housing developments going on and people purchasing homes, you get a supplemental bill on the value, the change in the value of where the person that sold the home versus what you paid for the home. They get a bill. People don't really understand supplemental bills, so we are constantly trying to explain what a supplemental bill is, and no, your mortgage company doesn't pay those to supplemental bills. And then we have delinquent taxes where, obviously you didn't pay your tax bill in the year that it was due, and so now it's become delinquent and it's earning interest. So those are our biggest challenges to collect. 80% of our time is spent on the 20% of property taxes that are not paid. We have a staff of 4 most of the time. In the last 3 years, we've had a staff of 3. We usually have a vacancy, a little bit of turnover that goes on in our office.
Madam Chair, if I could ask a question, Melissa?
Yes.
Yeah, so with the supplementals, the last time I remember is because there was some issue with the assessment and you had to like there was the wrong assessment or something, I can't remember, and then you had to send a corrected or some kind of a correct supplemental bill, is that correct, or?
So you could be referring to our tax bills in 2019 where there were 2 bonds that were inadvertently
That's
left
right.
off of the tax bill.
That's right.
Between the assessor, the auditor, and the tax collector. We didn't catch those 2 bills. And so we did have to send a corrected bill, but that was on the secured roll and not the supplemental roll.
Okay, thank you.
Why do we try to collect these property taxes? We spend a lot of our efforts collecting the property taxes. It helps keep the general fund, the school districts, and the special districts operating. Not only does it help supply their daily operations with revenue, it also pays bonds that they've issued. And so the disbursement of these property taxes are a major resource to these entities. And the general fund receives approximately $15 million worth of the property taxes. So some comments that I've heard at the board level that I wanted to kind of address is under the CARES Act business grants. There were comments that I heard related to businesses that applied for the CARES Act business grants and that many of them didn't have a business license. So I was asked to review that list and to see if they had paid their property taxes or if they were delinquent on their property taxes, and if so, we contacted them or they contacted us because they were told that they had delinquent property taxes. And so we collected on some of those. And then a lot of what we looked at were salons, hairstylists. And so most of those businesses are located within the city limits. I want to say that I think that one of the challenges for the Measure H and the business license tax program is whether you're located in the city or whether you're located in the county. So for example, if you drive down Santa Ana Road towards Fairview, most of the right side of that road is located in the city, but there's little pockets along the way that's located in the county. So do you get a county license or do you get a city license? Same on the left side of the road, most of those properties, businesses, residents would be located in the county, but there are a few pockets of city. All of those have addresses on Santa Ana Road, Hollister 95023. So are you located in the county or are you located in the city? I think that could be a little bit of a challenge with our program. So there's been questions about the budget. So last year we budgeted $655,000 in revenue. Of the 500 businesses that we currently have, and the number of businesses can change. We have a lot of development going on, and so as you could see, there were a good 100 businesses that had business license, and so that can fluctuate from year to year depending on the development that's going on. So anyways, out of the 500, when you get an average of about $144 back to the county from HDL, you're going to get about $57,000. The mining participation for 2021, it was around $350,000, a little bit more. So that was approximately, for this year, it could be about $407,000. Last year, we did receive right around $650,000. It was, I want to say, maybe $15,000 short of that $650,000 budget. However, this year we did budget a little bit less. We budgeted, I believe, $350,000. So we should be able to meet that, although I realize that's not quite as much as the $650,000. So what are we doing to kind of educate and outreach for compliancy. As I previously stated, HDL, they work all year long to put together the non-compliance list, if that's what you want to, how you want to put it. They research newspaper legal notices, and they look at social media such as Yelp, because if you want to look for something, a lot of times you'll look for Yelp. You'll look on Yelp to see where a business is in your area. They also analyze the Franchise Tax Board sales and use tax reports to see what businesses are reporting sales tax in San Benito County. They send that out those notices annually. They have a lot of experience in this area. They do a lot of contract work for cities and for counties. Our office has put together educational packets for, again, as I just said, for our office, the clerk's office, and RMA. And then we have 2 different places on the county website where you can find information on the business license program. There's one under the main, when you go to COSB US, under the main headings, there's business, and it links you to, takes you to business licenses, and there's a link that will go to HDL. And then also under the tax collector's website, there is also that same type of information. Again, as we talked about earlier, do we charge for prior years? Yes, we do. If, again, if HDL felt that you should have had a business license the previous year and you didn't, they'll charge you for this current year and next year, in the previous year, along with late fees. So the mining operation compliancy, I think that under Measure H, I think that's a unique charge for mining operations. I'm not sure how many other counties would have that kind of mining operation requirement. So COVID has obviously been a challenge for HDL. Last year they had planned to come out and talk to a couple of different businesses, including some of the quarries, and with the shutdown, or it was a challenge for them to come out here. So ultimately, they weren't able to reach very many businesses. And so we felt that internally we would do a better job not in reaching out to those mining, to the quarries. And so we've set up a team between administration, my office, and also RMA to look at the current quarries and reach out to them.
Excuse me.
Yes.
Let me ask a follow-up question on that. So was there a period of time after this Measure H passed that we were not collecting money from the quarries?
So we've had some quarries that are very cooperative with us, and then we have some quarries that are not cooperative with us.
Okay.
And so
I mean, obviously the Granite Rock is a huge operation in our county.
Right. And they are very cooperative.
Okay, I'm glad to hear that, because, and everyone should know, pick up the phone, call Granite Rock if there was issues. But that was not where the problem was, is what you're telling me.
No.
It was in other areas, smaller quarries, I gather.
Yeah.
Okay.
Correct.
Thank you.
And then on the April 12th Board of Supervisors meeting, there was an item regarding home occupation and rural home enterprise. And so again, that same team between admin, my office, and RMA will be working with them for the compliance of business license for those business operations. Any questions, concerns? Did I answer a question?
Go ahead, Supervisor Kuzmicki.
Yeah, I'll get to this, cut to the chase. Oh, so currently, what's the consequence of not paying your business license fee?
So the consequence is that once you're, come into compliance is that you pay the years that you should have. I've actually seen some businesses that have had to pay 3 years worth of business licenses and the late fees.
Okay. But until they come into compliance, there's no
Right.
accountability.
Yes, I don't
That's,
believe
and I'll address that in my comments, but
Measure H that they're anything
that's the
other
problem
than
with
late
that's the problem with what we're doing here is there's just no accountability, it seems.
Right.
And that doesn't seem like it's your fault. We gotta discuss that policy. How many businesses do we know how many businesses are out of compliance versus, at least according to the estimates? You know, you said they have this sort of list. How many businesses are out of compliance versus in compliance? The ratio, I would be interested in knowing that.
So the list that HDL puts together, again, there's a lot of city businesses and there's a lot of county businesses in there. And so I feel like I'm able to determine, no, that's a city
Isn't that their job, though?
business and that's a county business. But then, honestly, after the first year, I didn't go through that list anymore because I felt that that was part of the process, and that those people that are in the city would say, no, I have a, no, I'm in the city and I have a business.
We should be initiating that. I mean, as far as I'm concerned, if we should have a handle on, okay, you're in the county. I mean, we know our own county, so when we drive down Santa Ana, we should know, our HDL should be informed as to, the geographic aspects of the issue here. It shouldn't be waiting on them to come to us, and then going back to that list, I feel like we should have a county graph and a city graph, and we should be able to, for me, I would like to know, if there's 800 businesses, you say there's 500, but there's a lot more than that because the 500 are the compliant businesses, right? So if there's 800 or 1,000 businesses, I'd like to see a breakout of, like a credit company, like these are the ones that are out of compliance, therefore these are the ones we need to continue to hound until they pay us. And I'll get into the comments later, but I do feel like we got to add some accountability to this. I think that's it for questions for me. Thank you.
Any other questions?
Yes, quick. Does HDL get involved in collections? Are they in a collection agency, or they just basically keep sending out notices hoping that people will get in compliance? And if they don't do collections, is there any mechanism to turn it over to collections or to go to small claims court or take any actions? Or we just hope people get in compliance?
So HDL, once they send out the initial compliance letters, they continue to send out letters, that you didn't respond to us. And then in 2021, they were coming out to, they had a list of businesses that they were going to try to meet with. However, unfortunately, COVID stopped that. So no, they are not necessarily a collection agencies. We could look into that. I kind of feel like part of the problem is that I feel like HCL does a really good job, and I feel like they have a lot more resources than we do. Could we massage that list a little bit more? We could.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so let's go to public comment, please.
If you'd like to make a comment in chambers, please provide a speaker card. On Zoom, you can press *9 on your phone or the raise your hand icon on your screen. Elias Salinas.
We can't even afford good mics.
Okay, that's better. Good afternoon. Okay, so when this came up a few years ago, I was totally against going with HDL. More municipalities are stopping from using them. They've gotten a negative reputation, And I did state that a few years ago, and it happens more and more. And more people are pulling away, more municipalities are pulling away from them. It says they take 35%. Okay, no. So I'm going to apply today, and I was in business last year. So HDL forces you, because you were in business, I was in business last year. I have to apply for last year and for this year. And am I correct that they will take 35% of that and penalties, and then we get whatever's left over? The county gets what's left over. Another question is, when I was against going with HDL, I was told at the time that since they already had the software, eventually our staff would be able to learn and take over this. So why should we be giving HDL 35% on what they're doing to collect? That's their job, to make money, obviously. But why don't we do it ourselves? We've been doing this for a while now. What is the problem with getting our own software to try to do this, and we have the staff to do it? I know Melinda just stated that, you know, they only have 4 staff trying to collect on back taxes and all these things, but it's really important to try to get everything in-house instead of trying to pay another company to do it. I think the San Benito County staff and the direction that we're going should be able to just take over this type of system instead of relying on a third party to do it. Also, I would like the question answered with regards to the Pinoche solar system. Are those payments still going to San Francisco and then coming here? And when was the last time anybody actually got an update whether we're up to actually getting the fees that we're supposed to be getting, or are they backlogged and we haven't received money for a while? Thank you.
Thank you.
No other comments.
Okay. All right, so there's no deliberation, we're just receiving the presentation. So I thank you very much, Melinda.
I got comments, Madam Chair?
Yes, you may.
Okay, so going back to the CARES grant and ARPA funding, I was on those committees when we looked at the grants, and this is one of the things that really jumped out. It was, I was shocked at, you know, it wasn't just stylists. I'm not going to name any businesses, but there were non-stylists, plenty of businesses that we were going down the list, and it was business after business, it seemed, that wasn't paying their business license fee, and that was eye-popping to me. I just couldn't believe it. And you know, I've been talking about this for a while. The inequitability of this program really jumps out to me. Since I got on the board, it's one of those topics, it frustrates me not only as a leader, but just as a citizen and as a former business owner who did pay the business license fee. And I wasn't a supporter necessarily of it because I did see there being some problems with this, and I also didn't like some of the mechanisms that were used to get it approved. But besides, I paid the fee as a one-person business when I was in business, and it's very, very frustrating to me that certain people are just simply ignoring the law. They're simply ignoring a required fee while others are abiding and paying up, and it's just preposterous to me, and it's just inherently unfair. It's really unfair to the people that are paying the fee. It's like, why? Now that I know all this, and I hate to promote this, but if I'm going into business, why should I bother paying the fee? Why? I mean, if the county's not going to do anything about it and there are no consequences to paying the business license fee, why bother? You know, and I'm not promoting that. I think it's wrong, and I think that's why I'm glad we're having this discussion, because I feel strongly that we do need to put teeth into this program. We do need to make changes to make it work better. You know, it's a principal issue as much as it is about lost revenue. Sending a compliance letter once a year, you know, and granted, you haven't been given clear direction from the board, I don't believe, on how to deal with this. It was just sort of thrown into your lap. But sending out a nice outreach letter once a year, it's just not cutting it for me. There's no teeth to it, and it's not going to move the needle at all as far as really getting up to 90% compliance or whatever the number is. We've got to be close to 100%, but right now it seems like I don't even know what the number is. I can only guess, but I know it's not good. And
you know, they should face additional fines. I know we do the interest, but look, if I have my DMV registration every year and I just say I'm not going to pay it, there's a consequence to that. I'll take the risk of going out and driving. If I get caught, I'm going to lose my driving privileges. So am I saying they should be, you know, we should go that far? No, but I'm saying that we should give them warnings, add interest, fine them additionally. These aren't large, huge dollar amounts here. If you can't afford to pay $144, then you shouldn't be in business. I'm sorry. Or if you're refusing to pay a required business license fee of $144 plus a few dollars for each employee, then you shouldn't be in business. It's just amazing to me. And so I feel like we have to discuss, how do we put teeth to this program? Is HDL the right partner for this? If you're talking about COVID came and they just somehow decided not to follow up with companies, well, I'm disappointed in that. That's not acceptable to me. I would like to hire a company or a firm that's aggressive with this and has a database, a readily available database where we know, like I said earlier, these are the businesses that aren't paying, these are the businesses that are paying. These are the consequences if you don't pay. You know, you're going to have huge fines, basically. And so if we can't get our act together and with the $57,000, that number should be a lot higher, then I feel really strong we should not be charging any businesses at all, and we should end this program altogether. Because for $60,000 in revenue, I feel like the principle of it's not worth it to me. It's not worth it to have this huge sum of people that are just saying there are no consequences, so why should I pay the fee? And then the people with principle that are honest and pay it. It just doesn't. It's not fair. So that's kind of where I'm at. I don't know what the rest of the board feels about business license fees, but we've got to put teeth to this program or else get out of this business altogether. Thank you.
Melinda, did you want to comment on Supervisor Kosmicki's? Melinda?
Yeah.
Did you want to address his concerns? I know you started to mouth a comment.
So I think our challenges have been COVID. I think we have business awareness issues also. This was something that we haven't had a business license in over 20 years. And we didn't really, how do we promote this that we need you to go out and get a business license? So I think that's a little bit of a challenge too. And then also I think a lot of those companies or businesses, they might have a city license because they don't know if they're in the city or in the county. I think that's also a challenge too. And how do we know for sure how many businesses are out there that don't have licenses? We don't. And so right now we rely upon HDL to search their databases. If we hired somebody and put them in my office to do that, would we be able to have all those resources? Would we be able to find somebody that had all those resources? I'm short-staffed as it is.
Madam Chair.
Real quick follow-up, and I'll be done. But
Go
that's
ahead.
HDL's job, right? I mean, that's what we hire them for.
We did.
So if they're not doing their job, then let's find someone else to do it.
So if we feel they're not doing their job, we can.
They're not doing their job.
Or somebody
I'm going to
else.
say it straight out. They're not doing their job. If they're just not. There's a database.
I believe there's a contract up for renewal on June 30th.
Right.
So we would have that opportunity to look at the contract, Supervisor
So,
Kosmicki.
To find
just for
somebody else,
clarification, Madam Chair, so I want to understand Supervisor Kosmicki's sentiment. So what exactly is their job? Is their job to know why they're not in business, why they're not paying, or why, if they are in business, why they're not paying their license? Like, it's not just finding out who these businesses are. I guess they're supposed to get involved in the details of each individual business. Is that their job?
We could ask them to be able, if we're feeling that they're not doing their job and that they should be more aggressive, then yes, we need to put that in the contract.
Yeah. Well, it's because I'm just not big on oversimplifications, and I don't think that's necessarily Supervisor Kosmicki's intent, but there's different reasons why people don't pay their licenses. I pay my license every year, but I know that there is confusion when it comes to unincorporated because that business license tax from the county side is not, it's not old, right? It's relatively new. So there's just a lot of different realities. I mean, we're living in tougher times, and I still think businesses, so to be clear, I'm not saying businesses shouldn't pay their license, but the reality is, you know, even just when it comes down to registering and ultimately having an employee base, you're paying per employee, right? And in California, it's very well known that we're the highest taxed state in the nation when it comes down to just small business. And, you know, SBA registers that the small business community has shrank pretty drastically compared to any other state. So it's not that simple. And I think part of the cure that Supervisor Kosmicki is defining actually will get rid of more businesses rather than actually collect dollars, right? I mean, for certain, you know, when it comes down to the different industries, you're going to find yourself saying, if you're going to punish me, then I'll just go dark, right? I'd just rather not even go through a registering process because then I don't have to worry about collecting taxes, right? So I don't think I want to slow that sentiment a little bit and say that maybe we should do a little bit of deeper dive to understand what this means. I do agree businesses should pay their licenses, but I don't agree it's just that simple. They don't want to pay it and they're just thumbing their nose. I think there's a lot more to it than that. I think we need to understand more what that means versus just saying, let's go punish them today and figure out the details tomorrow.
We kind of got off track of questions because we were supposed to go to public
Yeah.
comment, but I believe you had a question, correct?
No, that's right. I have comments, so if we
Okay,
haven't gone.
so let's go to public comment first, and then we'll bring it back for, and we're not deciding anything, this is just an informational presentation. We've done that,
Yeah, you already
perfect,
did it,
okay,
yeah.
so, sorry, my bad.
Yeah, and I think, I mean, we obviously need to take a look at this. There needs to be, and I understand you're short-staffed, I get it, but I agree with Supervisor Kosmicki. I mean, this is kind of ridiculous. You know, it's almost like it's a mining, fee that we have here, because that's where the bulk of what we're getting, and Granite Rock's paying a lot of it, which is to their credit. But businesses should pay, and I understand no one likes to pay taxes, but I mean, I was in business for over 30 years and, well, a lot longer than that, and we paid, it was city license. I know we're in the city, and we paid a city business license every year. And so I don't see why businesses can't do that. If they can't, I would agree, if they can't afford to pay a business license, then they've got other issues for sure. But I don't think it's right that people pay business licenses and others just, sure, there are some that maybe can't do it during COVID. I can understand that, but I think most of them that aren't paying it, probably there's no consequences. So I would agree with what Supervisor Kosmicki said. If we're going to have it, we should, and I think we should look to the city. What are they doing? The city's been doing this for years. Now, do they have the same issues? I'd be curious to find out. And I'd also we need to look at what we're asking HDL and what other firms are out there, because if there's not some teeth in the process, people are not going to pay it. So, I'm a little frustrated too. I mean, this isn't a huge revenue source, but still it is a revenue source. We need all the money we can get. We're not asking a lot from our businesses. We try to support them in other ways. I think they should be paying their license. Anyway, that's what I'm.
Supervisor Dirks?
Thank you, Madam Chair. How much I know the contract's not up until June, so I don't want to get too far into the weeds with it, but do you know off the top how much we're paying HDL or how are they getting funded?
So we pay more of the $14 fee than we do on the 35% discovery fee. And they just, that's just deducted from the proceeds that they provide to us.
So it's just automatically taken out. So it's not like a set dollar amount?
Yeah.
Okay, so the contract is just to continue that kind of percentage, and then the percentage is set within that contract?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. And then So I had that question. What was, since this was done in 2018, and I don't know if Supervisor Hernandez, if you were on the board at that time.
I just barely got elected.
Okay. What was the intent? Do we know the intent besides just revenue collection? Was there a plan in place by the previous board to, make sure there were consequences?
Just to make money.
Just to make money. And so I just wanted, for full clarification, we currently don't have a list of those businesses who are in compliance. Is that correct?
Those that are in compliance?
Are not.
Are not. I haven't received the list for this year, but I can get that list.
Okay, yeah, that's,
Because I
so
don't
it
think they've
exists.
sent out their
That's what
discovery
okay.
letters. Yeah.
Okay, so I think if we could see that list, I think that'd be great.
Okay.
And then that way we kind of know what we're dealing with. Is it 5 companies? Is it 30? Is it 500? I don't know.
Okay.
So, so I'd like to see that list as well. Yeah.
And then I don't believe that Measure H, other than late fees, I don't know that there's any other type of consequence to not paying.
Yeah. No, and this is what I was going to share with you. The prior board, when this actually was implemented, I think they wanted to go light with this. They just wanted to educate people. They wanted to take their time on the transition since, we haven't had this, for decades. So I think that was their take. And then we got hit with COVID. And then, here we are today. So, yeah.
So I just want to reiterate too, it could be an education thing, which is what Supervisor Hernandez alluded to. In light of the timing of it and COVID and everything else, although that looks like maybe there was about a year in there. But maybe we need to do an education process too, and it'll be super great when we get a communications officer, because that would be something that they'd be able to, push information out about.
What I'm looking at is it's been since 2018 that it was enacted. And so what would we have as options for consequences for businesses being out of compliance? And then I also was on the CARES money committee with Supervisor Hernandez. And so as Supervisor Kosmicki mentioned, there were plenty of businesses that I recognized that were out of compliance. And it was just so coincidental that their date of their business license happened to be the same date as their application, because they knew that there was $5,000, $10,000, $15,000 to be gained from the CARES money if they went ahead and paid the $144 fee. And so it was just kind of ironic to see that. But I was glad to see they were in compliance on the date of their application. But how many more didn't apply because they didn't have their license? So what do we have in terms of parameters to have teeth?
And I think most of the folks, they actually did submit the $144 or whatever the dollar figure was for their business. What I would recommend is coming back to your board with an ordinance change to address that, to add some teeth to it per your board. If that's the direction your board wants us to go down, we can work on that.
Okay. That sound good?
Yeah, I would support that, Madam Chair.
Okay, good. Okay, so you have
Madam
at least.
Chair, just some final thoughts. I mean, to be clear, if that's the way the board wants to go, that's fine. I think education should be priority number one, personally. Businesses in general, they understand having to have a structure, including fees, to be able to establish their business, right? Profitability is really the number one goal. And that being the case, I don't see any business that wants to be profitable. They would want to be peddling with $100-something fee. But it's been long established there hasn't been a business tax, right? So status quo to a business owner is, I mean, you don't want to, you got plenty going on, and to go back to something or to think about something that you've never done before, it's not that simple, right? For them to cut a check, I don't think it would be an issue. I personally think we just haven't done a good enough job of engaging that business community. Right, I haven't heard anything that we've done to actually engage the business community to let them know there's a business tax from the unincorporated area, right? Especially if, and I can almost guarantee you a bunch of them are they already pay a city license tax, So that in and of itself, I think it's going to create more of an issue if we don't get into education first before deciding to punish them. Those are my comments, Madam Chair.
And I
I think
think-
when this item comes to the agenda, we can talk about that, because I think 4 years is long enough, even though COVID was in the middle of that, 4 years to become aware of the situation. Yeah.
Yeah, so we can come back, we can come back to the board with that. I agree, you can add some.
Yeah, I mean, well, and I was gonna-
Violation of the ordinance is already a misdemeanor if they don't comply with the ordinance in addition to all the fees that are, penalties that are already there. There are some.
That's already written in
But we
violation,
can do-
the misdemeanor.
Yeah, and I let me just add, I mean, I'm all for, I think we should make sure education, you know, what was sent out, you know, were county businesses notified? Have they been multiple times? No, I mean, we should look at what has been done. Do we have a good list of county businesses? I would hope so, but maybe we don't. So I'm all for what Supervisor Hernandez says. If we haven't done a good job of education, then we need to do that, give people the opportunity. But then there does have to be, you know, whether it's BHDL or someone else, some follow through, because I guarantee you there will be some businesses that it's not a matter of education. They're just not doing it. And so we need to have some teeth. So I mean, I think you can do both here.
And Madam Chair, just real quick, and you mentioned HDL does have a list out there of non-compliant businesses, and I don't know if I recall you saying they have sent letters to some of these.
They have in the past.
So they've sent letters.
I don't
I
have
mean,
the current list.
That
I
qualifies to
will
me
get it.
as education. You know, I mean, we're
Yes.
educating them that they owe a fee and they're not paying it.
Right.
So, but I agree though, I don't think we necessarily want to come down with a heavy hand. Give them one more chance, send them another letter, do some outreach on other avenues, and if they still refuse to pay, then there just have to be consequences, otherwise it's just not fair. Thank you.
So, yeah, we got direction, and I think ultimately the consequences are minuscule. They're a few bucks. It's not, I think, enough to change people's mindset. So we can come back to your board. We'll come back with a detailed report of what the ordinance is currently and what potentially we could do to address that.
And I also wanted to add, the county was working on a contract for collection of services for code enforcement and debt collection, which is going to be a 2-year project. We could see if the board would like to add this as a possible area of debt collection as well.
I would recommend save the money, make a phone call. Business owner will take a call. They might not read I'm just saying, a small business is plenty busy.
Okay. We could talk more about it when that item comes back to us. Okay, so it looks like we still have not addressed item number 3.
Yeah, we're not going to be able to get to it.
Okay, so then are we then?
We're gonna push that to another date, Madam
Okay.
Chair. Mhm.
So then that would take us to item number 7.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We have Grisela Rios here from our Behavioral Health Department. She's the Director of Administrative Services. She'll be presenting this item.
Good afternoon, everybody, Madam Chair and Board. Behavioral Health Department wanted to give an informational presentation regarding its services and an overview of the timeliness and access standards that we abide by as defined by the Department of Healthcare Services. So that's what this presentation is going to mostly highlight. And then if you want to go into detail and have any questions, then we're prepared to respond to that. So first, I will give a broad overview of the services we do offer under the behavioral health umbrella. We have 2 major programs that these services fall under. One of them is specialty mental health services, and the other is drug Medi-Cal organized delivery system services, which is a very formal name for our substance abuse department. And just like Anthem Blue Cross is the current managed care plan for physical health care for Medi-Cal beneficiaries in San Benito County, The county's behavioral health agency is the managed care plan for specialty mental health services and DMC ODS services for Medi-Cal and indigent clients residing in San Benito County. This means we're responsible for a certain population of these clients and as they meet medical necessary for us to serve them. So here's a breakdown of the sub-programs that are under our specialty mental health services. And I don't have to go into detail on all of these, but if you have questions, I have detail if you'd like. So under specialty mental health services, we provide prevention and early intervention. We provide outpatient therapy. We provide targeted case management services, medication support services, LPS conservatorship, and our innovation project, which is BHDRC, and it's the Behavioral Health Diversion and Reentry Court. And we also provide crisis intervention and stabilization services. The blocks in red just indicate that we have contracts to help supplement some of the work or to provide certain services to certain populations within the scope of the level of care, but it's pretty much indicating of what we contract out. So prevention and early intervention is done as a combination. We do a lot of it in-house, but we also contract out some of our efforts on prevention and early intervention. Some items to know for specialty mental health services is that we make every effort to deliver these services in the least restrictive setting possible, and our services are provided based on medical necessity. This means that per state guidelines, we are to provide specialty mental health services to individuals in the community that are diagnosed with a severe mental health issue. Individuals that are diagnosed with a mild to moderate mental health issue are referred to their managed care plan, which is currently Anthem for San Benito County, or other CBOs in the community. And we have a pretty structured referral process with Anthem Blue Cross so that we can refer those individuals that are diagnosed mild to moderate, and they also refer to us for individuals that they see that are severe. This next slide just details the services under the Drug Medical Organized Delivery System services, which is our substance abuse department. We provide the following services, which is our substance abuse prevention and our Friday Night Live program at the high school. We have a drug court. We have our outpatient services, our intensive outpatient services, residential and sober living environment treatment, residential treatment and sober living environment. We have withdrawal management and opioid treatment and narcotic treatment programs, and also medication-assisted treatment. Some things to note for our substance abuse services: most of our levels of care are available for both the adult and youth populations. We started live with the DMC ODS services July 1st of 2019. And then we have a plan to roll out different levels of care in a gradual process in phases throughout 5 years from our go live date, and then 5 years later to be able to encompass the full amount of levels of care that we're required to have under DMC ODS services. And then they're also provided based on medical necessity for each appropriate level of care. And our substance abuse services and treatment are completely voluntary on behalf of the client, and counselors and the treatment team can only act on situations based on client reporting. So for example, if an individual has a family member that they would like to refer for services, and that individual comes in, they have their assessment, but they're not 100% truthful with their reporting, our counselors can only go by what the client reports. San Benito County Behavioral Health and all other county behavioral health agencies are subject to the following timeliness and access standards as defined by the Department of Healthcare Services. We must meet time and distance standards, time being defined as the number of minutes it takes for a beneficiary or a client to travel from their address to the nearest provider site, and distance is defined as the number of miles a client must travel from their address to the nearest provider site. Since San Benito is a small county. It's often referred to as a frontier or rural county. And through this designation, DHCS has defined our time and distance standards as 60 miles and 90 minutes from a beneficiary's place of residence to a treatment site. Therefore, we need to ensure that a client is able to access their needed services within this time and distance standard. And if for any reason we must find an alternative provider outside of that radius, then we must get it pre-approved as an alternate site by the Department of Healthcare Services. San Benito County Behavioral Health and all other behavioral health agencies are also subject to timely access standards, which are defined again by Department of Healthcare Services. And this means that we have a certain time frame to ensure that we get a client into their intake appointment, and then we have a certain time frame to get them into their treatment appointment. At San Benito County Behavioral Health, we have made many efforts to ensure that we are complying with these standards. We're audited heavily, and so these standards are reviewed, or our data is reported, and our data is reviewed for compliance by the state. And the data of our client timely access is collected and reported to DHCS quarterly. Again, we have numerous audits, program audits, and at our quarterly quality improvement committee that's open to the community, if anybody would like to attend, we also report these statistics out to our stakeholders or anybody that's interested. For mental health services, these are the following timeliness standards that we follow. For urgent care appointments that don't require pre-authorization, we have 48 hours. We have 96 hours for urgent care appointments that require authorization. And these two categories are not to be confused with crisis. For crisis, we must respond within 2 hours of the call coming to the agency. So that's separate. And then we have 10 days to get a client in for an initial intake appointment. So if a individual is wanting services through mental health, they can call our access line, or I'll go through the methods in which they can communicate with us. And we have 10 business days to get a client in for an initial intake appointment. Then after they come in for an appointment, then we have 15 days to get them in to an appointment with a psychiatrist if the medical necessity is met for a psychiatry appointment. And we have 10 business days to get them in for an appointment with a clinician or case manager if they meet the medical necessity for that type of level of care. I have some data for us for our mental health services. And then currently in our latest quarter data for the mental health program only, we are averaging about 8 business days from the date of first contact to an intake appointment. And on average, it's taking about 3 to 10 business days for initial treatment appointments with either a psychiatrist, case manager, or a clinician. So it just depends on the circumstances. Certain client situations might be able to be seen sooner rather than later. Again, we have crisis. If someone's coming out of crisis or coming out of an inpatient hospital, we have a 6-day rule where we want to get them into follow-up services within 6 days. So we are cognizant of that timeline as well. And then also depending on the urgency of their mental health needs. So we're really flexible on getting in clients when they're needed, but these are the standards that are provided to us by the Department of Healthcare Services. For substance abuse side of the house, the following timeliness standards are as follows. They're shortened. For outpatient services, intensive outpatient services, and residential services, we have 10 days from the request to treatment. So same thing, we have 10 days to get them in for an intake, an intake appointment, and then after that, our standards are 10 business days to a treatment appointment within these levels of care. But for an opioid narcotic treatment program or a medication-assisted treatment program, then we have 3 business days. So typically when those are identified, they are rushed through the process for OTP and NTP services. And access is done, which means that they look over the chart, a licensed clinician looks over the chart, and then make a determination whether this person meets medical necessity. And if they do, then the process is started a lot faster. Currently, our latest quarterly data for substance abuse program shows the following. It's taking an average 4 business days from the date of first contact to an intake appointment for our substance abuse program. And then it's taking about 7 business days from the initial treatment appointment, or it's taking 7 business days to get them into their initial treatment appointment for outpatient, intensive outpatient, and residential level of care. And then, again, on average, it's taking about 3 business days for an initial treatment appointment for opioid treatment programs or medication-assisted treatment. Next, I'm going to go through a client's flow through the system. This isn't an ideal world, of course, and ideal that in the sense that the client goes through the whole process, and this is a voluntary program. They're willing to go through the motions. So we'll start off with the client request. We're able to take a request for services in a written format, in person. You can walk in. You can call our telephone line, which also serves as our crisis line, and it's a 24/7 line, or through a referral. So sometimes we get referrals from different agencies or primary healthcare providers for both mental health and substance abuse, including schools, probation department. We have all those collaborations, and some of them use our forms to refer a client. So then our clerical staff will call the client. If they get a referral, our clerical staff will call the client and schedule an intake appointment within those 10 business days that we have. If they come in person, they will schedule it right then and there. On the phone, they'll schedule it right then and there. And then all of the attempts to schedule an appointment are tracked and logged. So per state guidelines, we have to track the date that the request came in. We have to track the first offered appointment that we offered the client, the second offered appointment, the third offered appointment, and then the appointment that the client eventually agreed to keep. So we have to track all of that, and then later on we track the treatment appointments and the treatment appointments that we offered, 1, 2, 3, and then the appointment that the individual decided to keep. So once that initial intake appointment is set, then the client comes in for an intake, and they meet with a provider that does their intake assessment, depending on substance abuse or mental health program. And then the provider, once they're done with the intake, they submit the client's chart for approval to Access. Our Access team is comprised of licensed LPHA staff, which stands for a licensed practitioner of the healing arts, which include a whole list of different type of individuals that are licensed, like a registered nurse or a doctor or a clinician. And within 5 business days, they need to make a determination and make sure that this individual that is coming in for services meets medical necessity for services with our department. And it also includes the approval or the denial. So if they're approved, then we continue on with the process. If a client is denied based on not meeting medical necessity, then a client is provided with a letter which is required by the Department of Healthcare Services, which also states any linkage to other resources. It states the reason for the denial, and or a referral is submitted to their managed care plan, which again is Anthem for this county. And then Anthem takes it from there, and they contact the client themselves to get them engaged into services with them if they don't meet medical necessity with us. After that, the clerical team will, after it goes through Access either approves or denies. If they approve, it goes back to the clerical team. The clerical team will schedule the client's first service appointment, which is their treatment appointment, within 10 business days from the date of authorization for therapy, case management, or substance abuse services, and then within 15 business days for psychiatric or telepsychiatry appointments. Again, these are not hard dates, or hard timelines. There are special circumstances and special populations that may have shorter time frames. But this is our general overview. Then once a treatment appointment is set and the client comes in for their treatment appointment, the first appointment is usually to start developing their treatment plan. And it's always with the client's feedback and they're in collaboration with the client, the providers are, to create their treatment plan. And their treatment plan must be completed within 30 days. Again, if it's a special circumstance for different populations, it could be shorter timeframes. For substance abuse clients that are referred to a contracted provider, like you saw in the sub-departments or the sub-programs of substance abuse, we do contract out the higher levels of care for substance abuse. And if a provider determines that they meet that level of care, then the client is assigned to a substance abuse counselor that assists them with that linkage and initiation into the program. So they kind of help walk them into that program through kind of a warm handoff. After this, the client continues to meet regularly with their provider for additional treatment appointments. If for any reason, at any time, an add-on service is deemed necessary, a provider will submit this request to the access team, and that gets either approved or denied. And that's, for example, a client is meeting with a provider for therapy, and the clinician determines that this client may benefit from medication or an appointment with a psychiatrist, then they can put in that request to add on the service, and then the clerical team will call and schedule that intake appointment, or not intake, I'm sorry, they will schedule that initial appointment with the med team. And then assessments and treatment plans are updated yearly for mental health, and treatment plans are updated every 90 days for substance abuse. So substance abuse goes through their treatment plans, updates every 90 days more often than mental health does. And once a client completes treatment or is unresponsive to treatment, then we close them out. So if a client completes treatment, they are referred for discharge. That means they've met all of their goals on their treatment plan. Discharge summary is completed, and then our clerical team closes out the chart, and a client is welcome to come back at any time after that. If they run into another issue and they feel like they could benefit from our services again, they are more than welcome to come back. If the client is unresponsive to treatment, then they are sent a 10-day letter notification stating that their chart will be closed if they don't respond or call us within 10 days to make an appointment or to come in and see their provider. And that's also state guidance. Some things to consider as we move forward. There are many things that will be changing with the behavioral health field, and with modernizing our department and adhering to the changes handed down by the state. We will be moving into kind of a new world for behavioral health. And before I discuss that, I just want to reiterate that we are the mental health plan and the substance abuse plan for the County of San Benito, meaning we're responsible mainly for the services for Medi-Cal clients and indigent clients with San Benito County Medi-Cal. We currently serve clients in the least restrictive setting for their condition, and we serve clients that meet the severe criteria for specialty mental health services and meet criteria for medical necessity for outpatient level 1 of substance abuse and above. The medical necessity is determined by the guidelines for mental health. It's in the DSM, which is a Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Mental Disorders. And for substance abuse, we get our guidance from the American Society of Addiction Medicine. Now, this new world that I was talking about that we're moving into is CalAIM. You might have heard of it. Some of our medical necessity guidelines will be changing for certain populations as we implement CalAIM, which stands for the California Advancing and Innovating Medi-Cal, which is another fancy, more formal name for Medi-Cal reform, including Medi-Cal payment reform in the way counties get reimbursed by the state for Medi-Cal services. But the goals of the initiative are to use whole person care approaches, so we're treating the whole individual as opposed to pieces of what we think they might need. And that can be with collaborations with other nonprofits, community-based organizations, other agencies. The goal of the reform is to improve quality outcomes, reduce health disparities, and transform our delivery system, and also make Medi-Cal a more consistent and seamless system for enrollees by reducing complexity and increasing flexibility. Now, We will be implementing this on a rolling basis from 2022, this year, to 2027. So we ask for patience while our department goes through the motions of this new reform. And like I like to say, that the only constant in government is change. So as we try to familiarize our staff with the coming changes and plan for the future, we make sure to always keep the client and the community at the forefront of our decision making. And one last little tidbit for our department. We strive to meet every timeliness and access standard that we have. But if for any reason any client or anyone that's come through our doors feels like we're not meeting these standards, we have a very robust and structured grievance process that we encourage clients to use if they're unhappy with any part of our service. And these instances are investigated, they're logged, they're tracked, they're reported to the Department of Healthcare Services every quarter, and through audits if they request it. And there's always an attempt to resolve these grievances within a DHCS given timeline. So the entire process, again, is logged and audited by the state. So, and I believe that's all I have. Does anybody have any questions about any of the information?
Questions? No. Yes?
Okay, thank you. Oh, I have my questions. Okay, here they go. So if somebody comes in, what constitutes a crisis?
Yeah, so there's a screening that's done. So if it's determined that they are in a crisis, I don't have the screening tool or ability to tell you how they screen them, but at the moment, but I'm not a clinician, but a clinician or a crisis team member will screen the client. We have access. We have a crisis person of the day, and so they're always available, whether it's during business hours or after hours. And so a crisis, let's say, comes in, let's say it's a walk-in crisis, which we get occasionally, then they meet with the clinician right away, and then they start to discuss their situation. And if the client can be safety planned or just kind of have a plan for their safety moving forward, then that's great. That's our least restrictive capacity that we like to kind of be in. And then again, if it turns into a 5150 hold, then we have the ability to do that. But that is not the least restrictive. So we try not to go that route if we don't have to. So we really do try to work with the client when they're in a crisis.
And then one thing said about pre-authorization, like right there on one of your slides, what would determine what needed to be pre-authorized and what didn't?
Yeah, so there's certain things that they're urgent appointments. So these are not crisis, but these are urgent care appointments. So it could be something like I mentioned, for example, someone coming out of a institution or someone that, needs that kind of we need to grab them before they kind of lose engagement. Then some of these will fall under urgent care appointments, and some of them require authorization, some of them don't. And by authorization, they have to go through the access team that I mentioned, meaning licensed clinician will have to sign off on it. But some of them don't. Some of them, if they're coming out of let's say, for example, an inpatient hospital, we know that they have some issues that need to be addressed, so we try to get them in as soon as possible.
Okay. What happens if someone gets denied? And what would constitute a denial?
Yeah, so our access team they're licensed clinicians, so they review the chart, they review the assessment, and if for any reason the information that's reported by the client isn't consistent with the way that they score for medical necessity, then they will get a denial for our services, but that doesn't mean that the doors are completely closed to them. They will get a denial letter from us, but within that letter, there is a linkage to resources for other programs or CBOs that can help them, or we link them to their managed care plan, which also has quite a bit of really good resources that can help them. So for example, for mental health, if they're deemed to not meet medical necessity for severe.
I think you already said this, but just to reiterate, you said the average wait time for services is about 8 days.
For an intake appointment for mental health.
Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
Okay.
In the last quarter.
In the last quarter, okay. All right, I think, so let's pretend like someone gets a denial. They come in and they have a situation and they don't meet the qualifications that we say. And then they get the link to the Anthem Blue Cross, and let's pretend like they call that day. What is their length of time of getting services? Because for me, it might not, like for us, maybe it doesn't seem like a big deal, but for them it is.
Right. So Anthem Blue Cross, they have their own set of timelines, or I believe they might even have something similar to what we have. So they have their own timelines that are defined by the Department of Healthcare Services. I know that in our meetings with Anthem Blue Cross, we have quarterly meetings to kind of go over our MOU that we have. They do tell us that they strive to call the client, either that same day that they get the referral or within the next couple days. They have a case management team that is dedicated solely to receiving referrals and calling the client, trying to get them engaged, and also logging all of their efforts. And then they, in turn, let us know we were able to be successful with this client, and we got them engaged with services as a follow-up. So we have all of that tracked.
Okay, thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you for the presentation,
Yeah,
Giselle.
for sure.
I appreciate it.
Tiffany?
Supervisor Dirks stole most of my thunder. She read my mind on most of those questions. Yeah, I think the overall concern here is that, and those of us who've been involved with the Behavioral Health Board know that we're tremendously short of clinicians in the county. And we're not alone. I know many counties have that problem.
Right.
But it seems like a lot of areas, this is a big problem for us. And it's not as though, we're not getting to fixing potholes, which I know is important. But much more importantly, in some cases, it means that people that really need help are not getting it as soon as possible. And, when I see, and I'm certainly not blaming you, but it's a big problem in our county. I think it's a problem in all counties, but particularly in our county is the one I care about. And when I see some of these, and I realize it's not the crisis, but when I see the, 4 days or 8 days, it just, and a lot of us know people, have family members or whatever, have had to deal with it, whether it be substance abuse or mental health. It just really, kind of makes me cringe. So we have a lot of work to do, I think. And I also, to Supervisor Dirks' questioning, again, you worry about authorization, and then, sometimes are you more focused on, and I know that you have to follow guidelines and this, that, but, we turn them away because they're not authorized, and, is there any follow-up system with them? And anyway, I just worry about all, I guess I'm not really asking questions, I'm making comments, I guess, but it is a big concern. We have a lot of work to do in this area. And the last comment I'll make, not a question either, is I gotta get a kick that we are rural/frontier.
Yeah.
I mean, what is this, Frontier Village or something? I mean, we're right in the middle of things, so I don't know where the hell that comes from. But I gather that gives us a little bit more time, maybe because we're rural. But in my mind, we're Silicon Valley, or just about. So anyway, those are some of my thoughts. Again, I know it's nothing against you, but we have our challenges in behavioral health, and I'm looking forward to a new direction.
Yeah, definitely. We share the same sentiments. We also laughed at the frontier thing. We don't know why they designated that frontier title for us, but we do run into a lot of challenges being our geographic location for San Benito County. We run into challenges because we're often grouped with the Bay Area counties, which are rich and they have a lot of money and a lot of resources that we do not. We're also very commonly grouped with the Central Coast counties, which we might have a little bit more similarities with, but they range everywhere from Santa Cruz all the way down to Ventura County. So that's the Central Coast region. So we're kind of in a spot where we don't really fit there, we don't fit here. So we share this, your sentiments. We definitely have the same concerns. We do track all of our offered appointments a lot of the times, and I used to review, when I was a quality improvement supervisor, I used to review the data for substance abuse and reviewed some of the data for mental health. A lot of the times, and it shows it in the way we track it, a lot of the times some of the dates that we have available might be next day, might be same day, might be 2 days from now, but the client chooses not to come in for 2 weeks. So we've gotten to the point where counties have to track the first date offered, second date offered, third date offered, so that we can show we did our due diligence to get them within the 10 days or sooner. We strive for sooner, of course. But a lot of the times there's just other circumstances where we don't. And all of that data is, again, submitted to the state. And yes, in their eyes, we're doing great, we're doing fine. But again, like you mentioned, that's not the full picture. It's really how we view, the humanity in people, and are we going to be able to get them in sooner? Because sometimes people just can't wait. So we definitely want to see that moving forward for our department. Also be something that we improve on, and again, workforce issues also become a problem, but any way we are able to do it within state guidelines, we really do strive and make the effort to, or at least I would like to see that happen.
Okay, Supervisor Kozmicki, do you have any questions?
No, thank you.
Okay, I have a few questions, but I'll wait until public comment, and then I'll see if they might address them.
Okay.
So, are there any public comments for this item?
If you'd like to make a comment in chambers, please provide a speaker card on Zoom, press *9 on your phone, or the raise your hand icon. Elia Salinas?
Thank you. That was an impressive report, although the colors were cute, but they weren't legible for the audience, especially the green. You couldn't read it. So I have no idea, other than whatever you were saying on that. The public couldn't read it, and we're just relying on what you were saying. And one of the things that stood out the most is the fact that you claim that you're in compliance. You might be in compliance now, lately, but the state of California did come last year and found the entire department out of compliance. I have been very vocal for years on all the contracts for this department. Everything is sourced out. There's an individual who came before the board, was in tears, and spoke to the entire board about how he was trying to get mental health for his son, and he couldn't get it. So these business days, and the fact that if you could make a complaint, if you don't do what, that was witnessed by the entire board, by the entire people watching out there. So your report looks really nice, but I honestly, you make it appear like you're in compliance and you've been in compliance for years, when in fact this department has it. And I don't mean, Griselda, to that you're only the messenger. This is not the department that you've run. I know that they're looking for a new department head. But there's a big problem with this department. Big problem. And when I show up and I'm in a crisis and I'm just holding on to a string of thread with everything that I've got, and I'm answering your questions, and then you say, oh, not a big deal, you can go somewhere else. Who is this person that decides that I'm okay and I can wait for 10 days? Maybe I answered and I'm trying to hold on to it as much as possible, and that person is actually making a life decision for me, because it has happened that person goes off and they've OD'd, they've tried to commit suicide, and you're not responsible for this, but the bureaucracy is. How can you guarantee to the citizens of this county that someone in this department can actually be accountable. I had a friend who tried to get a prescription and she had to wait to talk to the psychiatrist. She would run out of medication until she spoke to the psychiatrist, and it took months and months to get those appointments. Please do some change in this department. Thank you.
Thank you.
No other comments.
Okay. Well, this was an informational presentation, so I thank you. And as the speaker just mentioned, the presentation looks great. For those of us who don't have a background in it, it's like, okay, there's dates and there's timelines, and you have to meet them. But I personally know the individual who the last speaker was talking to, and he called me in tears, getting rejection letter from your department, and it was going to be a 40-day process for him to get services for his child, and I was very livid at it. When you're dealing with a loved one who's dealing with substance abuse or mental health, every day is a crisis for you as a parent. And so some of the questions I had wanted to ask is in terms of the urgency on page, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, page 6, when you talk about urgent care appointment, what constitutes urgent care? And who defines that? Is it someone at your staff, one of your clinicians? Is that what they do?
We have policies where we have a definition of urgent care, and that was a policy that actually was just updated recently based on also state guidance. And I believe urgent care for substance abuse we asked the state, well, what does it constitute? What does urgent mean? What's the definition? And they said, come up with your own definition. So we have been in the process of really looking at our policies and redefining our policies, updating some of them that are just really outdated. And we can't speak to certain situations or client situations.
Oh, I understand that.
Yeah, because of privacy laws, but we really do make the effort, and again, it's based on client reporting. So whatever the client reports is what they can go off of. So if the client doesn't fully report everything, then it could mean that maybe it's not urgent. So it's really at the discretion of the person doing the assessment, and then also to the access team that is reviewing the chart. If it's a crisis, we definitely tend to the crisis right away, but it's really based on client reporting. So we don't know what we don't know. So we do really make the effort to do that type of interviewing and figuring out whether there's a little bit more to the story that we can use to help us determine where you're at. But I do want to mention that through this CalAIM initiative, for at least I know for substance abuse, that some of the changes that are being made throughout this phase implementation process, we will be able to, it looks like we will be able to start clients in treatment the same day as they come in for their intake assessment. So there really are changes coming, reform coming, and this is a statewide thing, so it's not just this county, but we really are looking at the new changes that are coming, looking at how we're going to be able to roll with those changes, getting our staff ready for changes. It's going to be a big reform. So we're looking forward to the positives that come out of the changes that come through CalAIM.
As is this board, yes.
Oh,
we're
yeah,
looking,
for
yes.
sure.
So going back to CalAIM, because that was another question I had. So you're aware that we're going to go to Central Coast Alliance on 1/1/24. How is that going to impact or clash with CalAIM in terms of services? Because right now it's Anthem Blue Cross, but it will be Central Coast Alliance eventually. And so how is that going to work with CalAIM?
Yeah, so I can't speak to how it's going to affect Central Coast Alliance or just the physical healthcare side of things, because it's also affecting the physical healthcare side. But on the behavioral health side, we're going to be doing the same thing, working with the managed care plan in our county. We have an established MOU with Anthem Blue Cross that we've had for years since they've been here, on the responsibilities of, we do this, you guys do that, but let's talk about clients so that we don't lose them in the go-between. We're planning to do the same thing with Central Coast Alliance, and I'm sure it'll be a seamless process.
Have you already started conversations with Central Coast Alliance?
We have not, because we weren't sure until recently that we were gonna,
Well, we
100%
approved it in
transition.
September of last year, so it's already been approved. It just goes into effect on 1/1/24, so
Yeah.
please start making your contacts so that way it truly is seamless. And as the speaker mentioned, I'm getting a lot of complaints from the community about their inability to get services. So I seriously hope that we work on that. And I know that we're absent a department head at this moment, and I'm assuming that you're serving in that role, that temporary role? No? It's just vacant at this point?
It's vacant.
Well, I thank you for being here then, you know. I wanted to go back to staffing. In terms of your clinicians, I know that that's been woefully inadequate because of being able to fill those positions. How many positions do we have and how many are open?
We have, I believe, I can't give you an exact number, because I don't know it off the top of my head, but we have quite a few open. I'd say a good amount. But, you know, we had this discussion at the Behavioral Health Board meeting recently, and I attended lobby day with Ana Caballero's office and other people in our same district, other counties in our district. And I'm going to reiterate some of this information for some of you, but we had discussions with Stanislaus County and Monterey County. They both have CSU schools, or California State Universities, in their counties. And what Stanislaus County, they're going through the same thing, workforce shortage. They're looking for people. So what they did is they reached out to the school in their county and asked them what's going on here with the program. Why aren't you guys producing clinicians and master's level clinicians? And they found out that the program is impacted. They don't have funding to expand the program. So let's say 150 people apply for the program, but they're only able to take 45. So Stanislaus County is working with their school to figure out, with Stanislaus, CSU Stanislaus, to figure out how can they work together and collaborate to kind of really pump out more people, because there is an interest in the field where previously we weren't sure that people were really interested in this field, but it actually is. I think the bottlenecking is happening. It's far above us, and some of that bottlenecking, if we can prevent that or get around that, then there will be more people in the field that may be willing to come and work here and fill those spots. So again, I was surprised to hear a little bit that that's where it's happening. But we do have quite a bit positions open. We really do try and make the effort with what we have. We're recruiting all the time and interviewing, and so we're just hoping that people would like to stay with us, and I think part of that is building a department that is going to be attractive to employees, but also retain employees.
Yes. Okay. Thank you. Any other questions? Okay. Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you, Grisela Gonzalez. Appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate it.
So that was item number 7. So we're on to item number 8.
Yes, I'd like to invite up Abraham Prado, our Assistant Planning Director.
Thank you, Ray. Madam Chair, thank you. Members of the Board of Supervisors. This next item is also an informational item to the board regarding the inclusionary housing study prepared for the County of San Benito. Marianne Wolf has been working with the County of San Benito since January of 2019. She is going to be presenting a brief presentation on the update of the housing, inclusionary housing. I was informed that progress was kind of slowed down due to COVID. However, it has picked up and the report has been completed. And the item for tonight is for today is for informational purposes only, with the hope of coming back with a action for the ordinance adoption. So with that being said, I would present Marianne Wolf.
How do I show up? I think I've done everything. Do I push the blue camera at the bottom? Ah, there we go. Okay. Can you hear me okay? I hope so. Let's see. this any better? Nope, I just lost it. Oh, shoot. Okay, so let's go to the next slide, please. All right. I have been working in the area of inclusionary housing for quite a bit of time, and so I feel very comfortable just chatting with you about this now. You've had inclusionary housing for several years, and it's now been updated in the county's ordinance, and you have the citation there. One thing to remember is that lots of communities in California and other states have inclusionary housing. And so what I'm presenting here is what is in the county only. So let's focus on the ordinance. Now, the whole point of inclusionary housing is so that you get affordable housing without having to use federal and state and local federal and state programs. And in the case of San Benito County, 15% of all new market rate units, 15% of project units need to be affordable if they're built on the site of the market rate project. And if it's built off-site, then 20% of the units need to be affordable. However, this does not apply to smaller developments, and instead, it's only at development sizes that are 11 units or greater. So if a development is 10 units, for example, it's not subject to this ordinance. One of the things that's always been interesting about inclusionary is that when it first started, it was seen as making residential communities more income diverse. But now we see it also as a way to provide affordable housing without the need to be leveraging other funds. May I have the next slide, please? Okay. All right. Well, so why does San Benito County need inclusionary housing if there are other resources to pay for affordable housing? Well, first of all, these other subsidy sources are limited. And they consist of tax credits, mortgage revenue bonds, and special funding for types of housing, such as housing for seniors and farm workers. Nonprofit developers who build affordable housing need to apply for these subsidies. As development costs have increased, it requires more and more subsidy to build. And just as a sideline, every time I undertake another study, it is surprising to me to learn what it actually costs a nonprofit developer to build affordable housing. In the Bay Area, the per unit costs for affordable housing exceed $700,000 per unit. This is more expensive than market rate housing, often. May I have the next slide, please? Okay, what are the critical steps in a inclusionary housing study? Well, the board has been provided with detailed reports and a summary memo. And I know that you've had a lot of material to look at today, so I'm not sure if you necessarily had a chance yet to look at this. But if you have any questions that you want to ask later, please ask. And also staff can pass along to me your questions. Anyway, the very first critical step is to calculate what we call the housing affordability gap. And that is the difference between what households at various income levels can pay and what housing actually costs consumers. In this case, we're really only focusing on for sale housing because rental housing doesn't pencil out even without any fees. So we focused now on for sale housing and inclusionary. And we reduce what a household can afford to pay to buy by considering mortgage insurance and the cost of utilities. And we try to see that housing affordability is based on 30% of income. So in this study, we looked at two different kinds of for sale housing. One were single lot houses, and these are the general description would be 2,100 square feet for the house, and the lot size is assumed to be 5,800. And these were specifically from the unincorporated area And we were lucky in that the multiple listing service provided very good information for me to do these calculations. The other prototype were townhomes currently being built in Hollister, and a local developer gave me very good data. And in this case, the average unit size was 1,600 feet and the lot size is 2,500 feet. The reason knowing about the average unit sizes is important is because later you'll see that we calculate the fee on a square foot basis. May I have the next slide, please? Okay, so here you've got some detailed data, and it's showing you the affordability gap for the single family homes and for the townhomes. The gap is higher on both a unit and a square foot basis because the large lot homes cost more. A lot of it has to do with land. And as the introduction to this study mentioned, we've been working on this for a while, so we inflated we inflated everything using a 4% CPI because we wanted to make sure we were staying as current as possible. So the full housing affordability gap is about $200 a square foot, $200 a square foot for the large lot, and about $150 a square foot for the townhomes. However, you don't look at the full gap when calculating it in lieu fee because you have to bring it back to what your ordinance specifies. And the ordinance for San Benito County is that 15% of the units should be affordable. So we multiplied the 15% by the full gaps to come up with an in lieu fee recommendation of $30 a square foot for the single family and $23 a square foot for the townhomes. May I have, and these, by the way, these fees are certainly within boundaries of neighbors. I always look at, before making any recommendations, what areas, other areas are charging for these fees. May I have the next slide, please? Okay, but very importantly is financial feasibility. You don't just suddenly say, here's what the fee should be and let's go charge it. As you know, profitability needs to be maintained or developers will not build. In this study, we use one measure of profitability, and that is the percentage of net value. And net value is, to the developer, is defined as the sales price less taxes and financing related to the construction and transfer. So it's the profitability is the percentage of net value divided by total development costs. And right now, the standard is about 8%. And that is what we want to not see. If we impose a new fee, we don't want to see that the net value going below that 8%. Right now, developments are at 8% or above. So the fee recommended, the $23 per square foot for townhomes and the $30 per square foot for large lot, are both financially feasible. So that is good for the county. And these fees are also, so I understand the county prefers the affordable units, not payment of fees. However, what can happen, and what does happen under ordinances, is that there'll be fractional units. So it's not that, every you have like a 22 unit development may not come up with a round number of units. And so the option is to charge a fee for those fractional units. And it's a complicated calculation. And if you have the full report, you go to page 11 and it will show how these fractional fees are actually calculated. And there's always some discretion in how the fees are negotiated with the developer. And the fees are necessary not just for fractional fee units, but also if a developer really wants to pay the fees instead of providing affordable homes. One thing I want to just say is these ordinances are not a one size fits all, and there's generally a negotiation that goes on between the building and planning department and the developer. All right, may I have the next slide? All right, so one question that always comes up in the public context is which is preferable, the on-site affordable units or payment of fees? And there just is no one single answer. The advantage of the on-site units is it's not necessary to apply for additional subsidies to make the housing affordable. The disadvantage is that when market rate development is not occurring, the supply of affordable housing is also not expanding. If fees had been collected, then these fees could be used to help leverage subsidized project costs. And one thing that comes up sometimes is, what do housing advocates want? And most housing advocates, and these are housing advocates for affordable housing, they prefer that both options are available, both payment of in lieu fees and provision of units on site. May I have the next slide, please? The special challenges for San Benito County in implementing an inclusionary housing program. As I said earlier, rental housing is not routinely built in the unincorporated area. So subsidized rental housing is still needed. And secondly, as I mentioned, there's a limited amount of new development in general. And inclusionary housing depends on market rate development. May I have the next slide? All right, so what I'd like to do is, we've provided a brief policy memo as well as a full report, and the calculations that are involved in making the fee answers are not straightforward. So when you do get a chance, if you haven't already reviewed the reports, please ask questions either here or ask staff, and the staff will get back in touch with me. And thank you. So this concludes the presentation.
No.
Yep.
Yes. Okay, go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. So how is so-called affordable housing defined? Because I can think of one development agreement where we have so-called affordable housing in the development agreement, but it's not truly affordable. Doesn't meet RETA guidelines, et cetera. So how do you address that? And when you're talking about affordable housing, it seems to me how you define that is absolutely critical.
Is this a question for the consultant?
Yes. Or staff.
It's staff are the ones that have to enforce this. And the amount of the sales price depends on what income group you were targeting it to. And the way that the ordinance reads is that if you only had to have one affordable unit, it would be affordable to the moderate income family or household. And so the more affordable units that are included in a private development, the greater becomes the lower the income requirement would be. But when you get to extremely low income, which is below 50% of area median income, we're not proposing that for a for sale policy. That would be a rental policy. So there are you get these income by household size is not defined by the county. It's defined by the state of California, and then you use that information to calculate this affordability. And then what you do is you use an index like a CPI to update that information. And then every 5 years or so, you do a new study. So I don't know if I'm answering your question directly, but there's a very fixed amount that is considered affordable in terms of what you can pay when you buy a house. So it's not that the county makes it up. This is based on state guidelines.
This to the county staff is how do we address it to be sure that we really truly build affordable housing per state guidelines?
Yeah, so if you go up, if you show the screen on the computer. Okay. Let me see if I can zoom it in. So this is our existing ordinance that had been updated in 2020, and so it goes through what how many units would be required, you know, going up past the 11, and what number of those units would be the moderate, which is the 81 to 120% AMI, or the low, which is the 51 to 80%. And then it's broken down not just it's broken down by rental, and then also for on-site and off-site for sale, and then on-site and off-site for rental. And so I can go through and show you now. The definitions comes from the state, from HCD. So we're in line with our RENA, and making sure that we're implementing that correctly. Now, what was set in development agreements before was prior to the ordinance being adopted and prior to our current. So, so any project that's going in now has to adhere to our current ordinance, which does meet those state guidelines.
And then, and then as the consultant said, there's a mechanism for updating that, so it continues to stay in compliance as we go forward.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
I can't see the print, so you said that's 81% to 100% of the
81 to 120%.
120.
And then
of the, what was it, of the?
The
area median income.
Yes.
The area median income.
And,
Yeah.
And so it's under section 2103 affordable housing regulations.
But
And
that's
I'm
not on our PowerPoint.
Yeah, but I can
That's
send,
okay.
I
I
can
just
send it
wanted
off
to use
to.
that because this is starting to get into the deliberation, and I'll keep my comment, but I just wanted to make sure I had the numbers accurate. Yes. Any other questions? Okay, so let's go to public comment then first, and then we'll bring it back to the board.
If you'd like to make a comment in public in chambers, please provide a speaker card. On Zoom, you can press *9 on your phone or the raise your hand icon on your screen. You've been unmuted. Please state your name, and you have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon, Dennis Martin speaking on behalf of BIA Bay Area. I wanted to address this issue. First of all, to say inclusionary zoning clearly will not provide enough affordable housing for the county.
No one said it
or
would.
the city of Hollister. So the county must be looking at other programs that do not extract fees or units or cost from residential builders. So if you're thinking that you're going to rely on inclusionary zoning to meet your RENA or to satisfy the demand for affordable housing, then you need to think again because it won't do it. I'm glad to see that the ordinance and the discussion here today keeps alive options for builders to pay in lieu fees. This is very important. This option, either to provide fees or units, is clearly a key issue for BIA. But we are very concerned about the levels that are being proposed. And we want to encourage the county to look at this this data point of 8% value. We believe that is low, and that is very volatile right now due to a number of issues, construction costs being among them. $30 a square foot is very high for this area. And we are seeing cities in the Bay Area having to adjust those fees to offer split compliance options and other programs to allow for affordable units to be built. In fact, I know that ADUs were rejected at some point in this process, but we are seeing cities in the Bay Area revisit this issue and allowing builders to provide ADUs as affordable housing compliance. I want to encourage the board to include pipeline exemptions where possible to make sure that builders are able to stay in their pro forma when they've bought land or performed their costs of development. And then finally, BIA and builders were part of a robust outreach effort by the city and the county, really, during the ordinance writing part of this process. But obviously, we've dropped off the map here because we weren't directly notified that this hearing.
No other comments.
Okay. Okay, we'll bring it back to the board. Mind you, we are accepting an informational presentation, so we are not approving anything at this time. Correct? Okay.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Some comments, please?
Yes, please.
First of all, it's no surprise to me that the building industry rep we just heard from is applauding the in-lieu fee system. To me, that should send a pretty clear red flag for everyone on the board about the in-lieu fee system. It's something that I've spoken about quite a bit since before I was a board member. It just doesn't work. You know, I am glad that our fees are, for those that do support it, I know you've been given direction to develop these, you know, fees and follow through on the ordinance that most of this board was against just before we joined the board. So I do appreciate your work. And like I said, I'm glad the fees are relatively high, but even still, you do the math and let's say it's a 1,500 square foot unit, they're gonna end up paying what I'm reading, $45,000 a unit. And you know, when you're building one of these large developments like we've seen around our community in the last decade, that's $45,000. Developers will gladly pay $45,000 instead of actually building real, true, very low income, affordable housing. So the only situations for me where in lieu fees make sense they're two unique situations, very small subdivisions. I get it. Let's say you're 5 or under units, 15%, so 5 or under, 6 or under. And also when dealing with fractional units. So when you have you're required to do 10.5, then obviously you pay the in lieu fee for the 0.5 portion of that. But by and large, the developers should be required to build the units and then pay the fractional fee when it's not a round number of required affordable units. Because the proof is in the pudding. We've built thousands and thousands of homes, single family homes in this community in recent years, and we've built almost no affordable housing, almost none. And that should be enough of proof for us that we've got to change the direction that we're going with affordable housing, inclusionary housing, and lieu fees, and we're not. We're just going down the same path. And I've argued for 2 years that we actually watered down the affordable housing ordinance in late 2020 and made it worse. And so I don't expect things to get better until we aggressively address it. And I know we're all committed to doing that. So to me, you know, it's just a mechanism so that these newer suburban style subdivisions can essentially, I'm gonna be honest, essentially keep out the low income residents and developers can minimize their costs for affordable units. And it's really the opposite of inclusionary. It's exclusionary. We don't want them in our neighborhood. We're willing to pay this payoff to keep them out and to also to minimize our costs in building really true affordable units. And so when I was reading the report, detailing the study, looking through it, there's a lot of complicated equations and factors that led to these numbers. And it struck me again, why are we just not requiring the developers to build the units? That seems like a simple solution to me and an equitable, fair solution. The presentation mentions in lieu fees as a mechanism to develop income diverse communities. As I said, I disagree, at least as it pertains here. They're not inclusionary. I've said again and again, in lieu of fees don't work. You know, I just want to implore fellow board members, you know, to just not let us be duped again. I just feel like we just keep getting duped when we deal with affordable housing. And I also don't understand the minimum threshold of 11 units. To me, that's a pretty big number to be exempt from having to put in affordable or even pay any in lieu fees. I just, you know, if you're building 10 units, you pay nothing toward our community's affordable housing needs. And to me, that's just wrong. You should be paying something. I understand if someone's building an ADU or perhaps a couple homes for family members on a ranch or whatever it might be through the subdivision process, mind you. But 11 units is excessive, and I think that should be lower. And then kind of last couple points here, I'm not going to be supporting any elements of the the current affordable housing ordinance approved in December 2020. I was against it then. I'm against it now. And I would implore other supervisors to say no. And above all, I just feel like there's no reason why we should move ahead on changes that we plan to change again in the near future. Thank you.
Would either of you?
I'll jump in. I pretty much agree with Supervisor Kuzmicki. We were, well, I think all three of us were there in late 2020, just before we got on the board, and we were not happy with some of the changes that have been made. And it's not just the inclusionary housing, but also the impact fees that go along with it, that are kind of working in tandem. And the fact that, as Supervisor Kuzmicki said, in my mind, it was perplexing because it really went backwards in what you would want. It took away the incentives to build affordable housing by reducing or waiving impact fees for affordable housing, which made no sense whatsoever to me, to all of us. But anyway, so we need to address that as well. Let me just ask a quick question. With the in lieu fees, and obviously it needs to be there for at least the fractional situations, or maybe the small developments. Does the developer have the option, the way it is right now, to choose to go either in lieu or to have to build them on site, or is that a decision made by the county?
So ultimately, actually, they propose a plan. Their plan is to follow the ordinance to make sure that they're doing the 15% on site. But that housing plan, if they do have an option to do in lieu fees, but it has to come to the board and be approved by the board. So they might propose it, but the board has the discretion to deny that as the housing plan.
Yeah. Okay. And of course, the concern is if there's the option is available. My concern is that one way or another, that's the direction that it will go, even though it comes before the board. And maybe future boards don't see the same way. And again, it is the proof is in the pudding. We've seen over the last number of years, what we've been following has not worked. I mean, it just hasn't. And so for someone to say that, I guess I can understand if you're in an environment where there's no building taking place, and that was part of the argument for the in lieu. But certainly in this environment, I think you've got to force the builders to build them, within their development and not in lieu, because otherwise you just don't see them built, period. And that's what we've been seeing for the last many years. Anyway, those are my comments. Thank you.
Supervisor Dirks?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. So just to be clear, because Supervisor Gonzalez and I are on the Housing Advisory Committee that includes an affordable housing expert, Seth Capron, and somebody from the developer community, Victor Gomez, and we're currently trying to get a finance person, but we're looking, the ordinance that we're discussing would be the updated version.
So actually, the only thing that we're discussing is the amount of fee that we want to adopt. So the fees was being discussed today as, is this the appropriate fee to charge in lieu for those fractional or as another option? The ordinance and updating the ordinance we actually, as the Housing Advisory Committee, that's one of our agenda items that we're bringing back for further, discussion on what amendments to the ordinance will be. But the only thing here is actually just the in lieu fee.
Right. Okay. So yeah, exactly. That's what I was kind of getting to, because it is on the agenda, and we discussed it in our very first meeting. We want to move forward. We hear what you're saying. I mean, Supervisor Gonzalez can add to that, but I think if this is, industry standard and how things go about. I understand your point, Supervisor Tiffany, too, that if people, I guess, boards prior could just say no to the, in lieu fees, or say, yeah, sure, you guys can pay that. But as long as we're all sitting here, that's not going to be the case, probably, I would imagine. I mean, every situation's different, but in any case, okay. So is there any situation ever where people don't include in lieu fees?
Marion, do you mind speaking? I think you had mentioned previously that it's, is it a state requirement? Or if you could talk on that. Is she there?
Okay. This is all part of legal issues that started in the 90s, where there was something called the Palmer decision, which required that fees also be considered. So I would say legally, how can I, what was the question again? Whether or not the state of California gives you the option, or you can require it? What was the question again? I've been listening to other things. Go ahead. Did you say the question again?
Okay, so can we opt to not have an in lieu fee in our ordinance? Can we force the developers to do this, like no option? Is that legal?
Okay, then you should consult your legal team on that one. But what you could view this as, which some communities do, is that you have the units for the full units, and then you have the fractional units. You can either charge a fee for the fractional or round up or round down. So if it was 2.4 affordable required, you could say, fine, you owe 3 affordable units now. So there is discretion that you can do in your ordinance about what to do when you would have a fractional number of fractional unit requirement. But I really strongly encourage legal consultation on this. So to repeat, fees don't have to be there instead of providing the units. You can round up the requirement and then have whole units provided. But please see your legal counsel, because this is something that could cause controversy.
Of course, I just wanted to know the parameters and the boundaries of where we were at and where we can operate in. Thank you.
I mean, I didn't do these fees here. I mean, I'm sorry, personally. I'm sort of so close to retirement. I personalize this work. These fees I thought were more for fractional units, not for to take the place of an affordable unit that would be required. And if that were ever perceived that way, then I think we would need to charge higher fees. Just a thought. I'm just saying to really discourage that kind of evasion of the affordable housing needs.
Okay, thank you very much.
So right now, at question is just whether we're going to adopt the in lieu fee today, right? Okay. Okay.
I believe it's on the May 10th.
May 10th.
So,
Okay.
can I follow up on that last statement?
Please do.
So I saw the calculation, and I don't think this changes my opinion, but I'm just curious. There's nothing to say that we couldn't charge significantly higher in lieu fees if we chose to. In other words, don't give a builder any incentive to pay in lieu, in lieu of,
So are you looking
building
at
outside.
the $30 for the single family?
Well, yeah,
and
and
the 23?
and I don't know if Supervisor Kosmicki's math was right, but it sounded pretty good. So if the in lieu fees are significantly less than what it would cost to build affordable housing, then obviously, given a choice, the developer is going to try to convince us to build, to pay in lieu fees. But I'm hearing that we could just significantly raise in lieu fees. That would be another option we would have, I guess.
And we'll have to do a little bit of research on that. My question, first of all, is to find out whether the board would like to do that, and then
Yeah, that may
task
be a
us to
moot
go look at
question.
it.
I'm just curious.
So like, let's say that, just hypothetically, an affordable unit, let's say costs $300,000 to build, and let's say somebody's only building, like I'm just pulling these things out of my head, like 2 or 3 units. I mean, do you want to have a fractional amount, or do you want to have them pay as high as we can legally justify, and then we'll go back and check that? Do you want to have them pay their portion of what they would do, like as far as the affordable units, like a fractional amount, or do you want to round up is the question, and then we can go check
I guess
that.
that's something we gotta look at.
There's two separate, sorry, Madam Chair.
No,
Two
please do.
separate issues. I mean, I think the in-lieu system has been essentially exploited to allow these developers to just pay the fees and get out of doing it all together. And so the fractional issue is a separate issue. I'm open for, I mean, I think I'm pretty reasonable. I'm open for that fractional fee. I mean, that's not a huge deal, or we round up. But I think the bigger issue is just allowing developers to pay the fees and get out of building any affordable housing.
Yeah.
That's something that I personally don't want to see happen.
And we could look at the ordinance with that, if that's the will of the board to go direct that to be brought back at a future date.
Well, we are looking at the ordinance with the HAC, the Housing Advisory Committee, and maybe what we could do is postpone the adoption of fees until Housing Committee has deliberated and we have suggestions to bring to the board.
And you could also adopt the fees if you want to make sure that they're in place. We'll talk about it at the next meeting to see which way is better to make sure that nobody gets out of paying the fees. So even if you have a plan of coming back and amending them as soon as possible, that to make sure that they're in place, at least for the fractional units.
Are you concerned about
You know-
development that may be coming through the planning office currently?
Well, I don't have a specific developer in place, but I'd like to get fees in place to the extent that they don't avoid.
When is our
fees.
They would know.
So when was our next housing advisory committee?
Next
May
week.
2nd.
I'm sorry?
Yeah, it's next week.
May 2nd.
Okay,
at 10
so
a.m.
we can bring these concerns back, because not only will Supervisor Dirks and I be present, but we will also have 2 members of the Planning Commission, and then the 3 experts in the field, well, 2 at this point.
And
so-
I just want to say too, I think part of the reason about the fee level and where our expert here on Zoom has been advising us on those fees, from what I can recall, and maybe you can correct me if I'm wrong. The reason why the fees are the way they are is because it also would prevent development at all. If someone knows that they have to do this at a higher rate, then they're like, peace out. And so
We have to find a medium.
yeah, exactly.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
that is a good point, because you're not gonna get any affordable if you don't have the development at all. So you can't, that's a good point. It's gotta be the right balance, but we definitely need to get out of this, paying the in lieu fee, because that has just not worked, period. Last thing, and I know that's not what we're talking about today, but as I mentioned before, I don't know whether you guys on the ad hoc are looking at, but I think we're re-looking at impact fees, and again, that point about how we charge impact fees for affordable housing. And my understanding is that we took away the incentive, and that we didn't, we don't reduce impact fees for affordable housing, I believe, or we changed the way it was done?
We aren't currently reducing impact fees. I believe it's also another item on our agenda to just discuss. And so, yeah, May 2nd will be busy.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Did you have a?
No, thank you.
Okay, I saw you contemplating, yes.
No, Supervisor Tiffany answered.
Okay, all right, so then, we're good.
We're good.
Okay, as you said, May 2nd will be busy. Yes. All right, so let's go ahead and move on to the next item, which is item number 9. And I'm looking at the clock, it's 5 o'clock, and we have 3 items left. Can we kind of stick to the presentation, and then public comment, and then back to the board? Because we've been all over the place all day today.
All right, yes, we can try to expedite this as much as the board would like to. So good afternoon, Madam Chair and Board of Supervisors. we are going to continue a discussion that began approximately a month ago, in the middle of March, when we presented an option that the board and county staff were considering to have a cash infusion. And Gabe, we'll talk about that a little bit later in just a moment, of approximately $20 to $30 million to help address our extensive roadway needs. And that money would be in addition to our capital improvement program, which brings in through various funding sources approximately $8 to $9 million a year. So it would essentially triple the amount of funding available for roadway improvements. So this presentation will just discuss some options and for that cash infusion that everyone's considering in the future. And on May 17th, we'll be discussing separate projects that are based on our 5-year plan to use the $8 million per year for the next 5 years. So in addition to that, so back approximately a month ago, one of our staff developed a tool, a GIS tool, to help the board and others explore the roadway segments, their condition, accident rates in the vicinity of certain intersections. And at that time, staff suggested to the board that they could provide input on their districts or just roadway segments that they felt could be utilized for this extra funding. And so a couple of the projects that were suggested by the Board of Supervisors staff were actually duplicates of projects that are already being considered with our CIP funding. One of those is San Justo Road. The county is going to partner with San Juan Bautista on their force main project. And as part of that project, we're going to be repaving San Justo Road, which was one of the requests from one of the board members here. So, but that will be addressed with separate funding. And then second project that was discussed a few times was Fairview Road, and that road will be addressed with enterprise funding, primarily that's generated from the landfill. One of the things we're doing with Fairview, we're going to accelerate that improvement, those improvements to Fairview, to hopefully build some more improvements to Fairview in the next couple of years. So that's the way we're addressing Fairview Road. So real quick, pavement condition index, just a real quick recap. Unfortunately, most of our roads are either very poor, failed, or poor, and a few of them are in good, fair conditions, and the ones we've rebuilt recently are very good, excellent. So real quick, if a road's very poor, failed, essentially we have to rebuild it. We have to take out whatever's there, put in new base rock, new pavement, asphalt, and essentially reconstruct the road. For poor roads, sometimes what you can do, you can take the top few inches of asphalt off the road and then resurface the road. However, for local roads, because they're narrow and a few other different conditions are usually present, for local roads, smaller roads, we usually actually just end up rebuilding those roads as well, reconstructing those roads. So there is one road here that we'll discuss in a minute where we're going to be able just to resurface portions of the road, which is essentially just sealing the road with essentially is either chip seal, slur seal, or cape seal, which is different versions of asphalt mud essentially. And so there's one road where we'll be able to apply that. But the other roads we're essentially going to reconstruct, and we'll go into those roads in just a moment. So real quick, kind of the way this spreadsheets works is what we've done is we've taken input from the board, and we've kind of created a list of 13 of the top items or top priorities for Board of Supervisors per their input. And county staff looked at some of the input as well, and kind of added a little bit of our input as well. So, but essentially, these roads were the ones that were suggested by the Board of Supervisors, and they all need attention, and they were good choices. So the way the spreadsheet works is we we looked at the segment of road, and I'll go through a sample in a minute. Well, let's just go through San Juan Canyon. So San Juan Canyon definitely has some issues. It's a collector road. And regarding roadway classification, if it's a local road, you're essentially going to reconstruct approximately 3 inches of asphalt and about 8 inches of base rock, depending on your soil conditions. So that's for a local road. A collector road, you'll have 4 to 5 inches of asphalt and about 8 inches of base rock. Arterials, to rebuild them, usually about 6 inches of asphalt and about 12 inches of base rock. So that's reflected in the cost per mile. So a collector, to rebuild a collector, including some construction management costs, is averaging nowadays about $880,000 per mile for a collector. If you jump down to an arterial, like item number 5, you're talking about $1.2 million, which is including construction management. It's about $1 million per mile, but you have to add a little bit for construction management. So,
Hey, Steve, quick question.
You bet.
Why is the Union Road with the 1.2 per mile, whereas another arterial, San Juan Highway, is 770 per mile?
Excellent question. So San Juan Highway has a pavement condition index that's in good condition. And so a lot of the road outside of the shoulders are not in great shape where the bike lanes are on San Juan Road, but most of the portions of the interior, not all, are in somewhat decent shape. And so therefore, we're not going to have to rebuild the entire center portion of the through lanes on San Juan, and so that's why the price is less, basically. We'll just have to seal it, probably with a cape seal. Cape seal is a chip seal and then a slurry seal on top. So it's actually going to add some structural integrity to San Juan Highway, but it's mostly along the shoulders and along the edge lines where the trucks are kind of really having impacts on that road. So that's the reason for a little bit lower cost on San Juan Highway.
Steve, I missed your price per mile for the local road. So what was that?
So it's to reconstruct it, including construction management, is about $610,000. It's
610.
Yeah, that includes construction management. So it's about $550, but if you add construction management, it jumps up to about $610,000.
And then you said the collector road was $880,000 per mile, and the
Correct.
arterial was $1.2 million.
Correct.
Okay.
And so what we do is, for example, San Juan Canyon, if you start at Salinas Road and you kind of take it, you travel along that road to where 90% of the residents are, it's about 6.4 miles for that stretch. And so 6.5 miles, if you round up. And so then you take the 6.5 miles, you multiply it times the cost per mile, that'll give you $5.7 million. And then the design costs, roughly, with a little bit of environmental thrown in there, environmental analysis, is about 20% of the construction. So you'll have 6.5 miles times the 880, that'll give you 5.7 million. Add in the design costs, 1.1, and your total is about 6.9 million for that stretch of San Juan Canyon. So, and then we looked at a couple smaller roads that are also in pretty rough condition. Sealy Avenue, Buena Vista. We just spoke about San Juan Highway. Union Road is definitely a well-traveled road that's not in great shape. If you start at 156 and you go essentially to, it's a karate business essentially. It's kind of where the road starts to become a decent condition. It's approximately 3 miles. That'll cost approximately $4 million to replace.
And Steve, I know that there's a bad stretch from just before Samuel Street to just basically Cienega, and I know that the bulk of that's getting taken care of when we deal with Union Road Bridge, but there is like a 0.1 miles before you get to Samuel Street as you're heading west. That's part of that going to get taken care of as well with that bridge?
It will. So
yeah,
the terminus is where we left off with a previous roadway project. That's where the Union Bridge project roadway will begin. So they'll meet for where the payment's in good condition to the Union Bridge project, and that'll go all the way to Cienega, and then it also go up, like you said, San Benito Street a bit. So does that answer the question? Okay, great. And then there is a small segment adjacent to our wineries. Cienega, near the wineries, and DeRose and some of the wineries there is actually in pretty good condition, but there's a small segment, 0.6 miles, that needs to be replaced. And then we come down to,
And I'm sorry to keep interrupting.
No
And
problem.
just so if people are listening in, there's a lot more Cienega that needs to be done, but that's already in the capital improvement projects, and hopefully it's gonna be done sooner than later. I know there's one section later this year, I believe. And then we have the big section over the top, which is, I think, gonna be done fairly soon as well. So I didn't want people to think that we're not addressing Cienega, other than that one little section.
excellent point. We have several segments of Cienega, as you just mentioned, Supervisor Tiffany, that are actually being constructed, rebuilt this summer, just like you said. There'll be one smaller segment that'll probably be next summer. And then Cienega will be much improved as of that point, with the exception of this small segment near the wineries. So that's correct. Previous board meetings, we've discussed the Pinoch area, Pinoch Road in New Idria. And it was previously discussed to improve that area to the tune of approximately $2-ish million. Driving a bit further and going up to maybe the existing school area, which has been requested by some residents and board members. We think that cost of that project will be approximately $2.9 million.
Can I ask a question why that's only at 210,000 per mile?
Great question. So the treatment for that area, because of the low vehicular frequency there, they do get trucks, but otherwise you have approximately 15 residences and some minor truck traffic. We will be installing a double chip seal, and so that's it's a hardy treatment, but it's one of the least expensive. And so what a chip seal is you essentially spread asphalt, the liquid, and then you literally put chips on it, compact it. We'll do that twice, and that'll be stronger than the road that's out there in most of the areas today. But it's a lot less expensive. So,
Okay.
great question. Another road that's in pretty bad shape is Shore Road.
Yes.
Between Fraser Lake and San Felipe. Driving it from Fraser Lake to Highway 25 is actually in pretty good condition, because I'm guessing not a lot of folks actually use that last segment. But from Fraser Lake to San Felipe, it needs to be reconstructed. Fraser Lake itself, and I probably will revise this after driving it another time more recently. I'm not sure it needs to go from Shore Road all the way county limits, but from Shore Road to approximately 2 miles from Shore Road needs to be improved. So that price could come down just a bit on number 9. Tres Pinos, all the streets, and they're small streets, but they're old, and they're gonna need to be rebuilt sometime soon around the area of Tres Pinos itself. This will cover pretty much all those small roads around the downtown area there. And that's only gonna cost approximately $1 million. The total roadway areas or length's only about 1.5 miles. Riverside Road over near Nash was another road that was mentioned, and that would be approximately $900,000. Bixby is adjacent to 156. It will also be one of the legs near the new roundabout on 156, so it's going to even get more vehicular traffic in the future after 156 is constructed, and it's in pretty rough shape. And then Salinas Road. Tricky one with Salinas Road is a lot of it's old concrete stagecoach pavement, so it's going to take a while just to jackhammer all that out. But long story short, we could rebuild 3 miles for about 4 miles for about $3 million, maybe a little more. We have to look at that a little bit closer on Salinas Road. So total there's $30 million. Gabe's going to talk about possible ranges of funding in the future. And yeah, so we appreciate the input from the board, a lot of great suggestions, and these roads definitely need some help in the future. One thing I'll mention going through this exercise is if at some point $30 million is given for this task, it will actually help quite a bit. I mean, looking at all the roads that are having issues and the roads, especially the ones around city limits that people utilize, this addresses, quite a bit of those roads there in San Juan Bautista, Aromas. So the funding would be very useful and appreciated, and I'll just leave it at that, and Gabe can talk further. And so.
So find us the money.
Thank you, Steve. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Board of Supervisors, members of the public. So continuing on this presentation, money being the biggest factor, the roads that were identified within these last two slides are mainly composed of roads where funding hasn't been identified for. So it's not that we already have other projects that were slated to use Measure G, SB1, some of this other funding, and what we're looking for is if we had, as Steve mentioned, an infusion of new funding now, what can we do? So a couple of different possibilities, covering a little bit of the potential. So going from a board retreat, we had KNN Public Finance do a brief presentation as to some financing options that we can potentially, move towards. The biggest part of it was essentially leading us to the decision where we could go towards a certificate of participation, a COP, backed by the general fund, potentially subsidized by general fund reserves, and then utilizing potential Measure G funding to fund some of it as well. What it would roughly bring, depending on what we decided to finance, somewhere between 17 and 30 and $45 million worth of bonding. What we would utilize to bond towards that would be anywhere roughly between 30 and $35 million worth of funding that the general fund would have. One of the key assumptions that was assumed is essentially that we would have that funding amount available during the time that we decided to move forward with the COP and this project. Currently on hand, what we do have is roughly $10 million. What we are expected to receive are anywhere between 20 and 25 million with the completion of pending litigation with the Ward Homes, as that money is then awarded to the county and we can put that into our coffers. We'll have some funding available, the San Juan Oaks project and that development moving forward, some reimbursements to FEMA, tobacco securitization. So as these funding sources continue to fall into the county coffers, we'll have that difference that was assumed in the KNN financing of roughly 35 million. So we'll have that at some point. So that's the key. That's one of the key assumptions that want to kind of distinguish from that KNN financing, is that it assumes that we'll have that funding on hand. The problem is the timelines on some of these funding sources is a little bit hard to predict. I know, for example, the Award Homes, talking with the auditor's office, Joe Paul Gonzalez, the controller, we're pretty much good to go to want to move this money in, but what we would like to see is a letter essentially finalizing the litigation so we can move forward with making sure that we can move the money over. San Juan Oaks project, I know talking to the CAO's office, we're wanting to meet with the development group and make sure that we can address that. FEMA's a little bit unpredictable. We won't know when we'll get some of that funding. So the timelines on some of this is relatively unstable, so it makes that assumption from KNN a little bit, it's standing on some shaky ground to figure out whether we can finance the full amount. So moving from that, I want to roughly leave some options on the table for what can we potentially do. So the first option is we don't move forward with any debt servicing financing. Roughly right now, the road fund has between $15 to $20 million, not incoming funding through SB1 Measure G. This is just money that's currently sitting there. We haven't identified some projects that we wanted to put this money towards. Some of it is restricted, so we would have to make sure that some of the roads that the board put input in to want to put some of these projects as higher on the priority, we would need to make sure that the funding is available to use towards them. So that's one of the options, and like I mentioned, we'll have between 15 and 20 million. Second option would be to continue to pursue the COP financing, using roughly what we would have available. One thing to consider is we need to take into account some prior direction from the board related to the general fund reserve policy and some capital infrastructure projects, which would leave about 2 to 5 million to potentially debt service the COP to. I think in the CO's office, we also discussed the potential about looking at facilities to see if we can leverage the value of some of those assets to go towards debt servicing. But option two, essentially what we would have to finance against would be somewhere between 2 and 5 million. The third option is essentially pursue the COP with everything that we currently have. So we wouldn't do a reserve policy. We wouldn't do any capital infrastructure improvements. So the 10 million that I had referenced before would be what we would be using to finance against with the COP. And the third option would be assume that we do receive all the funding that we're slated to, which is a little bit unstable with the timeline, getting about 30 to 35 million in fund balance potentially, and then being able to fully go out and debt service about anywhere between 17 to 45 million worth of funding that we would then receive and need to spend within a 3-year time horizon. So more or less, these are the options and recommendations. For myself, looking at the unstable nature of when we'll receive the funding, I wouldn't particularly want to, and even speaking for myself, if I was an investor, I'd be concerned about investing into a COP where the funding isn't stable at the time. And I think that K&N, through their debt servicing, would want to make sure that that's addressed through the bonding certificate and the documents on there that the county does have the funding available at the time. So that's one thing to consider. And it's all going to be taken into consideration as potential risks to investors as they look to bond. Another item to consider is a slight increase in interest rates. The last couple of months, even from the last month in March, interest rates have increased, so that's another factor to consider. It's now, even with the cost of, fixing up roads going up, now it's even a little bit more expensive with the interest rates being up a little bit more. So I would more or less want to lean towards using the resources we have on hand. Or if we do go out and pursue a COP, look at a lower amount, maybe something that we can potentially look at doing somewhere between maybe option 2 or option 3. Maybe as some of the funding does begin to trickle in, we can use some of that funding as an infusion or potentially use that to leverage a COP. So that's more or less roughly what I'm thinking. More sticking number 1 as a priority, 2 and 3 as maybe potential options, and 4 more as something that would be nice but would be pretty hard to achieve. And I believe that was it on the financing side. And I believe Steve had a message for all the county residents. So the message, please do not exceed the speed limit or text while driving. You'll help to preserve the roads, and safety is the #1 priority here. So whether if it's the condition of the roads or the people driving them, that's something we look out for.
Madam Chair,
and this is
ready
where,
for a couple questions.
Questions,
Okay.
yes, so perfect.
So, thank you, Gabe. So the option 1, 15 to 20 million, I'm not quite clear. That's money we have on hand, but is that money that's currently earmarked for the capital improvement projects that we have planned, for example, Cienega Road that I talked about a minute ago, or is that separate money?
From what I understood, so we had a prior discussion with the RMA department and with Steve and Kevin, the fiscal team over there. And there's funding that they have on hand, fund balance, that hasn't been designated for any road projects. There is some funding. Typically what the department likes to budget for is, as funding come in, funding gets spent. So let's say if they're supposed to get $3 million worth of Measure G. In the given year, they're looking to spend $3 million worth of Measure G projects. So more or less what they have in their plan, their CIP plan for road improvements, they're using the money that they're receiving. Typically, as money comes in, money goes out, pay-go kind of status. And this is funding that they have on hand. One of the bigger components of that funding is traffic impact funds. Some of that is going to be tied up with bigger projects, but some of the money that's there can be spent on some of the roads. And I believe prior RMA Director Benny Young, when he was here, we authorized some of the funding within the Traffic Impact Fund to be spent toward a Nexus update to figure out which roads could be taken care of with that traffic impact funding. So pending the completion of that, we should have a little bit clearer picture as where some of that revenue can go towards. And like I mentioned, there's bits and pieces everywhere. So this is an option where we could take some from here, some from there, as long as it qualifies, and see if we can use that to some of the roads that we discussed today.
So again, it wouldn't be taken away from those roads that were in the, so Steve's been holding out on us, apparently. So, so then another question, on the option 4, which I think all of us, this idea of doing the bonding, it sounded great, particularly when rates are, I know rates are going up. And I hate to lose that as a possibility. What's the, but also I want to be careful and not jump into anything that's risky. We could conceivably go forward with, let's say, option 1, but then as things develop, if we do ensure that we're getting that Award Homes money or the San Juan Oaks, then that may be an option, maybe a lower amount a little bit down the road.
Yeah, and that's something where we can talk to KNN to see about the feasibility of maybe doing a smaller COP, $5-10 million, something a little bit more reasonable that we can safely assume with maybe some of the resources that we have on hand, or we can more foreseeably see coming in the future. For example, on the funding tied with the Award Homes kind of benchmark litigation, roughly $12-13 million, and we're essentially just waiting on a formalized letter so we can move the funding over.
Because, I mean, the trade-off is the interest rates are going up, and obviously we want to take advantage of the rates if we can.
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Chair?
I just would like to add just a bit to that, Supervisor Tiffany. So when Gabe says some projects may qualify, there is a big pot in the Traffic Impact Fee Fund, and some of these roads could be utilize some of that funding, so we'll look at that. But it's, the Traffic Impact Fee Fund goes to specific uses, like Union Road's part of that traffic impact fee. So I don't want to, 15 to 20 million, we should, really dive into the details of that and explore of some of the segments that I just presented would qualify as use from that fund account. So just to clarify.
Yeah, it just takes a little bit more research on our end. Like I mentioned, the Nexus study, making sure that they would qualify.
He's not holding out, is what he's saying.
Yeah, just as far as the Award Homes, et cetera, San Juan Oaks, is there a general timeline we're expecting? Do we need to nudge them a little bit without nudging too hard? Because I don't want to get any argument sort of thing. But
as I mentioned, I think on some of those potential funding on our side, like I mentioned, the CEO's office, San Juan, we're discussing with them to see, moving that project forward and how we can get that turned over to us. On the benchmark, like I mentioned, we're just waiting on a letter. And that one we can discuss with our outside counsel that helped us with that litigation, and certainly see about when, a foreseeable timeline for that. But as I mentioned, talking with our controller, Joe Paul Gonzalez, we're just waiting on that, and then it's a simple transfer. You may see something. If we see something soon, then you'll definitely see a significant bump in our unspent fund balance in the budget, and as we kind of move forward with it. I can highlight it as we go through the budget process if something does happen, or at some point, and definitely let the board know, hey, we have this funding, maybe one of these options that maybe doesn't seem as favorable right now may become a little bit more favorable in the future. But
okay, but the clock is ticking, obviously,
Yeah,
so we might have to do sort of an incremental creative approach, a blend of the options maybe, and maybe that's what I would like to see as far as the staff recommendation and some, creative option that balance is being financially responsible, but also keeping in mind we're trying to be ambitious with this road program, and I'm very hopeful that we can still get into that sort of 20, 25, 30. We also have the library grant consideration, so
which is fine.
the library grant, you know, if we get that, then maybe there's a little bit extra. But yeah, no, I'm really happy to see this presentation. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Can we go to public comment then, please?
If you'd like to make a comment in chambers, please provide a speaker card. On Zoom, you can press *9 on your phone or the raise your hand icon.
And I could give an update to the board.
Yeah.
That the award homes litigation is final. The only thing that's still pending is to see whether any recovery of attorney's fees can be obtained, but the actual underlying decision is final.
Good.
So we're trying to
So-
recover attorney's fees.
So that's a big deal. So, yeah.
No comments.
Okay, so we have no comments, so I'm looking to see what the recommendation is on this. I don't have it right in front of me, sorry. To discuss the San Diego County potential roadway improvements and provide direction to staff if desired. So, does the 13?
I think we got the
Yeah,
direction.
okay, good, because I
Yeah.
think the 13 capitalizes
Yeah.
on everything that we need to.
And I think we can put something pretty good together, knowing from legal now that it's been finalized. We were waiting on the appeal process and when they had time to actually appeal our appeal. So that seems like that's been passed. So I think we're good. So we'll move forward with that.
Okay.
Thanks, Gabriel.
Thank you,
Thanks,
Gabriel.
Steve.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thank
Excellent.
you.
Appreciate it. A good job on all those roads. Can't wait to get them done. So I'm looking to you, Ray and Barbara. We're on item number 10. I'm looking at the clock, and I know we have still a considerable amount on our agenda. So what's the suggestion? Because I normally you have me cut off, so I don't want to try to cut it off, but I'm asking what the suggestion is for the remainder
How
of
about
the
this?
board.
We have, I think the GAD folks here. Why don't we go into the GAD meeting, get that done, and then come back to our regular meeting? Is that okay with your board?
Okay.
Just since
Okay.
we have, I hate for them to be here till 7. So if that's okay with your
that's
board.
fine.
Okay.
Make use
So
of our time.
we'll move, yeah, so if you can, just go ahead and
So then we're
move
gonna
to
have
item
to-
number 20,
So are we
22?
adjourning from the regular meeting and then
22, yeah.
re-adjourning as the?
That's right, as
geological
the
hazard?
San Benito
Abatement
County
district?
Geological Hazard Abatement
Okay,
District.
so,
Yep.
so per staff recommendation, we're going to go ahead and adjourn the regular session and to adjourn the Geological Hazard Abatement District. So item number 22 through 25.
And then we'll come back into the regular meeting after.
Yeah.
Yes, okay.
So moved.
If you'd like to make a comment in chambers, please provide a speaker card. On Zoom, you can press *9 on your phone or the raise your hand icon on your screen.
We have none. Let's go ahead and go on then to the consent item, item number 23.
I'll make a motion that we approve the consent agenda, approve the action minutes.
I'll second.
Okay, got a first and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed? 4-0. Item number 24.
All right, thank you, GAD Board, for allowing us to proceed with some tabulation of votes and a resolution for pertinent to the assessment and ordering a levy for collection of that assessment. And for this item, number 24, as well as item number 25, we have Eric from NGO to provide some details in the staff report. Thank you.
Will you be presenting both of them at a time, so that way, any public comment on item 24/25? So how did you want to present, one at a time?
Yeah, I think they're separate, they're separate items.
Okay,
We
good,
should
let's
them
do that then.
separately.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Chair and board members. Before you tonight is the end of a process. We have annexed the Promontory Ridgemark development into the San Benito GAD, and you have annexed that in. You've approved the plan of control. Also, the engineer's report was approved at the March 8th meeting, and at that time, of the approval of the engineer's report, it was approved to order a notice of intent of assessment and to send out a ballot to the property owner within the GAD to, under Prop 218, to see if they could approve that assessment. And so tonight's actions will be to open the public hearing on the proposed assessment, close the hearing and consider any protest against the assessment, and then direct the opening to canvass and tabulate the assessment ballot. And if there is not a majority protest, to then approve the assessment for the Promontory at Ridgemark development within the San Benito GAD.
Okay.
We are available for any questions on that.
Okay, I'm looking at the staff recommendation, and it says to adopt the attached resolution, then open the public hearing. So is that the proper order?
You open the public hearing. Yes.
Then adopt, okay. So let's go ahead and open the public hearing for the GAD board at 5:36 p.m. All right, so are there any public comments?
If you'd like to make a comment in chambers, please provide a speaker card. On Zoom, you can press *9 on your phone or the raise your hand icon. No comments.
Okay, so being that there aren't any comments.
Madam Chair, can I ask a couple questions?
Oh, sure.
I was just looking, you may have addressed this in prior meetings, but under the budget in the presentation, so it lists, for example, cost of large-scale repair, $400,000. And the assessment per home that is being looked at this evening is $1,332, $16,000 budgeted annually for a major repair. Anyway, bottom line is, doing the math, it would take roughly 25 years to accumulate $400,000. What happens, if you have a major repair in year 3?
Sure.
What do you do? Is that financed? I'm just curious, what's the mechanism? Because obviously you don't know when your major repair is going to hit.
Great question. So yes, you're correct that geologic hazards, by their very nature, large geologic hazards, are infrequent but very expensive to fix. And so what we've proposed in this budget and what was approved was that we pick the interval, so how many the reoccurrence interval, how many large events do we expect over a time frame. It really doesn't matter if they happen in year 1. The GAD would be able to fix it and then service that debt through the assessments, or if it happens in year 20 or 40, the GAD already has those funds collected. So you'd either have money to service the debt if it occurred in year 1 of the GAD taking over, and you would support that, you would service that debt through the assessments. More likely what happens, developments tend to perform fairly well in their first years, and then they age as the slopes age and things happen. Most of the GADs when they have large events, have monies collected to do that, but it's not a requirement. Either one can be serviced through the assessment, either the debt or the outright spending for the repair.
And in either case, there's not a cost to the county. It's all through the GAD and through the development.
Right, and that's exactly why it's a GAD finance through the residents within the GAD, and there's not an county exposure with that. That's not what the GAD's intended to do. It's self-funding for those activities.
Okay, thank you.
Any other comments? No? Okay. So then if there aren't any more comments, to go ahead and
We have to open, yeah, we would, if you, so they can protest till the close of the public hearing, so it's to close the public hearing and then open the ballot, yes.
Did you have a question?
No, this is very exciting.
I'm sorry, but I'm half asleep, so I need direction. So I'm closing the hearing at this point, and then we're going to do the tabulation of the votes? Yes? Okay, so closing the hearing at 5:40 p.m. And the vote is...
Yes.
One vote, yes. Okay, so then we have the tabulation of the hearings with the one vote yes. Okay, so then I guess we're going on then to the adoption of the resolution. Okay, so what is the will of the board regarding 1D?
I'll move to approve as recommended.
Okay, can I get a second?
Second.
I have a first and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay, so we have a 4-0. Okay. So now I am going to close this. I'm going to continue on to item number 25. I'm sorry, item number 25.
Thank you, GAD Board. And so just real quick introduction on item number 25, and let me pull it up here. So essentially, thank you, Ray. So by law, the GAD is required to hire 2 staff persons to essentially help to implement some of the requirements of the GAD and its operations. The 2 required positions are clerk and treasurer. In addition to that, other GADs throughout California also have GAD managers and or GAD legal counsels. So with that in mind, and this doesn't have to be decided today. This is a bit more for informational purposes, but I'll say now that we're starting to make assessments, we're going to need a treasurer and a clerk. And so perhaps by the end of May, I'll say May 24th, we'll bring this back, and the GAD board can, with staff input as well, the GAD board can decide if those positions should be hired internally with county staff or externally with a third party. And Eric's going to present some of the aspects of those options. So thank you.
Thank you, Steve, for moving these forward, just the arrow keys. Thank you. So yes, thank you very much. We put together a short presentation just for discussion item on staffing of geologic hazard abatement districts kind of throughout California, and that to give the board some direction on what other GADs are doing and kind of what the standard of practices and best practice for these are. As you're aware, the San Benito GAD was formed in 2016. In the formation resolution, it has and associated staff report, discuss the appointment of GAD staff and potential county liability with staff. And so we have provided some information to staff on the what other cities have done, other city attorneys' positions, but what the, in general, what the resolution and staff report indicated was that if you have county staff working on the GAD, that it'd be a contractual separation and that there be the county staff contracted, the county contracting to the GAD to provide those services. So it's not, it is allowed in the original resolution and staff report. It did anticipate either using county or other staff to do the GADs. As Steve said, there's 4 positions that typically come about in GADs. These are the 2 required positions, the GAD clerk, and we're going to discuss a little bit into those 4 positions during this. The GAD treasurer, which is the 2nd required position, the GAD manager, and then GAD legal counsel or the GAD attorney to advise the board on legal matters with the GAD. So as you're aware, this is GADs in California. We're getting close to 50 of them. You guys have an individual square there because you're the one in San Benito County, but you can see they're spread out. And so what we looked at for this was our experience with, NGO has been involved with GADs since approximately 1985, and we manage a number of GADs and have been involved with almost every GAD in the county. So it gives us somewhat of a perspective that we can provide to the board on how other GADs are staffing here. So we took a look at local GADs in Northern California that have either city councils or county board of supervisors as serving as the board of directors. And the items here are going from left to right, are, hopefully everybody can read it, clerk, treasurer, manager, attorney, and then kind of outside contractors that provide the maintenance, repair responsibilities within the GAD. We had 24 total that we looked at that in this area that fit into that category. As you can see, a little over half has the city or county clerk serving as the GAD clerk. Treasurer, 1 less than that at 14. The managers, there are a number, the majority of them decide that to outsource the GAD manager position based on, we're just going to go into it, but some specific needs that GADs have compared to other public agencies. The attorney then also again, outside counsel that can provide independent analysis for the GAD. And then all the ones that we're aware of rely on outside contractors to do the preventive maintenance and emergency response services. So that kind of gives you an idea there. The GAD clerk, as we talked about, it's a similar position to what a city or county clerk would be, maintaining public documents, making sure those documents are available to the public, board of directors meetings, agendas, minutes, conflict of interest forms for board members, communication between GAD staff, county officials, and residents within the GAD. So that's the first required position. As we showed on the last slide, most of the GADs tend to have the local formation agency clerk do that. In the ones that don't, and there are certain ones that don't, certain GADs would like to have a complete separation between county or city staff and the GAD staff, and so they have chosen to keep those completely separate. And that's, there is information on that, on, what other cities and counties have done their legal analysis, and they're looking at that, and I would encourage kind of that kind of in-depth look at that to see. The GAD treasurer, again, you know, similar.
Can I ask a question first, go back?
Oh, sure.
Okay, so if we went internally, then we would have, you said the LAFCO clerk, so that would be Jennifer. So then how would she have to contract out separately? Because you said it would have to be contracted. So how would that work in terms of her normal duties as the board clerk for the county and then doing the dual role, but yet having to maintain it separately? How would that work?
Sure, great question. There's a contract between the county to provide clerk services, and it lists a straight contract with a scope of services and an hourly rate. And when would be working on GAD materials, that would be billed out to the GAD under that contract. So it's two separate entities, just contracting for the services. And so it has the same type of, like I said, scope of services, fee schedule. I was working on GAD stuff. It's either, some of them do it hourly, some of them do it per meeting. It just depends on how you set it up, the contract. But those are public information, a lot of those contracts, and available, and we can provide to staff any of those kind of examples of that kind of thing.
So it'd be like synonymous with billable hours then for the GAD specifically?
Right, and the GAD would get an invoice, and the GAD treasurer would process that separately through the GAD funds.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Chair, if I may, though, I wanted to add a little bit. I know we've been meeting about this internally, and, you know, we have a lot of meetings.
You're overwhelmed already, and
A
that's
lot of
what-
committees,
yes.
a lot of meetings, so there has been internal discussions on staffing and obviously subsidizing it with this as well from a funding perspective, a position, a part-time position or another position to assist the clerk's office. So just wanted to let you know we have been
Good.
looking at it and addressing it and working with Steve's office as well.
Well, earlier today, we're talking about appreciation of staff and saying thank you, and then here we are dumping yet another assignment.
Yeah, Madam Chair, and on that note, I don't know what's customary, but you know, if we were going to be asking a current employee to do this additional work, can we just pay them the additional amount? I know everyone's awkward right now. But
Well, because you have to go billable through the GAD is what you.
I'm just
yeah.
saying, we're adding a workload. Let's just say, for instance, we offered it to Jennifer, Vanessa, or whomever, and they're, you know, because this is income that, I don't know.
Additional.
Yeah, so I'm just, what's customary? I don't
Well,
know what's
yeah,
customary. Otherwise, I wouldn't want to add additional work on top of, as you mentioned, hiring somebody would be a preference then if we're not going to
That's-
compensate them for the additional work.
Right. First of all, I'd have to look into that. That would be my first response because I'm not sure. This GAD is something new for the county.
Yeah.
I would say that, you know, I think staffing would be the more appropriate way to go with that.
Would this be something similar to like LAFCO? How do you handle when you're at a LAFCO meeting that gets billed out?
That gets
directly to LAFCO, I assume, those hours?
But
it adds to, obviously, the workload, so.
Yeah.
Right. Absolutely.
Yeah, and I might just add that certain cities or counties decide, you know, obviously based on capacity of staff and, you know, knowledge of that. Some of these are similar to county activities, but some decide that either through liability or capacity issues that that's not an appropriate. So that's not something I'm trying to always, you know, dive in here today. It's just from our
options,
experience,
though.
Yeah.
that's what we see.
We will ultimately have to make that decision.
Yeah, and one of the topics of a conversation was, okay, so when would these GAD meetings be? Well, it's going to be, she's going to have to do it during either a regular meeting, so it's kind of like can't do it on another day. Maybe we could. We'd have to look at that. But I think logistically,
It's only 7 days
it's
a
just,
week.
we just need to probably get another person. I think is going to be probably the proper approach, but we have to look at that. So
Okay.
anyways.
All right, sorry, you can go ahead and continue on with
No,
treasurer.
no, actually, great questions. I love them. So, the treasurer here, and then is again, the treasurer is going to manage the GAD funds we do talk about there, and I think it's kind of important to note the first one, which is an investment policy for the GAD, which may be different than in this case, the county. What we talked about earlier is GADs tend to want to accumulate reserves over the long time for these expensive, infrequent hazards. And so GADs tend to carry reserves. And so in most of the GADs we're in, they try and invest those for a little longer window to get a higher real rate of return. So they tend to be a little sometimes different than city or county. I'll call it just a cash management, more treasurer than that goes. So it's just something to be aware of, that GADs, again, public entity, all that, but they tend to have, a little longer term reserve horizon for these infrequent, expensive events. So that's what I talk about in the next one, the investment of GAD reserves and reserve funds, cash disbursements, performance cash flow reporting, utilization of asset custodians, who's going to invest the funds, and attendance, and providing the GAD board with meetings, financial statements, and everything you would expect from a treasurer with a public agency. The next one, so those are your two required. So those, the GAD statutes don't have exactly when to appoint those, but they do have that they are required positions. And as Steve mentioned, as those activities come up, most GADs do it early in the process to have those abilities. The next one is the GAD manager. Most public agency boards tend to hire a GAD manager, somebody to do the day-to-day operations of the GAD. These, providing the geologic, geotechnical, hydrologic monitoring, maintenance and repair is outlined in the plan of control, and then response to emergencies, landslides, erosion, whatever events. That's GAD is an emergency response agency, so that's, those are all important tasks of the manager for a GAD. Communicates with property owners, provides status reports to the board, geotechnical analysis, board of directors meetings, communicates with the board, county staff, GAD staff, officials and residents, maintains GAD files, prepares assessment rolls and levies, and then the annual budget reporting. Usually on, just because it came up a little bit earlier on kind of capacity, most GADs, once they're mature, tend to have, and mature, in other words, not going through this annexation process, they tend to have, we have GADs that have one meeting a year. They're fairly large GADs, but the board approves the budget, and if nothing else has come up that comes outside of the budget, they get their quarterly financials and all that. So some GADs tend to be, a lot of GADs tend to be 1 or 2 meetings a year. Some GADs tend to be 3 or 4, depending on the board and their activities and their desire for information. But a lot of them are literally 1 meeting a year, that when we come back as the manager to talk about the board and what's happened in the annual budget. So it's not a monthly, or tends to be not that type of activity. The GAD attorney, again, most boards tend to, that we are dealing with, want to have legal counsel that's independent, that provides, that strictly reports to the board and is looking at the, GAD issues. There are GAD issues that tend to be somewhat different from other county agency. A number of the GAD attorneys are land use attorneys who are specialized in GADs. That's not required, but they tend to have a good knowledge of GAD law, and so they do provide the general legal counsel and services to the GAD and the board and the staff. Typical things: drafting, reviewing legal documents, meeting documents, and then they some of them have them at all meetings, and others have them at selective meetings while they're going, and that's for the GAD attorney there. So So kind of how we've seen GADs selected, you know, how does a GAD get a staff? How does the board decide, you know, who to choose for staffing? We have seen RFQs for these, prepared for each position, for third-party consultants to serve as staff. So we have seen those being sent out, prepared. You do have to have them, RFQs, obviously, they take some preparation and some time. So some GADs go with that. Others go to more of a, you know, the second bullet point there is to contract with county to provide gas as services for each position selected in this manner, what we talked about. The third is some appoint qualified personnel consultants to serve as GAD staff, or, you know, whichever positions they're looking at staffing on that. So, you know, the RFQ is obviously the most, you know, involved, but that's the three ways kind of we've seen boards staff their GADs. And so we're just available for any questions on it. I know it's brief, but wanted to give this a run.
Public comment for this one? So let's go ahead and go to public comment, please.
If you'd like to make a comment in chambers, please provide a speaker card on Zoom. Press star 9 on your phone or the raise your hand icon on your screen. No comments.
Okay, so we'll bring it back to the board. So this will come back to on the May 24th, you said, right? In terms of first staffing to make the decision. Is that it? Yes? Okay. So
Yes.
then we don't need to do anything at this point then, other than receive the report. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And I'm lackluster over here where Colin over there is all excited about this. So sorry. I'm just like, so I'm going to close the GAD board and we're going to adjourn that. So can I get a motion to adjourn this one?
So motion to adjourn.
Okay, so second. Okay, first and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? We have a 4-0 to adjourn, and then we're going to reconvene the regular Board of Supervisors meeting. And we have item number 10, 11, and all of the consents. Okay, how are you all doing? Do you need a break? You need a coffee break? We're doing all right?
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm good.
I'm failing up here, so I'm sorry. My energy's gone. I might need some coffee. So let's go ahead and go to item number 10 then.
Go ahead.
I'm going to open my screen if I can share it. It says I'm screen sharing, but apparently I'm not.
Your microphone.
This is talking about a scope of work for our department, to let the board know and provide direction whether to proceed with the work, to work on the vacation of a county street. At this time, it's only the preliminary discussion. There's going to be no decision on it today as far as the actual vacation. We would, if the board wanted to proceed, there's a process that we would go through, which would include speaking with the neighbors and then bringing it back to the board. We'd have to discuss with the neighbors whether the neighbors were in favor of this or opposed, and also receive feedback from agencies like the fire department. There's multiple ways. This is an area off San Juan Hollister Road. The green location across the street is Brigantino Park. I hope that, and we're talking about the little street that is on the top of this semicircle. It goes from one end of, you can exit the road here, and it kind of is a frontage road. It used to be, it was it was it was given to the county by Caltrans. We have the paperwork where they relinquished it to us. We're still waiting for the final paperwork to be found by RMA, but it looks like they did the process to relinquish it to the county in exchange. So it's not a single parcel. The parcel that they relinquished to the county is both the semicircle and also the hillside across the San Juan Hollister Road. But this is like the old San Juan Hollister Road, and it comes up and then it goes along where these businesses are, and then it rejoins San Juan Hollister Road, maybe half a mile, 0.4, 0.3 miles down the road. I'm not sure the exact distance. So there's a number of ways if the board wanted to abandon a portion of this road. The request from one of the neighbors, Willis Construction here, was to abandon the portion that's directly across from their business. That would allow that to be closed to the general public. As a
Can you indicate where that is on the map? Because I don't know where that Willis business is. Okay.
yeah, it would be approximately, I'm gonna mess up this map here. There, you see my other cursor right about there?
Okay.
Okay,
And that's about where the residential begins too, because there's
Right.
4 residential homes there.
right. And a concurrent action that's separate is that they're considering a lease of this portion of property right here, which is noticed in the paper. It doesn't actually come to the board because it's under the dollar amount, and so it's under the CAO's authority to lease that portion of land right there. And that would allow them to put up a fence if they wanted to along the trees there and to exclude anybody from this area. As you can see from this map here, there was a fire there in about 2021 that was a kind of a largish fire that burned down into this area. So there's 3 possible ways that this street could be vacated, and it would come back, with notice, public hearing, et cetera, at a later date. But first of all would be to just abandon the portion that's directly across from this business. The second one would be to abandon it from here all the way out to approximately here or the end. And that would ensure that this whole road remains private. And we would be looking to the property owners to work out a maintenance agreement to ensure that this road would be taken care of. See if there could be a voluntary agreement. And then the other option, and that one would allow this whole area to be public. We'd have to consider whether or not we are going to allow gates or no gates, so that whether it is necessary for it to become still an open private road so that the big trucks can come through there. And then the third option would be to have the vacation of the whole entire road, which is from there all the way to where it joins up down here. And I don't know whether I can switch screens, but I do have a APN map as well. But there's a number of parcels along that. But we'd have to talk with them and see who opposes it and who's in favor of it. But I want to bring it to the board first to see whether they're acceptable with us pursuing this as a course of action. I turn it over to maybe Supervisor Kosmicki, who would like to speak to that issue.
Yeah, thank you, County Council. So the only concern, I'm supportive of abandoning whatever we have to abandon to address this. The concern naturally is if you just abandon a small portion of the road, that perhaps the homeless folks move down, to the next stretch over. And this has been problematic, as I think we all know. This isn't just a new issue. This is one of those areas where folks tend to congregate, more so now. And so my thought is, Mr. Willis is willing to, take on the property in front of his place, but I would like to pursue that, but also concurrently look at the option of abandoning as much of the road as we can. I don't really personally see any functional use for the public other than the access to those properties, the businesses and the residences there. So it's not an arterial or a connector where it's, causing any sort of functionality issues with the transportation in the city. There's really no functional reason for us to actually own the road. So if we could potentially abandon the entire stretch, that to me is the preference. But if that's not possible because there isn't necessarily cooperation from certain property owners, and I don't know whether that's the case, and I'd be glad to go out there and talk to the property owners and just have a conversation and feel them out. You know, but then I think we just abandon the portion that we can. Along with that, though, this isn't going to solve our issue with you know, this is just a isolated area. So I do still feel strongly that we have to move forward on the direction that we gave at the last meeting about getting a towing contract in place, getting code enforcement, you know, on board with the ticketing, and looking at the potential of whether we want to set aside an area in the county either for transportation or, you know, until we get the homeless shelter expansion, or if we want to revive that very difficult conversation we had last year about a place for the homeless folks to go, you know, in the event we have to remove them from the riverbed or certain other areas. So that's kind of the extent. I do think we have to get really bold on homelessness, and CAO Espinoza alluded to the governor's speech at CSAC. I went and reviewed that speech. It was a pretty powerful speech. I would recommend everybody take a look at that. He said it was basically ad-libbed. He wasn't prepared. They didn't tell him he was the keynote speaker, and then he showed up and he's the keynote speaker. It's pretty good. It was genuine, and I'm not a political supporter or whatever, one way or the other. But a couple things he did say was that I thought were really powerful was, quote, change has enemies. So they just, you know, we want to make change on bold issues. You're always going to run into opposition, and then we've got to take some risks together. And that really kind of caught on with me, and so I'm just imploring the board to move forward with this in whatever fashion we can. Thank you.
Supervisor Tiffany or Dirks, would like to go next?
Yeah, I definitely would be in favor of exploring whether, you know, a portion of the abandonment, if not all. I mean, obviously, the trick is to try to get, we already know Mr. Willis is willing to step up and, you know, take care of the road in that stretch in front of his business. But as far as the other property owners, who knows? I do think they would probably just shift down the road. So I think we need to look at trying to abandon as much as possible. Now that it dead ends at Union, and there's no access there, yeah, I think it's just it's access for the residents and businesses. So I don't see a reason for us to continue to hold on to it. So I'm in favor of it.
Supervisor Dirks?
I'm in favor of it as well, with the caveat that we need to make sure that we have a long-term solution that we're looking at. I think that's something that we all are aware of and are looking at. So I just want to say that out loud, and I think it's a good way to kind of handle this particular issue at this point in time. How long would this process take?
I'm guessing maybe 6 weeks or 2 months, possibly sooner. Be nice if we could get it done before the summer break. We need to do notice. The main holdups, we've already done one abandonment of a road up in north end of the county about 2 years ago, so we have a lot of the documents already. The issue is, and Mr. Willis has been, I think he's offered to help us with the legal description, et cetera. So I think that he would be agreeable with helping us get everything. I think that we could try to expedite it. We need to just talk and make sure, I mean, we can just move forward with it, but we do need to reach out and come up with some sort of road maintenance agreement probably. If we're gonna formalize the road maintenance, there probably should be a road maintenance agreement between at least some sort of road maintenance agreement in place. That would be probably advisable because the county would no longer be maintaining it. So, I mean, in some ways it depends on how fast the landowners can go forward. It's not, you know, I mean, it does require, you know, public notice and all, but I mean, I'm not sure that it's that complicated legally, besides that it is part of a larger parcel. We did already look at the subdivision map act, but the county's exempt from the subdivision map act because we're leasing a portion of a larger part. I mean, I'm sorry, that was for the lease, but then this road, we're vacating it, so that's fine. So we can vacate it.
We're potentially vacating it.
Potentially vacate it. I don't think it's that complicated besides the, getting a road maintenance agreement in place. So,
We would also, obviously, we'd have to do outreach to, the homeless people there and deal with it appropriately. Even if we abandon that whole stretch, we got to believe that a lot of those people are going to relocate, obviously, somewhere else. And the question is, where are they going to go? So, yeah, I mean, it gets back to we got to solve the problem long term, as we were all saying.
Madam Chair, quick follow-up. Could we potentially?
I would like to have an opportunity.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, 'cause
You were doing that. I thought you were
No, everybody's chatting,
unplugging.
and I haven't had an opportunity to speak, and we're supposed to go to public comment, and we haven't done that yet. But I'm the only supervisor sitting here at the dais who actually was born and raised in this area. And I've lived on Wright Road, Gonzalez Road, and now on 4th Street. And so that road, contrary to what you said, there's no practical reason to owning it. It's actually a very useful road. San Juan Highway gets very, very busy, and that becomes a road for us to turn off if we have to go backtrack one way or another. So to vacate it, you all that don't live in the area aren't going to be impacted. Those of us who are will. I also know 3 of the property owners who live there, and they have some questions and some concerns. They want to know what are the plans for Mr. Willis's plan for the road. They can vouch that he has not yet spoken to any of the neighbors. Has he spoken to any of the businesses that are going to be impacted? And is this the most fair and equitable process? There was also a concern about would he consider buying them out? So we're getting into a bigger situation than just vacating the road that runs in front of their home. So it sounds like it might be an easy solution for the homeless problem. It's not if it's happening in your front yard. So.
Can I ask, so if the property owners, and if they're not in favor, then we just won't abandon the road, and if the homeless want to congregate in front of their homes, then we're still going to be dealing with that issue.
I hear what you're saying, but I want to make sure that we don't all go gung-ho on abandoning the road without really looking at the impact to social, to business, to residential. And so we've all spoken, so let's go to the public, and then we'll bring it back for us for deliberation.
Like to make a comment in chambers, please provide a speaker card. On Zoom, you can press *9 on your phone or the raise your hand icon on your screen. Elias Salinas.
This is a good way to shut me up, guys. Anyway, good evening, because now it is evening. We started. You're speaking of, and this one particular business, and Willits, I think is his name. I can't remember his name, but anyway, this was brought forward not because Mr. Willits, but because Supervisor Kosmicki has already volunteered to offer it to him. You can't just do that. You can't be a supervisor and say, I'm going to give this to you. This belongs to the county, and you have to go through the process. The problem here is that we have people that are living there. We have people that are complaining. One person came to complain, and he's complaining about defecating, and the man seems to have a lot of finances. And I said, well, why don't you rent them an outhouse if you're complaining? There's no outhouse out there yet. But here you are as entire council, as entire board, trying to make a decision for one person that would benefit, and yet you would displace people. And you have this thing where Supervisor Kosmicki is, you want to take and remove the last place that they have to live, you want to take it away from them forcibly because they're there illegally, yet we still have the Martin versus Boise. There's still you're still going through the court process on that. And Sheriff Taylor specifically said that if it is associated with homelessness, they cannot enforce. Otherwise, they would be personally responsible and they could get personally sued. You're responsible for what happens to the entire community. And whether you like it or not, those homeless people are part of your community. I find it so, it's like a social, it is a social economic thing. One person's got money and then these people are homeless and they don't have any money, and you're willing to do something for the person that has the money, but we haven't found any resolution for those that don't have a place to live. Do not kick them out of there until you find some resources. Don't make this all about one person in this county when you have numerous people out there that are homeless, and that's not the only place where they are. You go ahead and you do this, where are they going to go? It's your responsibility as the Board of Supervisors to make a decision whether it's popular or unpopular, but you have to have a voice for the entire county, and those who don't have a voice, that's why you're up there. Thank you.
Thank you.
You've been unmuted. Please state your name and you have 3 minutes. You've been unmuted. No other comments.
Okay, we'll bring it back to the board. And Supervisor Konecki, I think you wanted to say something
Yeah,
earlier.
no, it seems like there's a majority that has, on the same page, so if we can move forward with, I would appreciate if we can move forward with abandonment, at least of the Willis property, and then explore the other properties and talk to the neighbors and do our due diligence about, you know, whether there's support. I'll gladly go out there and talk to the residences there. I will say that, it's just really irresponsible to get up here and fabricate, with regard to me as a supervisor. I never volunteered anything, and especially somebody who's running for this seat. It's just really irresponsible, and I'm tired of it. But that's all. Thank you.
Supervisor Tiffany?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, just a couple of comments. To your comments, Supervisor Gonzalez. Yeah, I agree with you. We obviously need to talk to the other property owners. I totally understand that. I'm supportive moving forward with this and abandoning the minimum, that portion. And I might add, it is one property owner, but there's many employees that are involved. So it's not just one person. But anyway, we do obviously have to look at the whole stretch and get other people's approval. And it, as with most things, I'm sure it won't be anywhere near as easy as we might hope it is. But I think we should pursue looking into doing this. Thank you.
Supervisor Dirks?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I think that we need to talk to all of the key stakeholders involved in the whole process. I think that was the intent from the beginning. So just to be clear about that, to make sure. And then also too, I know that we were continuing to do some outreach with Health and Human Services. Do we have results from that? That was on a Friday. We had a board meeting on a Tuesday. They were going to follow up on the Friday. Do we know what happened with that? Were they able to make contact and get services for some of the homeless that were out there?
They did make contact, and they did offer services. Enrique is on the phone. He can update as well, or on Zoom. Enrique, can you update us?
Yeah, thank you very much. So we ended up conducting the second outreach yesterday, Tuesday. It was Behavioral Health, HHSA, and the Sheriff's Office that participated. We did see 9 RVs and talked to 4 individuals. We also, out of the 9 RVs, there's about 2 to 3 that are not operable. And we also saw 4 additional vehicles parked next to the RVs. There's garbage and there's a lot of things out there. We did ask some specific questions. First of all, we wanted to share with them that we were there to provide resources, information, that we had space at the shelter for them to go there. So we asked a couple of questions. One being, are you willing to move and stay at the shelter? And all of them said no. We also asked if there was a safe parking location offered to them, and they all said yes. They were very receptive to that because they don't want to be always seen the way that they are seen, and also be kicked off from place to place. So that happened yesterday, and I thought it was a good outreach, but that was kind of the general discussion and summary of that outreach. And we still have, just to say, we still have about 20 beds available at the shelter.
And did they ask for anything, amenities or anything like that they were looking for on this potential site that we might be able to provide for them?
Yes, one I remember mentioning restroom and food. There was a couple of things that they did mention, if we could help coordinate with that. One person did say that the vehicle, the RV, was not working and needed a new a pump, excuse me, and that if he repaired it, if he had money, he would move right away from that location.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, so go ahead.
Madam Chair, just a question. Have we, and I don't know if there's any possibility, but have we explored whether there's any location where people could park safely that's, away? I mean, I know we've looked at
Buena
a place
Vista.
for homeless,
Yeah.
but this is for vehicles. I mean, have we ever?
Yeah, I can tell you that we have been considering internally with staff Buena Vista property and being able to park in that, I think it's like 5 acres or thereabouts. By the jail, we have property there. There's also been a discussion of potentially using the land by the landfill, the RRP park in the backside, potentially. Again, those are our properties as well as Rosa Morada. There's some land in the front, potentially putting, someone out there. But again, I think we're going to run across the same situation with people not really wanting to have homeless folks in those areas. So, but
Just like the businesses on San Juan Hollister Road.
Yep. Okay.
Yep.
Thank you.
Okay, and I know there's been a consensus here, but can I get an official motion of what you want to do? And I want to be able to take a vote on that.
I'll move forward on giving direction to staff on continuing the process of exploring abandonment of a portion of San Juan Hollister Road, if possible, the larger stretch of San Juan Hollister Road, and include outreach to the neighbors to make sure that we get their feedback on that.
Okay, can I get a second?
I'll second that.
Okay, so all in favor say aye.
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 Those opposed? No. So we have a 3-1 with Supervisor Hernandez being absent. Okay, so let's move on to item number 11. All right. So do we have any additional updates for board member reports, committee assignments, and/or ad hocs?
Madam Chair, I have nothing substantial this time.
Okay.
I'll skip it.
Is that a yes or a no, Supervisor Dirks?
It's a no.
Okay. We kind of already talked to most of it. Okay, so let's go ahead and look at the consent items. So we have consent item number 12 through 21.
Madam Chair, just for formality, can you open it to the public?
Number 11 to the public
Yeah.
first. Okay, so any comments on item number 11?
If you'd like to make a comment in chambers for item number 11, please provide a speaker card on Zoom. Press *9 on your phone or the raise your hand icon on your screen. No comments.
Okay, so same question to the public. Any public comments on the consent item number 12 through 21?
If you'd like to comment on Zoom, press *9 on your phone or the raise your hand icon on your screen. In chambers, please provide a speaker card for consent agenda. No comments.
Okay, So none on Zoom?
Madam Chair, I do have a couple of corrections.
Yes.
And just a thought. This is the first time I think I've ever been here that we had more items on regular agenda than on consent. Anyways, so
Noted.
I had to say that. So we have two corrections. Item number 15 and number 18 are typos. Item 15, within the actual bylaw itself, number 7, responsibilities of the committee, it actually says Planning Commission. It should be Board of Supervisors. So that's just one slight correction for item 15. Item 18, there was a typo from the dollar figure. It should read within the staff report itself. The contract is correct. It's just the staff report background summary actually states $218,738. It should actually read $289,133 for the first item, and then the second dollar figure, which reads $218,738, should read $249,509. So it's just two typos, but the contract itself is correct. That's all I had to say.
Okay.
I think those were 14 and 17, and not 15 or 18.
I have 15 and 18.
I have 15 and 18.
15 and 18, Joel.
All right.
Yeah.
So there's no public comment in chambers. Okay. So then what is the will of, sorry, Ms. Salinas, but we just thought you were going to come up and talk with us. So what is the will of the board in terms of consent items number 12 through 21 to pull?
Madam Chair, I have nothing to pull.
Okay.
Me neither.
None either?
Nope.
Okay. Okay. I would like to pull item number 15. And that's the only one that I would like to pull. So can I get a motion on those that we're not pulling? Items 12 through 21 minus item 15.
I'll make a motion that we approve consent agenda items 12, 13, 14, and 16 through 21.
Okay. Can I get a second?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
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 We have a 4-0, again with Peter Hernandez, Supervisor Hernandez being absent. Okay, and then the reason I'm asking for item number 15 to be pulled is there was a little bit confusion on my part, maybe on everybody else's, they were clear, but I was kind of like, well, what did we just vote on? And so after I went home to think about it, when you have an even number of people on the board, there's a possibility you might have a split and have no answer.
Have to agree with each other.
Yes, and not to say that Supervisor Hernandez and Tiffany can't agree, but there's a possibility that we might have a split. And without the other entities, ex officios involved, what do we do in the event of a tie? Because they would then bring their suggestions to the board, and they'd be hearing two different aspects. So that was my only concern, is that could there be a third vote on there to swing it one way or another? Because I just see us setting ourselves up for failure and two divergent views and not having any kind of commonality to give the board suggestions or advice. That was my only thought.
You have any suggestions?
I don't wanna do anything with the bylaws
Yeah.
other than that was a concern.
No, this is how I would, again, this is what we do with all of our ad hocs and the committees, that they're more or less the same, and we've been addressing that similarly in the year. We come back to the board, and we usually, when we formalize it, we usually, we usually state the staff recommendation, and then we give it to the floor to the committee members, and then they usually state their opinions. So typically, that's how it's done. But, you have 5 also ex officio committee members as well, which we can, when we come back and present, we could present like the will of the 5 plus the 2 and bring that back to the board. That would be my.
The consensus of the 5?
The consensus of the 5 would act more or less as the third, really. That's my view.
And I might add that, we're not making any final decisions.
yeah.
Any formal decisions have to be made by the board. So,
Okay.
you're right. I mean, I agree. Normally, 2 people, but so it's really easy. Someone always makes a motion. Someone always makes a second. It's very simple.
Right.
But I would say that, I mean, I guess if we didn't agree on something, then, you know, we could bring that to the board and lay it out that way. I don't know, Dulce, do you have any?
I was going to recommend the same thing. This is an advisory committee. If there ever is something that's maybe divided or halfway, we could present as is or to the board that there was no consensus on this.
Yeah.
But
Right.
Yeah, and I guess the last thing I would say is if it turns out we're wrong and it's a problem, then we'll report back and deal with it then.
Okay.
Yeah, we can always make amendments to the bylaws as well.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure.
Sure.
All right, so then I withdraw my opposition, so I move to approve item number 15. Can I get a second?
I'll second that.
I got a first and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, so we have a 4-0 vote to approve. All right, so the last item on the agenda is future agenda items. Now, before we start, I just want to go on the record stating, we as a board devised a policy where if we're going to have future agenda items, we need to make sure that we're bringing them to the public in this forum. We're getting a second from a supervisor, and then those items are going on the agenda. And there has been some situations where that process has been circumvented. As a matter of fact, the vacation of San Juan Road was an example that didn't go through the process. I just want to make sure that we as supervisors adhere to that. So if you have a suggestion that you want to bring forward as a future agenda item, we have a policy in place. And the policy is bring it forward now at the end of the meeting as a future agenda item, get a second in public, and that second, then that item will go on the agenda as soon as feasible and possible.
But the issue is when we give direction and there's going to be continual updates, it doesn't make sense to have to come back every meeting and ask for that that means you're missing 2 weeks instead of getting, if it's an urgent item, you're missing.
I understand what you said,
make
but we
sense.
came up with the policy,
No.
and we came up with the policy, and that, the reason why we came up with the policy was because we were having individual supervisors giving direction to staff, and staff was exerting extra time and effort to
We gave them direction in the
to
board meeting.
pacify
Move
one
forward.
supervisor when we didn't have two supporting it. So we came up with the policy to have two supervisors and bringing it forward. And we have the future agenda item specifically at the end of every single meeting. So I just want us to be mindful. This goes back to the need for our communication, level of respect at the
Yeah,
board
no,
level.
I agree. So
Yes.
let's stop using gender and sexist comments during the meetings.
You've been really derogatory to me in the past, so let's just stop already, okay? I don't want to deal with it. I hear. I'm trying to make a point. We have a policy in place, and that policy should be adhered to. There shouldn't be any deviation from the policy. If you guys don't like the policy, let's get rid of the policy, but that's the policy that we have had in place. And I just want to be consistent, that's all. I'm asking for respect for consistency. Yes, Supervisor Dirks.
Madam Chair, thank you. As far as consistency goes, I think maybe then we need clarification to the point that Supervisor Kosmicki is saying. I wasn't a part of that decision that was made, although it sounds like a great idea. I think it's good. We have a couple people, otherwise, staff's kind of running in circles all the time trying to make everyone happy. So I just want clarification though on the update piece of it. If we're updating an item that's already been on the agenda, does it need to be re-agendized?
Well, the San Juan Road was a totally different take on what was presented at the last meeting. To close the road wasn't an
We
item
gave
for
direction to look
discussion.
at a lease with Larry Willis at the last meeting. We literally gave direction to look into a lease with Larry Willis. That's what she brought forward.
I don't recall that, but
What
anyways,
happened.
so.
Well, and can I, let me ask another question. And I generally, I agree, the idea of having two of us get it on the agenda, I think it works well. It has worked well. But I do think there are situations where maybe exceptions are made. For example, and I don't know, I'm not the chair, but when you meet with the county council, the CAO, there may be situations where either I know yourself or the CAO or the county council may feel strongly that something should go on the agenda because of a timeliness issue and urgency
yes.
issue. So I think there should be some exceptions and some wiggle room there, I guess. That would be my comment, although I generally agree that the, you know, 2 supervisors is working well.
And what does it matter if it's during the meeting or outside of the meeting? I just don't understand why, like, if something comes up and it's urgent, Betsy can't call Bob and say, hey, do you support this being on the agenda? I don't personally understand why we can't do it that way.
Again, we're holding a public meeting in the public, so the public can be part of it, and as setting a future agenda item, we should just be consistent. And so I'm just asking for consistency is what I'm asking. I understand the urgency because there are some things that are urgent. I didn't see this being an urgent issue. I figured it could have come up, you know, as an agendized item when it was brought to us as a future agenda item.
Madam Chair, if I may, it's late. I think we're all we're all very tired. How would it would be okay if we agendize this as a discussion item? And I think that there's some very valid points that Supervisor Tiffany brought up concerning, because there's a lot of agenda items that are brought up just from staff, just from issues and things. So we didn't get 2 votes from the board to put those items on. So there's obviously a lot of input, a lot of work that we're working on. So I think it's more specifically to what the board individually wants. But I also think logistically, there are things that have been brought up, I think, in the past. And I think that's where Supervisor Kosmicki has some concern, because there have been some items where board members, two board members outside have brought an item in. So I think maybe just getting clarity with that would be very helpful. So I think maybe not today is the right time to make that decision. I just think all of us are tired.
One example is, I believe you consulted with Betsy on bringing the CAO evaluation to the board meeting. I don't remember that happening in the public meeting. In the county council evaluation and the CAO evaluation, you consulted with Betsy
Are you
outside of
bringing
the.
up closed session discussion for open session?
No, I'm telling you what happened.
Oh, okay, that sounds like a closed session
No, there's
discussion that
2
you're divulging.
supervisors that brought us evaluation to the agenda outside of the
Can
public
we
meeting.
stick to this
Yeah.
future agenda item, please? As our CEO said, it's
I
late,
would-
we're tired, and you're
Yeah.
all over the place.
Let's
Just focus.
agenda.
Well,
Let's
Let's
agendize
agendize it, yeah.
Yeah, let's kind of keep our comments, please.
Yeah, I think let's agendize it. And
Okay, so what we'd like as future agenda items, supervisors?
Madam Chair, and I know this has been discussed many times, but last week we had the feral cat snip thing come before us during the budget discussion. Frankly, I guess I misunderstood. I thought that at that meeting we would have maybe some options. I would like, as soon as possible, to get that on, you know, on the next agenda, where we make some actual decisions to.
We have a meeting with them Thursday.
Okay.
To actually review and address their needs for this year,
Okay.
the rest of this fiscal year.
Good.
And we'll come back to your board with a plan, also addressing next fiscal year during the budget. So
Okay.
it's gonna be, what, a year and whatever months, 2 months, 3 months, that we will be bringing back to your board.
Okay.
Hopefully at the next meeting. It depends on how the conversation goes on Thursday
Yeah,
with them.
and I know we talked about it. I think we're all.
That was 5 days ago when we last.
It's like a lifetime ago.
5 business days
Right.
ago.
I think we're
so-
just anxious to.
I get it.
To deal with that issue. The second item I have is, and there's not necessarily an urgency, and I don't even know if it's necessary, but we may need to vacate another road situation way down South County. Do we know yet, Barbara? We're still looking into that.
We haven't confirmed whether or not the notice of vacation that was recorded in the 70s is the same road, so we're still waiting for the confirmation.
Okay.
But if you could get a second on that right now, we could pursue it if we need to.
I'll be his second for the SNP bus, because we didn't get a second.
And if we need it, this vacating, what it is, for those who know South County, there's Old Hernandez Road, which is a partially paved, partially dirt road, but it's quite a long road that runs along the Samnia River down there. But there is a much older road that's just a strictly dirt road that's on the other side of Samia River that goes across private property, and some of the property owners have asked for confirmation that it has been vacated because it's not used as a county road. It hasn't been maintained in many, many years. So If it's already been vacated, then it won't be necessary, but if it hasn't been vacated, then it would be an item that would come forward to just officially vacate it after all these years.
The formality of it.
Yeah, just a formality.
I second.
Thank
Okay.
you.
All right.
Yeah, I would like to, as I mentioned earlier, recommend discussing at the Board of Supervisors level first to give direction to the Housing Advisory Committee on developing a plan for farm worker housing.
Okay.
I second that.
Okay, good.
And then second, I want to clarify and get a second vote to ensure that the Pride Proclamation to declare June as Pride Month is on one of the 2 May agendas for certain.
I second.
Supervisor Kuzmicki, would you also like to have a policy regarding display of flags at the same time?
I think we talked about not going down the road of, yeah, we didn't, that wasn't discussed.
Just a proclamation.
Yeah,
correct.
just a proclamation.
Oh, just a proclamation, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Okay. Any others?
Yeah, the Prater Road issue.
Yes.
If, looking at it to see where we're at with it and what can maybe be done with it.
Okay, and I'll be your second on that one.
Especially because of the addresses and the safety issue around it. Thank you. And then, in talking about it, and I don't know where we look at this, maybe it's in the Housing Advisory Committee, so if you can, direct us on this. But ADU impacts, I understand that it's not a part of the state, kind of policy, but is that something that we can look at as a policy or ordinance here at the local level, or is that not applicable?
We can look at that. I don't know whether or not we can condition the ADUs, but we can answer that for you formally.
Okay.
Is that it? Okay. And
So it was Housing Advisory Committee with Farm Worker, the SNP, the Pride Proclamation, the draft, the Prater Road, the Hernandez Road, the ADU impacts. Was there anything else?
And then I was going to add, the public comment keeps coming up about the clarification about Stradivarius being rejected at the ballot. It was not rejected at the ballot. The zoning was. So I want some clarification on that because eventually we're going to have the Stradivarius proponents come forward. And I want to make sure the public is aware that the project itself was not rejected. It was the zoning that was rejected on the ballot.
Correction, the project was actually rejected on the ballot.
I would just like clarification. Okay.
Yeah, we can.
So, and then also too, Valerie Eglin had mentioned something about REACH being recognized in May. So,
I'm sorry,
On
was
the
there a
agenda?
second?
There was a second on that.
oh, do I have a second on the Stradivarius for clarification?
I'll second that.
Okay, thank you.
What did you say about the after
The
that?
REACH, that was
REACH.
Valerie going to be on the agenda, recognizing REACH in May? I thought she had asked if she could be.
I think it was to see about some funding. I think more specifically, if I recall.
I have it in my notes.
So is she already on there? On the-
No,
okay.
no, but it's on my notes from today. She asked about it today.
You're
So,
shaking her head there? Yes?
Does,
Okay.
yeah,
Okay,
is the
good.
board, is it a board okay with putting that on?
It was
Yeah,
funding
yes,
for a
if we-
mailer, right? Yeah.
So if we can,
Well, to reach out to her and we'll understand what she's looking for.
Okay.
Because we have
Okay.
no idea what she's asking for specifically, so.
could I get a second on that one, just so, for authorization?
Second.
Okay. So
And then we also have, I think that the board wanted to consider sales tax after the budget, perhaps. And then the other one is to put the term limits on the agenda, so that resolution needs to be brought back to the board too.
I think you had direction on that previously.
Okay.
Yes. Yes, you did. Okay, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Gonna get a second?
I'll second.
All in favor, say aye.
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 4-0. Have a good evening, everyone.
Thank you.